This story starts with everyone wanting to live differently. The protagonist wouldn't have fought so hard to get here. After 99 attempts, he managed to reach the desired place, and this time he promised himself to reach the end. It was the final 20th round where he was met by the most powerful golem guardians. The huge room was filled with these big guys guarding a single door. These guards won't budge easily, and the only way to get through that door is to defeat them. The guy applied the seal of death to the first enemy because if you use it on enemies and successfully attack, it will inflict 100% additional damage. The enemies were enveloped in absolute darkness, in which they could not see anything, which made it possible to attack them without any problems. The guy began to swing his weapon left and right, destroying the strongest guards who did not even give him a chance to breathe. Even without seeing anything in front of them, they tried to counterattack and did so quite quickly and successfully. Fire and ice attacks rained down continuously on the hero, who could not allow himself to be injured. In this case, he also decided to use acceleration, thereby creating his phantom images, confusing his opponents. But at that very second, one of the guards pulled the bowstring, releasing several fiery arrows. However, this did not particularly frighten the hero, who was completely sure that it would be difficult for them to hit him at such a speed. He suddenly flinched when he discovered a magic circle beneath him that he couldn't avoid. The guy tried to do something but ended up trapped in a huge piece of ice. However, the ice immediately cracked when the hero used Moonlight of Destruction, after which he swung his scythe, cutting down his opponent. This fight would drag on forever if he fought them one-on-one, so he needed to end it quickly with one blow. The guy once again used the Moonlight of Destruction, and in addition to it, the Blood Moon, simultaneously swinging his scythe over a huge area. The guards' bodies immediately split in two, and the guy only sighed with relief when they were finished. And now the cherished moment had arrived when he would be able to see what exactly the guards were protecting. But when he entered the next place, he noticed a room that looked like a temple, and now he doubted whether he should go through this door and whether something would appear from there. The hero realized that he would find out everything as soon as he entered there, and hoped that he would be able to finish this game. But suddenly he was told that 5 players were needed to open the boss room, and that if a player did not meet the entry requirements, they would die in 5 seconds. The guy tried to understand what this meant and began to get nervous because it was too much, and everything couldn't end like this. At this time, the countdown began, and the hero realized that he could no longer do anything, and his body began to deteriorate. When he died, he fulfilled the requirements for the time reversal rune assignment, which would cause him to return to the very beginning, using all 100 time reversal runes. In the past, a festive atmosphere reigned in front of the huge stage, and the host invited the crowd of spectators to count down the remaining 5 seconds together. And just as the countdown began, a mysterious guy appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. He had truly returned to the time when he had been drawn into this game, and although he had reached the final 20th round, he was now ready to stop the clock if he could. But since this was his last attempt, he was obliged to complete this game. To do this, he needs to take 4 people with him to the final round, but the question arose as to who would be best to team up with. A few minutes later, the dark-skinned boy turned his attention to a group of friends who were rejoicing that they would finally become adults. However, some could not decide what to do after graduation and where to go to work. Then one of them asked Young what he planned to do, but he had already said that he wanted to become a gangster. His friends were surprised that it wasn't a joke, since he could die from the slightest mistake. But Young Min was sure that they only live once, so there was nothing to lose. Everyone immediately thought he was crazy and planned to break up with him right after graduation. They had another question: what would happen to their errand boy after graduation? Young Min couldn't just let him go just because he was graduating, and that guy probably thought that everything would end after graduation. He has no right to decide when it will all end, and he will be his toy as long as possible, and suddenly the guys noticed that same boy. He appeared right before the countdown, and Young Min was delighted to see his bullying toy. But suddenly the smile immediately disappeared from Young's face because something was wrong with this guy and he had noticeably changed. Now his look was more confident, but his friends asked Young to just let him go, since it was New Year's. Frowning and sighing, he decided to give it some time to live in peace, after which the friends congratulated each other on the new year. Suddenly, someone's otherworldly voice noticed that the people were very funny, celebrating the new year without knowing what situation they were in. At that very moment, an angel appeared above the crowd, declaring that seeing them in complete shock was like watching monkeys in a cage. However, people decided that the TV station had prepared a new New Year's event for them, and they were ready to believe that it was real. The protagonist realized that she had appeared again, and even after the 99th time, it was still disgusting. The angel noticed that the humans were amazed by her beauty, but they shouldn't think anything strange, because she wasn't going to get involved with parasites like them. However, their reaction showed that they could hear her voice, which brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, some man angrily asked her what she was doing there and what she had said about parasites. The smile immediately disappeared from the angel's face, and her eyes glowed red as she concluded that this man was irritating her. The girl only had to look at the man to make his head explode, thereby frightening everyone present. While the people were screaming in fear, the angel asked how a lowly human could dare to speak like that to a higher being. They have no right to ask her questions and act like they are on the same level, unless they want to die like that guy with his head cut off. They were clearly confused by the situation, and she wondered if the puny humans had any idea what was going on. She decided to explain it to them in simple language so that they would listen carefully, and the main character was upset that he had to listen to these explanations again. Now they are going to start the game on the first of every month. For 20 rounds, people will be spiritually transported to a new dimension. There they will only need to do one thing: complete a quest. If they do this, they will be able to return to reality with rewards. People immediately concluded that she would let them live if they completed a few quests. The angel then repeated their words, adding that not everyone would survive simply by completing the quest. Only half of the participants will remain alive, but they need not worry, as it will not take everyone. People started to get upset, but the girl explained that only people between the ages of 15 and 29 from all over the planet would participate. When the main character was drawn into this game on New Year's Eve, he didn't think that it would happen 100 times. One of the old men was glad that he would remain alive, and a younger man grabbed him, rudely asking why he was teasing them. Young men asked him to calm down, but the man still couldn't believe what was happening. The angel concluded that the final number of participants was 1,801,029,290, and then proposed to begin the game. Now they were all in space and could not see each other. After the spiritual movement, they needed to create an avatar. These are some kind of settings and they only have one chance, so everyone should choose carefully. Without thinking twice, the protagonist decided to do everything as usual, keeping his previous pseudonym, Black Scythe. Having finished with the settings, he moved to a huge clearing, remembering that he was doing this for the 100th time. He has been using this avatar since his 12th reincarnation, so it feels like his real body. At the same moment, other people began to appear, looking around in fear and showing off their new bodies. Everyone tried to look their best, but if there was even a drop of brains, no one would ever do that. In this world, only the strongest survive, and the more beautiful you are, the more likely you are to die. And if you die in this world, you will die in the present. In any case, the time has almost come, but even on the 100th repetition, you shouldn't relax. Turning his head, the guy noticed young men who once again chose a muscular body. The angel saw how happy people were about their new incarnations, and she loved seeing their faces distorted with fear. She counted all the people who were in Seoul, but people noticed that there weren't that many of them here. Suddenly, the girl roared menacingly that this was not the only dimension. The people passing the round were scattered across different planes with other angels. Then she calmed down and decided to explain to them that they had a status window that they could just think about and it would open. It showed their name, rank, level, class, title, stats, skills, and runes. Once the angel was sure everyone had looked at the status window, she added that if they had played games before, they would realize how insignificant they were now. At the moment, their goal was to become stronger. If they could survive, they would clear the 20th round. Not only will they be freed from the survival game, but they will also have their wish fulfilled. But to get it, you need to become number 1. And on top of that, she asked everyone to look into the inventory, where she had prepared a gift for everyone. It was a fragment of a random rune that could only be used once. They can use it at level 1, and it's the only item they are given at the start. To use it, you just need to pick it up and think about using it. Judging by the expressions on their faces, not everyone was lucky, but whatever they got, they should be happy with the result. It's just luck that befell people. With the rune binding complete, it was time for the show to begin. The angel snapped her fingers and the first round of the quest to kill 100 goblins appeared. Suddenly, people nearby noticed a goblin and decided that it was some new development of a virtual reality game, where they were kidnapped without their knowledge and were now being tested. The angel explained that they shouldn't worry yet, as not all the goblins had been summoned yet, and then a huge crowd of goblins appeared behind her. The players' faces immediately distorted with fear as they began to realize the true number of their opponents. Now 10,000 people had to fight against 50,000 goblins and fight to the death. The frightened people stood there and didn't know what to do, while Ryu Min confidently stepped forward. Almost everyone didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, because he was going straight towards the monsters and they tried to stop him. However, he calmly walked up to the first goblin and kicked him, thereby earning himself his first kill for the quest. When you first join a group or organization, first impressions are very important, so you need to leave your mark on their minds. To keep annoying flies away from him, he needs to show his strength. The most important thing now is to attract the attention of that angel. For this, you need to arrange some kind of performance. So Ryu Ming grabbed the goblin's dagger and continued to destroy the rest of the monsters with it. The other players were shocked, initially assuming he was from the Special Forces and also appreciating his cool nickname. Suddenly, they noticed goblins heading towards them and remembered that these were the weakest mobs in the game. Reinvigorated, they realized that they too could kill them, albeit not as easily as the Black Scythe, but they too could fight. But suddenly, one of the goblins attacked the player and knocked him to the ground, simultaneously plunging a dagger into his chest. Seeing this picture, people began to run away in fear, and the goblins decided to take advantage of this, catching up with their victims. Now, no one considers this a game. Now they think about only one thing: how to survive in this hell. Their survival instinct will dominate their minds, and they will be busy trying to escape. In his first reincarnation, Ryu Ming did the same. But only after his second reincarnation did he realize that there was no point in running away from this field. One of the girls who wanted to run too far suddenly came across some kind of barrier that did not allow her to leave. For a modern man who is unable to kill even a small animal, it will be difficult to kill a goblin. But to survive in this game, everyone must overcome this to realize the level of danger. Meanwhile, the angel watched the battle with pleasure. It was funny for her to watch this fight between people and goblins. Although they are small in stature when they attack in a pack, they are difficult to get rid of, especially if they have daggers. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a guy who was eliminating goblins one by one while remaining calm, and she wondered who this person was. Opening his status window, she only saw his nickname and quest progress, but no further details. Angel started complaining about the system because the guy hid all information about the player except for the quest progress. Controlling these lower beings hurts her pride as a superior being, but in the form of such an amazing person, she enjoys watching him a little. Meanwhile, Ryu Min had already killed 75 goblins, managing to level up and receive an experience bonus. From the very beginning, there were 2 weak opponents for him, so he didn't even try. Looking menacingly at the other monsters, they immediately began to retreat, not wanting to attack. Noticing their reaction, the guy decided to take a short break and check the status window. As it turned out, Ryu Ming rose to level 4 in the blink of an eye, which can be increased by 2 attribute points, which he invested in agility. In addition to increasing your chances of dodging an attack, agility also increases your attack speed and movement speed. At the beginning of the game, agility is the most important stat. With this rate of progress, he should attract the angel's attention, so it's time to finish. He then threw a dagger at one of the goblins, but his comrades had no intention of standing up for him. However, if they are not going to attack, then the guy will have to do it himself. It was enough for him to swing his dagger once to destroy several opponents at once. The first round was a success. The reason he was destroying goblins like crazy was to attract the angel's attention. But besides this, he also completed the task and took first place in the current region, completing it in 10 minutes. You need to complete the quests of each round as quickly as possible, because the top 3 receive rewards depending on their status. He received a low-ranking rare weapon ticket as a first-place reward. Rewards are given out depending on the status in the current region. And being in first place in the entire region, you can get the best reward, and this time he got a chest for choosing a special reward. To start, Ryu Min decided to use the weapon ticket he received as a reward from the current region. He could choose from 3 rare weapons, a longsword, a stiletto, and a spear. There weren't many rewards, but he chose a rare rank stiletto, which was the best weapon among daggers for beginners. Now he could throw away the trash, which he called the goblin's dagger. But the guy decided to keep the chest with the choice for now. Meanwhile, the other players were trying to fight off the goblins in horror, but Ryu Min paid no attention to them, looking at the status window. Suddenly, he found himself with a new title, the Last Time Traveler, even though he hadn't seen it in all 99 attempts. He then used a random rune fragment to obtain a time reversal rune. The received rune will be automatically engraved on the player's body. The remains of the received rune are now in his soul. Due to the rune's special properties, the engraving failed, which was expected because if he could engrave it again, he would be able to infinitely return in time. Thanks to the remnants of the rune engraved in his soul, he was recognized as a time traveler who had made 100 journeys. That's why he received the title of the Last Time Traveler, although in this game the concept of title is more important than runes. They are much stronger than runes and much more difficult to obtain, but literally at the very beginning he received the ability to resurrect in spirit form and remain so for a minute. On top of that, resurrection is a skill that only a priest can obtain. The skill has limitations, restoring a maximum of 30% of health after resurrection. But this resurrection will restore all his health, so the guy realized that he had received something incredible. It was good to have such an ace up our sleeve, but now it was time for the others to finish the task. Ryu Min decided to look for young Min among the crowd, wondering if he was okay, but when he noticed him, he realized that he would survive. At this time, the angel smiled and was not surprised that she was becoming more and more bored. People were dying and still couldn't match the goblins in numbers, but she decided that it was her mistake. She then suggested they have some more fun, and the frightened players noticed that the bodies of the fallen humans and goblins began to disappear. No one understood what was happening until another huge crowd of goblins appeared nearby. Smiling madly, the angel declared that she would give them another 50,000 goblins, deciding that this would be enough for them. The frightened players immediately grabbed their weapons, struggling to continue to exterminate the monsters. Those players who completed the task were unable to participate in the battle in any way or help the remaining players. But when the required number of goblins were killed, the rest simply disappeared, which puzzled the frightened people. At that very second, the angel announced that only half of them had completed the quest, and those who had not completed it must die. Some players immediately began begging her to have mercy and let them kill another goblin, but it was all pointless. The girl didn't understand why the others looked so gloomy, because they should be happy that they survived. She then congratulated them on passing the first round, hoping that they would try better next time. Before returning, she decided to sum up the results by showing the ranking table, and Ryu Min received 1,000 gold for completing the quest. Ryu Min carefully watched the other players who were looking at the table with surprise. A smirk appeared on his face as he realized that everyone now knew he was number 1 in the rankings. Angel couldn't believe that the top spot in the entire region's rankings came from her region, so she asked Black Scythe to answer her question. She was too curious about why he was so strong and whether he had received some special rune, but suddenly she bit her lip. Noticing her reaction, the guy asked in response if she couldn't see his status window. The girl began to deny that she could do anything. It was impossible that she, an angel, could not look at information about him, and therefore she was simply checking him. He obviously didn't believe her, and then asked if he could ask her for something. The other players looked at him in shock as Ryu Min began to complain that the reward for first place in the rankings was a bit meager. A grimace of displeasure immediately appeared on the angel's face, because she could not believe what she heard. However, Ryu Min was not afraid because he hoped that she would give him something better. The girl thought that she would keep an eye on him since he was active from the very beginning, but he dared to look down on her since he killed a bunch of goblins. At first she wanted to just blow his head off, but she remembered that she had already used this one-time ability, and therefore she couldn't just kill him. Then suddenly she remembered that she had something to give to this little man. Normally she would have simply declined such a request, but she offered to talk privately while everyone else had to stand there and wait. The other players couldn't believe that bargaining with the angel had worked, and some were thinking about trying to bargain too. Absolutely everyone was interested in what kind of reward the guy would receive, and they openly envied him. Having entered the forest area, the angel asked why he did not come closer, since it was inconvenient for her to constantly look back. In fact, she was bursting with anger because this man only listens if you shout at him. For a race that does not know how to listen, they are too greedy. Besides, she didn't know how to change the reward assigned by the system, but if she could, she wouldn't do it. He just has to take what he's given, but she'll show him what happens to greedy insects. After that, she clearly decided to kill him as soon as they passed the nearest stone. Although there is a high chance that something will go wrong if she kills the player for personal reasons without a one-time ability. The other players can complain about the injustice, so she doesn't need witnesses. Smiling falsely, the girl decided to ask what kind of reward he wanted. But as soon as she returned, she noticed a fist rushing quickly towards her, but it was too late to dodge. The angel fell to the ground and could not believe that this little man had hit her, and golden blood began to flow from her nose. Jumping up, she immediately insulted the guy, but noticed that he was no longer in the same place, and Ryu Min instantly appeared behind her. Without thinking twice, he grabbed her wing and began to pull it, causing the girl to scream in pain. With a calm expression on his face, he asked her to stop whining. However, the guy didn't stop there and continued to rip out the wings one after another, accompanied by the angel's piercing scream. Now she definitely won't run away anywhere, and when asked if it hurt, she answered, obviously. Another couple of minutes and she would have asked him this stupid question and probably would have laughed nastily. The girl decided to pretend that she had no intention of doing something like that, calling him crazy. However, Ryu Min continued to assume that she would have tried to kill him with the dagger hidden in the wing. When he found the weapon, he added that there was no point in lying because everything was written on Burial's face. The girl looked at him with undisguised surprise and asked how the mortal knew her name. Then she tried to find out what he was going to do with the weapon, even though she already knew the answer. Frightened, she held out her hand in front of her and threatened to get rid of the guy with one wave of her hand. However, Ryu Min knew that she couldn't do anything to him now, as she had already used up her one-time ability. Burial concluded that he would not get away with this, and her comrades would not let him get away with it. But the boy knew that all angels were selfish, caring only about their own well-being, and it was unlikely that they would lift a finger even if she died. Now he was ready to get rid of her, knowing at the same time that the system worked in such a way that he would return automatically at the end of the round. The girl couldn't believe how he knew about all this and was ready to give him any information, but he wasn't interested. If he needed information, they would simply squeeze all the necessary information out of her. But they are just pawns in a bigger game. Burial again wanted to know how he knew about all this, but she didn't have time to finish as her chest was pierced by a dagger. The system announced that he had killed the angel and became the first player to kill an angel, receiving the reward, the title. As a reward, he receives angel blood as well as the assassin's rune, which was quite expected, but this time Ryu Min came first. The resulting rune was automatically engraved on the user's body. This inverted system of sacred essences increases the user's stats. Ryu Min first learned of them while avenging the angels on his 13th attempt. However, these rewards can only be obtained by one user. Each reward is comparable in usefulness to a unique item. If the other angels knew that the guy had already received the rune, they would be shocked. And also the main reason for killing the angel was because of his blood, which could change the user's class to a Reaper. All players can acquire a class after level 10. There are 30 different classes in total, and they are all so easy to change. To do this, you need a class change item, usually easy to get during a hunt, or after completing simple conditions. Exceptions are unique classes that are given to only one user under special circumstances. Unique and regular classes are like night and day, bonus stats, runes, upgrades, development trees, and so on. Ryu-Min returned without even clearing the first round. He'll use the reward for first place in all regions first. As a reward, he was offered a choice of a triple experience buff, 2,000 gold, or information about the second round. The most important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change classes, so he chose to increase experience. This is the last attempt, so no half measures. He must become stronger by any means available. When the first round ends, his soul must return to the real body, and the beginning of the second round will be on the 1st of February. At this time, he returned to his body like everyone else who had disappeared during the holiday. The guy himself did not understand why everyone fell to the ground and decided that it was all just a strange dream. Looking at the time on his phone, he noticed that the same amount of time had passed as in his dream. His friends began to regain consciousness, thinking that they had fainted, but everyone around them was in the same state. The guys immediately began to declare that they had such a wonderful dream, and were surprised that absolutely everyone lost consciousness. But when Young Min overheard other people's conversations, he doubted that it was just a dream. They immediately started remembering the goblins, the first round, and everything else, realizing that they would be going there again on the 1st of February. Suddenly, the boys noticed that one of their comrades was not waking up and decided to wake him up themselves. But when they turned him over, they discovered that the guy was not breathing and his body was ice cold. Fear immediately appeared on their faces because he died in the game and therefore did not wake up in reality. It turns out that everyone who didn't wake up is now dead. Only half survived, and the same thing will happen in the second round. Young Min's hands began to tremble and a mad smile appeared on his face as he began to realize what was happening. This means that now they are all equal. No more complaints about the unfairness of life. Then he asked his friends to calm down because all they needed was to survive, but he complained that they weren't even given a chance to play properly. However, this was the case for everyone and they were not the only ones. And friends looking at Young Min decided that he had gone crazy. He's been a street thug all his life, so he has nothing to lose, but he still has a lot to do. Suddenly he began to look around, unable to find his errand boy. And before losing consciousness, he saw him nearby. But perhaps he didn't even survive the first round and fell. Young Min decided that this was quite natural. He was a complete weakling, and it would not be surprising if he died among the first. Then he noticed a strange guy who was wearing steel shoulder pads rather awkwardly. At first the guy doubted it, but then he thought about the status window and it suddenly opened. His friends immediately decided to check it out and noticed that they couldn't see other people's windows. They also suggested that they could transfer items and stats into the real world. To test this, Young Min grabbed a small piece of earth and crushed it with his bare hands. When he realized what he was capable of, a smile lit up his face, and the news was already reporting on what had happened. In the square, right during the New Year's Eve celebrations, while the bells were ringing, 10,000 citizens simultaneously lost consciousness. An unidentified woman dressed as an angel descended from the sky during the ceremony and spoke to citizens. Shortly after this, a woman died from injuries caused by the explosion. Just before this, a citizen pointed at her and said something. After this, the woman extended her hands towards the observer, causing approximately 10,000 people to simultaneously lose consciousness. According to data provided by law enforcement agencies, most of those who lost consciousness fall between the ages of 15 and 29. Scrolling through his newsfeed and reading the comments, Ryu-Min realized that it had already begun. But this was only the beginning. Articles about what had happened and about the deaths began to appear one after another. But the real problem is not this, but that the players' stats are transferred to the real world. The survivors call themselves players, and now higher authorities have begun to investigate the reasons for this phenomenon. No one has particularly high stats yet, so the problem isn't particularly noticeable at the moment. But as the level increases, players will become extraterrestrial beings, and no modern weapon can stop the player. Ryu-Min doesn't plan to sit back and watch the world descend into chaos. If left unchecked, the players will destroy everything by the 20th round. And there is only one way out: to take control of other players, becoming an order of magnitude stronger than everyone else. You will have to use different methods of gaining strength and apply the experience gained from past attempts. He knows several suitable people with excellent potential and has already figured out how to recruit them. But it is too early to act, as he has another more important matter. Returning home, Ryu-Min noticed the empty bag of noodles that his brother was eating for dinner again. Entering the bedroom, he found the boy sleeping like a log while the older one was wandering around somewhere. It was Ryu Wan, his younger brother, and he was in the 3rd grade of middle school. They had a very ordinary family, but after their parents died in a car accident, a lot changed. One of the most noticeable changes is that he became his brother's guardian. Without thinking twice, Ryu Min turned on the light, causing his brother to wake up. It was only 6 in the morning, but they didn't have time to sleep, and the guy decided to explain everything on the way. Ryu Wan didn't understand where they were going so early in the morning, and decided to refuse if his brother wanted to drag him to watch the sunrise. But Ryu Ming said with a serious expression that he couldn't relax right now, as the world was plunged into chaos. The younger one remembered that Ryu Min was going to celebrate the new year in the square. As they walked down the street, Ryu Wan noticed that the elder had such a serious face, and it was still unclear what had happened. Looking ahead, Ryu Min decided to ask his brother directly if he knew anything. This question visibly frightened Ryu Wan, and he realized that something had happened while he was sleeping, and the elder asked him to search the news on the internet. After a couple of minutes, Ryu Wan began asking about the angel who descended from heaven and took people to another world. More precisely, she took away their souls, and Ryu Ming killed hundreds of goblins, completed the task, and was able to return. Upon hearing this news, Ryu Wan immediately began asking his brother if he was injured, but he asked him not to worry about him. However, the younger one could not help but worry since he was his only family left. After his parents died, he was left with only Ryu Min, and since then they have always been together. The boy knew what the eldest had to go through to fill the void left by the death of his parents. To do this, he had to become the strongest and most reliable person in the world. However, a strong spirit and killing hundreds of monsters are completely different things, and the elder is not that strong physically. Suddenly, Ryu Min smiled and declared that he knew what Ryu Wan was thinking. He explained that there was a stat system, just like in games, so the strength of his muscles didn't matter. When he sees him later, such thoughts will disappear altogether, and if his brother wants to find out, he must follow him. Suddenly, Ryu Wan stopped and declared that he would not take another step until he knew where they were going. Ryu Min only had to mention one name, Tai Gyu, for his brother's eyes to widen in surprise. They were heading straight to the hideout of the biggest bully in his class to get even. Ryu Min knew that he was mocking his brother because he was far from blind. Ryu Wan didn't want to bother his senior with his petty troubles, as he already had more than enough problems. However, the main character mentally changed in front of his brother, as if he really didn't know anything. He was able to find out the whole truth only after his first return from the round. That time he went out somewhere for a short time, but then in the middle of the night, the phone rang. The person on the other end of the line asked if he was Ryu Wan's guardian and asked him to come to the hospital immediately. He was left blind after that beating, all because Ryu Min couldn't protect his younger brother from Tai Gyu. The boy apologized to the younger brother again and promised that no one would lay a finger on him again. At this time, Tai Gyu himself was beating up 3 guys because he had told them earlier that each of them should bring 200,000 won. They writhed in pain and were unable to respond, which is why the huge guy began to kick them. His comrades stood aside, noticing that the elders from other schools were also afraid of him, and it would be better not to cross his path. Returning to them, Tai Gyu stated with displeasure that he wanted to find money to buy himself a bike. He then asked his friend if he had any ideas on where to raise money, but there was no answer. Suddenly, one of them remembered a small, curly-haired boy they could call. A smile appeared on Tai Gyu's face as he was just about to call young Min to beat him up in honor of the new year. And then you could shake all the money out of him, which was just a brilliant idea. However, Tai Gyu hastened to reassure them, since the guy was supposedly homeless and definitely had no money. Upon hearing this, his comrades immediately became disappointed, because this guy doesn't even have parents and lives with his older brother. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Tai Gyu was looking towards the entrance, and turning around, they saw 2 guys. At first, a smile appeared on the bully's face, but then he loudly shouted Ryu Wan's name. Grinning, he tried to figure out who had come with him, noticing the infuriating face of the unfamiliar guy. Then he decided to ask about it directly, thinking that young Min had made a friend. But suddenly, Ryu Min smiled menacingly and declared that he was his brother. Tai Gyu also smiled, reminding him that young Min should have kept his mouth shut but still snitched. Then his 3 comrades stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves, intending to teach the 2 boys a lesson. One of them approached Ryu Ming and began to measure their heights, simultaneously provoking him. However, the guy didn't have time to react to the fist that flew at his face at incredible speed. The second bully immediately came to his comrade's aid, but missed with his fist and also got hit in the face. 2 more headed in his direction, but the same fate awaited them, and they fell to the floor. Tai Gyu decided that this guy had learned to fight somewhere, but that wouldn't be enough against him. He then turned to Ryu Ming, deciding that he had learned a couple of techniques and thought he was the center of the universe. "Come closer," he asked. "Didn't they teach you that in fights you can crush someone with your weight?" In response to this, Ryu Min only smiled, concluding that Tai Gyu was wrong not to read the news. The bully didn't understand what was going on and tried to attack the guy, who easily dodged any of his attacks. Out of breath, Tai Gyu decided that something was wrong and couldn't understand why he couldn't hit it. Before he struck, Ryu Min stated that if he had read the news, he wouldn't have even dared to attack the player. Taegyu staggered from the blow to his face and then wanted to hit back, but his opponent was no longer in his place. Ryu Min punched him in the face again, knocking out a tooth in the process, which enraged Taegyu. The bully's comrades stood by and watched in shock as their leader was beaten up, something that had never happened before. Taegyu decided that Ryu Min was specifically aiming for the face, but he only needed to hit it once. He tried to strike again, but Ryu Min swung his leg, hitting him in the chest and sending him flying several meters. Even after all the returns, Ryu Min never forgot what it was like that day when his brother went blind. He didn't want to go back to that hell again, and now Taegyu was pleading with him not to come closer. However, Ryu Min did it his way, grabbed his palms and smiled, explaining that he shouldn't have touched his brother. The next second, there was an unusual crunching sound as Taegyu's fingers were broken. He did the same with the other hand, while the bully's comrades tried to slip away unnoticed. Ryu Min added that something worse would happen to him if he messed with Ryu Won again, but he promised that he wouldn't touch him again. But the guy decided that he had to see it through to the end, otherwise he might forget his promise, and then tried to break his wrist. When the two brothers were returning home, Ryu Won tried to find out how Ryu Min did it, and where he learned to fight. The elder noticed that his brother was not paying attention, and explained that players could use skills in the real world as well. To demonstrate this, Ryu Ming extended his hand in front of him, and summoned the dagger he had obtained from the angel. Ryu Won couldn't believe that the knife appeared out of nowhere, and Ryu Min could summon the weapon he received. When he moved super fast, it was the same, because he was able to come back from all of Taegyu's attacks. At the moment, he has 11 points of agility, an ordinary person has 3, and athletes can have up to 10. The younger brother asked what would happen if he raised the level, but his brother lied that he didn't know, since he had never experienced anything like that before. It was a deliberate lie because he had no intention of revealing the truth about his return to the past. Ryu Min tried to tell him everything on the 11th try, and then he was kidnapped by another player. Even though the boy got his revenge, he still doesn't want to force the younger one to go through that again. He must be prepared to defend it in the upcoming clashes between players. So, to begin with, he suggested that his brother have breakfast at the store since he was clearly hungry. Upon entering the store, Ryu Min headed for the ATM, even though his brother explained that the noodles were in a different section. However, now the guy did not want to withdraw all his savings, namely 133,201. Ryu Won couldn't believe he had withdrawn so much money, but he really needed it for one thing. After that, they headed to the groceries, and Ryu Min suggested that they choose something from them today. The brother was surprised because in front of them was all the expensive food, and the prices started at 5,000. But the elder said that today they could take whatever their heart desired. Ryu Won was hesitant as they would hardly have enough to live on if they spent money, but the elder only urged him on. The younger brother's eyes lit up when he suggested the pork belly chili. Ryu Min suggested that we go to a restaurant one of these days and have the most expensive steak, but the younger one only smiled guiltily, explaining that this would be enough for him. The elder mentally asked him to wait just a couple of days. He would feed him so much meat that he wouldn't even be able to look at him. A few minutes later, the brothers were enjoying the meat, and Ryu Won couldn't believe how delicious it was. He wanted to thank the elder, but he suddenly got up from his seat and went somewhere. A few minutes later, he returned, scattering lottery tickets on the table on which he had spent all his savings. There were 20 tickets in front of them, and right now, Ryu Min wanted to try his luck. Ryu Won couldn't believe that his brother would spend 100,000 won on the lottery, and he wasn't sure that they would win anything. Then his eyes widened in shock when he noticed that Ryu Min had written the same numbers on all the tickets. Despite his surprise, the elder smiled and explained that these were the winning numbers. When they returned home, they immediately started watching the live broadcast of today's lottery. Ryu Won was visibly nervous, realizing that they were in trouble and had just wasted 100,000 won. He thought that he should have just bought better food with the money, but Ryu Min remained completely calm. As the announcer began to call out the winning numbers, the younger brother's surprise grew stronger. The guy looked closely at the phone screen, comparing the numbers they had entered. Suddenly, tears appeared in his eyes and he asked the elder to pinch him, as he could not believe his luck. He wanted to make sure that it was not a dream and denied the possibility of such an event. Ryu Ming smiled and asked not to worry, as he was sure that this was not a dream. When the younger one realized what was happening, he immediately jumped up from his seat and screamed loudly. But the older one asked him to be quieter, otherwise they would wake up the neighbors. Ryu Min watched his brother's joy with a smile as he continued to stare at the winning ticket. For the first time, he looked just as happy and even screamed in the end. The first time it happened, both brothers were as happy as children. But after repeating the moment dozens of times, it became an annual must-do event. After each regression, he needs to accumulate a lot of money in the shortest possible time, since about 900 million have already perished. The economy will become shaky, and trading of items between players, which will become much more active in the future, will be conducted for cash. Ryu Won couldn't believe they had 100 winning tickets, and he couldn't even imagine how much they would get for them. The win was so big that it could shock the world, as no one before them had won so much money. The next day, Ryu Min went to the bank, but he was nervous because he had already won the first place prize dozens of times. Approaching one of the employees, he said directly that he would like to take the first place prize. A friendly man congratulated him and was surprised that the boy received the first place prize, although he looked like an ordinary student. Answering the worker's questions, he told the man where he had purchased his tickets, surprising him. Just recently, he was informed that from the place where the tickets were purchased, there were 115 winning ones. It was enough to drive you crazy, but the most interesting thing is that all the stories came from the same place. At that moment, the man was visibly surprised and could hardly believe that they had been bought by one person. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yonhoi branch, you should immediately call the president because they will be VVIP guests. At that very moment, Ryu Min pulled him out of his thoughts, and the employee smiled again and asked him to wait a little longer. A few minutes later, an elderly-looking man came out to them, smiling from ear to ear. The man introduced himself as Jun Ho, the president of the bank, and the guy immediately introduced himself in response. The director hastened to congratulate him on winning the first-place lottery. Then he suggested that the guy walk a little more quietly and asked him to follow him. They entered the room where the lottery ticket sales team was located and were greeted by a girl. After bowing, she tried to understand who was walking next to the president, and at first she decided that it was his son. However, Jun Ho quickly explained that he was a VVIP guest who had come to collect his winnings and asked that he be taken care of properly. The girl was surprised that such a guy won the prize for 100 tickets, and the director asked her to feel free and solve her own problems. The employee immediately ordered herself to remain calm, after which she invited Ryu Min to sit down. The girl offered him something to drink, but for the guy it was more important to get his winnings right now. She smiled, but first she needed to check his tickets. Taking them in her hands, the girl could not believe that he had bought all the tickets with the same numbers, as if he could see the future. When she finished checking, she announced that all 100 tickets could win the first place prize. When asked how much money he would receive, the employee swallowed nervously before announcing that his winnings were approximately 22.5 billion won. After taxes, he had about 15 billion won left, and after receiving the winnings, everything would go much faster. First, Ryu Min found a place to move to, and in the evening he opened a brokerage account. Bitcoin is expected to rise by 300% next month, so he plans to invest in Bitcoin to increase his profits. And a few days later, he and his brother moved into a new house that Ryu Won could never have dreamed of. However, the younger one became curious as to why he chose to rent when they had so much money that they could buy a house. Ryu Min explained that he no longer had any cash, leaving only 1 billion and investing the rest in Bitcoin. Ryu Won froze in shock, although the elder knew what he wanted to say and explained that he did not do it thoughtlessly. In any case, he can get more from the lottery because he saw 4 sets of numbers in his dream. Ryu Won couldn't believe it since he had only heard about people who dreamed about lottery numbers. At that very second, he began to shake his brother by the shoulders, hoping that he had remembered all the numbers and asked him not to forget them. In fact, he could not have forgotten the numbers since he had done it many times, and they probably remained in his memory forever. Then the older brother suggested they eat somewhere and prepare for departure, and when the younger brother asked, he explained that they were leaving today. Meanwhile, standing in the alley, young Min broke through the wall with his hand, realizing that investing all his skill points into strength was a good idea. Moreover, he received exactly the power that doubled it, and he was really lucky with the random rune. He could bet that Tyson would be jealous of such incredible strength. And that was more than enough, so now it's time to test your strength in a real fight. Sometime later, he knocked on Ryu Ming's house, doubting that the boy was dead, but for some reason no one answered when he called. He mentally called him arrogant, thinking that young Min would just let him go after glaring at him. Even though they are both losers, he is also a loser in Africa, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Perhaps Ryu Min hid in the house, but for some reason he couldn't come out, when suddenly it dawned on him that he might not be at home. After listening, young Min asked the guy to at least breathe, and then he would simply smash this door and him at the same time. Suddenly, young Min heard a male voice nearby asking what he was doing in front of someone else's door. The guy immediately rushed to find out what business it was, but the elderly man quickly explained that he was the owner of the apartment. He then suggested that the guy had come to meet a friend who immediately agreed, asking him to open the door. Young Min tried to reassure the man that he couldn't contact his friend and was worried that something had happened. The owner of the apartment was surprised at first, but then said that it looked like his friend had abandoned him. Now this room is empty and the student who lived there before moved somewhere today, but the man did not know where. Clenching his fist tightly, young Min became angry when he learned that Ryu Min had run away without saying a word. Meanwhile, Ryu Min and Ryu Won entered an incredibly tall building, and the younger one was surprised even by the steep entrance door. At the reception, they were given access cards, which Ryu Won continued to be delighted about. When they went to the new apartment, the younger one quickly asked how big the place was. There were about 330 square meters here. They have a lot of money, so the apartment must be big. 500 million won in deposits and 22 million every month. Ryu Won was shocked because just recently he was worried about spending 5,000 on lunch at a convenience store. The younger one thought the place was too expensive and suggested moving to cheaper housing. However, Ryumin said it was worth it because the more expensive the rent, the better the security. On the first of every month, players fall into a coma, and during this time, they are most vulnerable. Vulnerable to disasters such as fire, earthquake, and assassins hired by other players. So, when the time comes, players need to prepare to travel to another world in the safest possible place. No matter how cool you are in another world, it all ends if you die in reality. And now all they could do was enjoy their new apartment. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from the younger brother's face, and he suddenly decided to apologize. Next month, the elder will again enter another world to fight, and he will enjoy life without any problems. Ryu Min slapped him on the shoulder and asked him why he looked so depressed, and if he thought he wouldn't come back in the next round. He asked me to stop thinking about it and suggested that we go out to eat, since he had heard that the Korean restaurant on the second floor was quite good. Suddenly his phone rang and he realized that Young Min had found out that he had moved, so he decided to just ignore him. The next day after the move, Ryu Min noticed that his younger brother was getting ready to go somewhere. He said with a smile that he had ordered a rice cake and was going to pick it up, which puzzled the elder a little. This hasn't happened before, of course. Regressing to the past doesn't mean everything will be the same, but now he goes out to buy a rice cake for the first time. When asked why he bought it, Ryu Wan replied that he should treat his neighbors to it since they had come, because it was good manners. After some thought, Ryu Min agreed that it was a good idea to get along with the neighbors, and the younger one only became more pleased. Ryu Wan suggested going out to get some cake while the elder could rest, but the elder suggested going and greeting them together. After some time, two guys went from house to house and announced that they had moved into the neighboring apartment, so they came to say hello. A friendly woman immediately opened the door and noticed two young men. She guessed that they were twins, and Ryu Wan said that he brought her rice cake, which tastes better when it's still warm. The girl thanked them from the bottom of her heart, and the guy bowed politely in response. After this, they continued their journey to their neighbors, and they all turned out to be very pleasant people. After a while, they were quite tired, but they had one last neighbor to visit, after which they could rest. They reached the floor that was the penthouse. The 44th and 45th floors were combined into one. Ryumin doesn't know the details, but maybe someone famous or from a wealthy family lives here. Ryu Wan called several times, but no one answered, so they decided to go back. But as soon as the boys turned around, they saw in front of them a beautiful woman who was the actress Ah Rin. Ryu Wan noticed that she looked like an angel, but suddenly their path was blocked by a security guard who asked who they were, assuming that they were fans. Ryu Min immediately crossed his arms over his chest and apologized, explaining that they were neighbors downstairs. The man was surprised as he mistook them for other people, while Ryu Wan smiled and asked if they wanted to try some rice cake. Relaxing, the man politely declined, explaining that she didn't eat that kind of thing, and then invited the girl into the house. Ryu Ming looked after them with displeasure, although he didn't know who he thought he was. It was rude. However, the younger one was not upset, but on the contrary, he beamed even more, reminding his brother of that girl. At this time, Ah Rin was reading the news, which said that only 58% of celebrities survived the incident. The girl looked gloomy, trying to understand how this world still worked. Why did she receive a message that Seo Jin had died, but Ah Rin already knew about it? She was offered to come to the funeral together since this man cared about them, and the girl agreed. And Rin found it hard to think that someone more successful than her had died in the first round. If she hadn't received a good rune, she would be in these articles now. It has grown a lot, and it is unknown whether it would have reached such heights without the company's investments, since they even rent this penthouse. Suddenly, a guard came up to her from behind and asked what she was thinking about, but Arin didn't want to discuss it with him. The man sat down next to her, making it clear that everything was fine, because he had already told her to be frank with him. Then Arin admitted that she was thinking about how the world had become like this and how to survive in the next round. The guard told her not to worry about the next round. She had no need to worry as long as he was around. The girl was too tense now, so the man asked her to just trust him and relax. When the company first assigned her a manager and a security guard, she was wary because it looked like they wanted to keep an eye on her. Although if it weren't for him, she would have definitely died in the first round without his support and help. The guard said in a serious tone that he would protect her no matter what, so he asked the girl not to give up. And Rin thanked him and then said that those guys had recently moved in and had come to treat them to some rice cake, which looked very tasty. They had tried so hard to welcome them and should have been upset now, but the guard asked her to forget about it. He was sure that these guys just wanted something from her, but they wouldn't ask endlessly if she gave in even a millimeter. In her opinion, they didn't look like bad people, and they looked to be over 15 years old, and it looked like they had killed 100 goblins to survive. Suddenly, Arin cringed as she thought that people who had been through such brutal events were acting as usual. But the guard smiled, replying that killing 100 goblins wasn't very difficult, and only a fool would fail. This is all because people in the other world have outstanding skills. But even so, her guard wasn't as good as Black Scythe, and he almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. In reality, he must have a job, and she wondered what he did, whether she could survive the second round if she worked with someone like him. This time she survived thanks to luck, but it is unknown whether she will be so lucky next time. On Tuesday, January 31st at 11 o'clock in the morning, Ryu Wan was cleaning when he suddenly noticed that his elder brother had returned home. The younger one immediately began asking if he had received the money, hearing an affirmative answer, although this time it was not that much, about 15 billion won, but he was even more interested in whether they had said anything at the bank, since this was the fourth victory in a row. In fact, Junho was truly stunned, and wanted to know what the guy's secret was, but he only replied that he received a divine prophecy in a dream. The man could hardly believe this and sincerely began to dream that he too would have such dreams. Ryu Wan assumed that his brother would invest everything in Bitcoin again, and this was indeed the case, as he currently has about 1.5 trillion won in his account. The younger one began to worry that Bitcoin would lose value, so he suggested that they start withdrawing money. However, the elder refused this idea and asked not to worry. Instead, it would be better to go and have lunch. That evening, with 5 minutes left until midnight, Ryu Min lay in bed with Ryu Wan holding his hand. The younger one was very worried and asked to survive and return safe and sound. Ryu Min smiled and asked him not to be afraid and to go to sleep. He would be with him when he opened his eyes. A few moments later, the guy's soul was transported to another dimension, and the other players followed him. Each person reacted differently. Many were afraid, while others compared this place to the previous round. As they all suddenly turned their attention to Black Scythe, the boy realized that they would not approach him. When everyone gathered in the sky, the face of an angel appeared, but it was completely different, and people began to wonder what happened to the past. The girl explained that something had happened to the angel who had conducted the first round, and that she would not appear. She asked the players not to worry, as she would be guiding them herself from now on. And since everyone was here, it was time to announce the task for the second round. The task for the second round was that all players had to choose regional representatives within 3 hours. Absolutely everyone was surprised because they thought they would be told to kill monsters again, and suddenly they realized that in this round, everyone could survive. The number of participants was 5,143, and everyone can pass this test. The angel noticed their bewilderment and decided to clarify something with a smile. They might have noticed that this round does not require fighting and will end if they choose regional representatives. Regional representatives can use their power to order other people around. At their command, every player would crawl or die, and this was a huge force in the hands of one man. Within 3 hours, everyone will receive a voting ticket, which they will use to choose who will represent the region. There will only be a vote, with the help of which they will complete the main quest of the second round and calmly return home. This can be called a short respite. The players' spirits also lifted after hearing the good news. But some were suspicious that everything was too easy compared to the first round. However, the angel asked them to decide among themselves who would also become the region's representative, and they had 3 hours to do everything. One of the girls couldn't believe that they would actually survive if they just voted, which was too easy. Moreover, if you become a representative of a region, you can gain power over others. But Young Min was dissatisfied because he was preparing for a fight. He was asked to relax because it would be even better if they all survived just by voting. But the guy gave it his all but couldn't show it. Hearing these words, Ryu Min knew that this time he had received the Rune of Power. Including Young Min's rune and the situation as a whole, everything is going exactly as he remembers. Players will spend the next 3 hours deciding who to vote for, but choosing representatives isn't the hardest part. The existence of the main quest means that there are also side quests. And the additional and hidden quest of the second round is the promotion to obtain a class. To do this, he needs to get to level 10 as quickly as possible, and by a lucky chance, a hobgoblin came out to meet him. One swing of his dagger was enough for him to defeat his first opponent. Thanks to the Butcher's Rune, all stats increased by 1%, and going deep into the forest to hunt was a good idea. Where there is one goblin, there are bound to be more. And indeed, armed monsters were already hiding in the bushes nearby. Ryuming looked straight at them, waiting for them to attack him first. After some time, he killed 50 hobgoblins, which caused his stats to increase by 50%. The guy leveled up, and there were still 2.5 hours left before the end of the voting. Opening the status window, he noticed that he was already level 9, and decided to put everything into agility again. If he had received a power rune like Young Min, it would have been more effective to invest everything into power, but that would have made it much harder to survive. The player has 4 stats: Strength, Intelligence, Agility, and Luck. Strength increases physical damage, health, and defense, while Intelligence increases magical power. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and dodge chance, while luck increases critical hit chance and item drop chance, each of which is useful. Especially for the Reaper who uses both physical and magical power, it is good for them to increase all stats equally. Suddenly, Ryu Min felt someone following him. He hadn't noticed as he was hunting, and no one had followed him in his previous attempts. Holding a dagger in front of him, he asked the stranger to come out, threatening him along the way. An unarmed Arin immediately came out to him and raised her hands up, announcing her presence. The guy immediately recognized her as an actress, not understanding why she followed him. The girl began to apologize, and her security guard added that they did not follow him out of evil intentions, and hoped that the guy would not be angry with them. The man's nickname was Song Chul. Ryu Min heard this name and knew that this man must be Gyung Lok's right hand. Gyung Lok is the eldest son of one of the largest companies in the country, a player with the nickname Sky Demon. He is also one of the guy's targets. By luring him to his side, he will be able to accelerate his growth. What he needs most is to recruit a bait who will be with him in the 20th round. Ryu Min didn't think he would meet Gyung Lok's right-hand man so early. Then he started to wonder why this man came with her, when he suddenly realized that he was the one who was with Arin back then. Come to think of it, it is known that part of Gyung Lok's business is sponsoring celebrities. But more importantly, he doesn't like that the future has changed again. And then he decided to ask when they started following him. The girl explained that they started from the very beginning. She saw that he went into the forest and followed him. In fact, she didn't think about anything bad and just wanted to offer him something. Ryu Min won first place in the first round, so he decided to see if they could collaborate together. The guy was surprised because he knew that cooperation meant that both sides needed each other. He didn't need them since he fights well alone, so he asked them not to waste his time on useless talk. He had no intention of joining forces with them, and Sangchul asked with displeasure how big his ego was. Suddenly, Arin dropped to her knees and declared that it was no wonder he was number one, because his blood pressure was terrifying. Naturally, she became nervous when people were glaring at her and pointing a sword at her. And Rin sincerely wanted to unite with number one, but everything didn't go according to plan. However, this is exactly what Sangchul was talking about. People like him are too proud to even think about allies. They spent time following him, but learned that there were monsters in the forest, so the girl suggested that they hunt in the remaining time. The idea sounded quite good, so Arin smiled and urged her comrade on. Continuing to hunt goblins, Ryu Min didn't expect anyone to talk about cooperation when he was so busy. It was much more important to level up, and now he had already killed exactly 60 monsters. But when the guy wandered a little deeper into the forest, he noticed that new opponents had appeared in front of him. They were gnolls, and Ryu Min considered himself lucky to have encountered 5 of them at once. Having easily destroyed them, the guy managed to increase his level to 10 and fulfill the conditions for promotion. He now had access to the store, and a hidden side quest was created. He needed to get promoted before the vote, obtain an item, and gain a class. Usually when people see this side quest for the first time, they are confused because they don't know about promotion items and classes. Everyone understands that getting a class is very important, but no one knows yet where to get an advancement item, and usually it can only be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions. Future warriors must raise their strength to 10 and kill 30 monsters within an hour. Then they will receive their item. To become a berserker, you need to hunt for a while, bleeding out. Assassins have to backstab monsters a lot. Basically, everyone has to do something specific to their class to get the item. At first, Ryu Min attacked monsters many times in a row and then hid from them in the forest. This is how he received the Hunter class. But ever since he learned about the Reaper class, he always chose only it, and now he used the item again. Once he used the promotion item, he would no longer be able to change class, so the system asked him to choose carefully. Ryu Min didn't think too long about his answer and agreed, receiving the coveted Reaper class. As a reward for his progression, he receives the Reaper's Rune. During the day, weapon damage is doubled, and at night, attack speed is increased by 50%. Another reward for the promotion was the Reaper's Scythe, which suited him perfectly. For completing the side quest, he receives a coupon for a 50% discount at the store, and his rank was changed from Novice to Apprentice. With each new rank, the player receives special bonuses. Class skills or new features can be unlocked, and Ryu Min received the Reaper's class skill, Death's Mark. There are also special items for higher ranks. If you get them, the promotion will allow you to remain a newbie forever. Ryu Min was the first player to be promoted, and as a reward he received a random gold bag. In addition, the first player to advance gains a neutral skill and gains tracking, which pinpoints the location of a selected target. This skill cost 20,000 gold, but the guy still decided to test it. For his first target, he used Young Min and was immediately shown his location. It didn't take long for the system to announce that Ryu Min was 190 meters from the target. Looking at the arrow leading to the target, the boy realized that Young Min was also in the forest. On his previous attempt, he had been a full 2 kilometers away, so he decided to visit him. Meanwhile, Arin and Sangchul were running away, but the girl was losing her last strength. Her leg was wounded, but her comrade urged her to hurry because if they caught them, they would be in trouble. There's a theory that if you get hurt in this world, the wound won't carry over into reality. If you can hold out until the end, you'll return home and everything will be fine. And Rin understood everything and promised that she would try to be patient when suddenly someone's voice addressed them, asking where they were going. It was Young Min and his team who noticed the injured players with a smile. Sang Chul got angry when he realized that they were caught because of this idiot. He didn't have much of a choice, so he would have to fight, after which he took out a knife from his inventory. Young Min was surprised that he was going to fight them, even though there were several times more of them. Sang Chul decided to find out why they were torturing them, what they had done to them, and why they were chasing and attacking them. The dark-skinned guy replied with a smile that they just needed this girl, pointing at Rin. They didn't care about him at all and they only wanted the girl. Young Min's comrades began to whisper, thinking that she might be a copycat impersonating Rin. Then Young Min asked to put the girl in front of them, and he himself could go, and they would not catch up with him. Sang Chul thought that they should have told him right away that their target was her. He would have left her and would not have hesitated for a second. He certainly wasn't going to sacrifice his life for her, but if he couldn't protect Rin, he would disappoint the director. Young Min noticed that the man had taken a fighting stance and realized that he was actually going to fight. The man reminded them that they were committing crimes, but there were no laws in this world. Young Min said with a grin that he could file a report against him when they returned to the real world, but he wouldn't have any evidence. This began to visibly irritate Sangchul, but he understood that the guy was right. Suddenly, they noticed Black Scythe standing silently next to a tree nearby. Ryumin immediately asked what was going on here, but Young Min tried to send him away, but to no avail. Sangchul admitted that it was the band that caught up with them. They said that they needed Rin and then asked for help. Then the guy decided to listen to what Young Min had to say, but he suggested that he go where he was going. He tried to convince Black Scythe that it was none of his business, but the guy had a different opinion because he knew these people. Then Ryu Ming took out his scythe and stood up to protect the wounded, as he could not abandon them in trouble. And Rin and Sangchul began to thank the guy, but in reality it was simply in his interest to help them. If he helps the girl, then Young Lok will surely be very grateful to him. If such an important boss is in his debt, the reward will ultimately be many times greater than the energy costs of the service. He also simply didn't like these guys, who needed to be taught a lesson long ago. Young Min wanted to stop him, but Ryu Min reminded him that he wanted to fight, which angered his opponent. However, the dark-skinned guy realized that he had simply torn the goblins to shreds and had been number one last time. It was unclear who would want to confront this monster, but suddenly Ryu Min declared that if he didn't want to fight, he had to answer honestly. Young Min hesitated, but Black Scythe promised that he would consider letting them go if he knelt down and begged for mercy. Ryu Min clearly wants him to humiliate himself right in front of his friends and Rin. He would like to avoid a fight if possible, but this guy really irritates him. Suddenly he realized that he was strong enough to break through a wall with his bare hands. Perhaps he could land a lucky blow and knock out Black Scythe. Young Min flexed his fists and smiled evilly, replying that he was crossing the line. Then the guy started walking forward, continuing his meaningless dialogue. He thought about quietly closing the distance and hitting her straight in the face. Even Black Scythe wouldn't survive that. If even a brick wall can't hold up, then a person has no chance at all. But to his surprise, Ryu Ming hid the scythe, explaining that it would be unfair if he came at him unarmed with the scythe. Young Min thought his opponent was being too arrogant, but Ryu Min suddenly rushed forward, swinging his fist. The dark-skinned guy thought it was a stupid decision to throw away the weapon and stick his head forward. He was about to strike when he suddenly realized that his opponent had regained his strength, and he himself was immediately punched in the stomach. The blow was so strong that it threw the guy several meters away. However, that was not the end. Ryu Min approached him and grabbed him by the collar, after which he continued to beat Young Min. His blows felt like hammers, and it felt like heavy objects were hitting his face. It became clear that this guy was no weaker than him. Young Min knew that Black Scythe couldn't have a power rune like him, but for some reason the blows were too strong. Suddenly, Young Min's comrades came to their senses and decided to help their leader, and one of them pulled the bowstring. And Rin warned the guy about the shot, and he dodged, simultaneously closing the distance with the archer. The boy remarked that he was lucky to get a bow while hunting monsters, but they were not lucky enough to meet him. The archer's comrades noticed that Ryu Ming had drawn his scythe incredibly quickly and cut off his arm, causing them to immediately tense up. However, they were not going to back down and wanted to punish the arrogant player. Then Ryu Min decided to use a new skill on him, Death Mark. It was enough for him to swing his scythe once for the enemy's legs to be separated from his body. Ryu Min then rushed towards the last player, noting that since he was going at him with a weapon, he believed he had a chance. As expected, Death Mark is quite useful. Thanks to double damage, it can even cut through armor. These players were too easy to deal with, and every one of them except Young Min lost a limb. But Ryu Min doesn't intend to end there. He needs to instill such fear in them that they'll never try again. One of these poor fellows was shaking with fear and believed that he was dying, so he begged for mercy. Swinging his scythe and wiping away the blood, Ryu Min replied that he would not die from this. When they were finished, the guy turned his head and addressed the hiding young men, hinting that he would not be able to hide from him. Ryu Min had no intention of making any exceptions, so he swung his scythe again, cutting off young Min's arm. And compared to what he had done to him in the past, losing his arm wasn't that painful. Sangchul noticed that Ryu Min had mercilessly cut off both arms of his opponent, who had already lost the will to fight. This may seem cruel to many, but he respects cold calculation. This black scythe is capable of standing up to even the president. When Ryu Min finished, he walked over to Arin and Sangchul, who began thanking him again. Now they don't have to worry about anything anymore, as it will be difficult for this guy to move from now on. The boy and girl bowed low, politely thanking him for saving them. Suddenly, Arin asked if they would die, but it made no difference. They were worse than animals. Ryu Min noticed that she was too kind and that she didn't care about the lives of these scum. He compared her to Mother Teresa, but perhaps she is just trying to maintain her image. Suddenly, Sangchul turned to him, intending to ask him about something, but first asked for permission. The man wondered why he had spared these guys. In this world, nothing would happen to him, even if he simply finished them off. Ryu Min noticed that this man was behaving exactly as befits Gyung Lok's right-hand man. But in reality, it was all very simple. He had no benefit from their deaths. Sangchul suggested that they might cause him trouble in the future, but Black Scythe had a different opinion. In response to this, he only smiled, since such an outcome was unlikely, judging by their abilities. Besides, there's nothing good about mowing down players, as it will reduce the number of players who advance to the next round. Sangchul completely forgot about this, because if there are fewer survivors, then the number of places will decrease. The man was surprised that the guy was even thinking about this, and it was clear that he understood this game well. When he understood everything, he announced that they would no longer think about these scum. He also asked for the guy's account number so he could send him a large sum of money for saving them when they returned. But Ryu Min refused. Sangchul couldn't believe that this guy helped them for free and didn't even care about the reward. Then he decided to tell the president about everything that had happened. Although he would like to kill these guys, he was ready to restrain himself, because Black Scythe was right. Meanwhile, in the clearing, where there were many players, many offered their candidacy, promising to do the right thing. Because no one wanted to give in to the others, some began to quarrel among themselves. Some players tried to calm these people down, explaining that this fight would not give them anything. One of the guys stated that such impulsive people have no right to claim the title of server representative, and that he would be better off. Another player stated that his father is a member of Congress, so the representative post could be entrusted to him. However, there were many who did not believe him, and they began to accuse him of lying. Suddenly, Mincho addressed everyone. Let me remind you that there are only 2 hours left until the end of the voting, and it is better not to waste time on empty arguments. And they immediately started asking him how they would choose a representative, but the guy already had an excellent solution. All the players immediately turned their attention to him, wanting to hear what he had come up with. Mincho smiled, realizing that everyone was obeying him without complaint, and he knew that his rune of persuasion would work again. Then, of all the possible runes, he received the rune of conviction. At first, he was disappointed. When they needed to destroy the goblins, the guy decided that she was useless against monsters because they couldn't even talk. However, he soon found a way to put this seemingly useless ability to use in this situation. He saw other players weakening the goblins, and while they were still alive, he loudly declared that a girl nearby needed help. Persuaded, the players immediately went to help the poor girl. Mincho repeatedly stole other people's unfinished goblins, and in this way he easily reached 100 kills. If everything goes as smoothly this time, he will easily become a representative. First, they need to decide what candidates they have, narrow the range down to 5 people, and choose one of them. The others also got the point. It was certainly better than everyone yelling to get votes for them. Mincho announced that if they wanted to nominate someone, they had to raise their hand. He also reminded that one cannot nominate oneself. If this ban is not established, then everything will end up as before. The others immediately agreed with him, and the guy just smirked, because it was too easy to sell any nonsense to these idiots. The players immediately began to think about who they could name, since they didn't really know each other and only saw themselves as representatives. As expected, there was silence, but in this way they will only name those who have managed to stand out. Suddenly, one of the players raised his hand and suggested making Mincho himself the representative. Still, the representative must be someone smart and with leadership qualities. Even now, he is very good at managing the crowd, but no one even dared to suspect him of deception. Everything was going according to his plan, and he was grateful for everyone's pressure when suddenly someone raised a hand and brought out the black scythe. But this was also expected. It would be strange not to mention the player who was the best in the first round. However, some also began to raise their hands and nominate other players. In total, they had 4 candidates, with 1 more vacancy left. However, no one else has proposed anyone, so before the vote, each candidate must come forward and make a speech. Mincho decided to speak first, glad that it was too easy to fool these people. But as soon as he started speaking, someone's voice loudly asked him to shut up. It was Life Documentary, the previous second place. The guy looked extremely dissatisfied and angry, not intending to listen to the rest of his speech. He stated that Mincho decided that only fools had gathered there and would swallow everything he told them. Mincho immediately tensed up, assuming that Life Documentary had figured out what skill he had, but he quickly dismissed that theory. However, the guy asked even more rudely who he was to choose the chairman. Mincho decided to answer calmly because, as they say, a bad person is known by his words, but he curses incessantly. He hoped that this would work, but his interlocutor became even more angry. It was hard to believe that the persuasion skill didn't work on him, although that couldn't be true. Then Life Documentary turned to the other players and demanded that they vote for him, because if they didn't, he would kill them. However, it was unlikely that anyone would listen to someone like him. So Mincho asked him to stop disgracing himself and go back to where he came from. But suddenly, Life Documentary swung his knife sharply and cut the guy's throat, even though he warned him not to get into trouble. And then he announced again that if the players didn't vote for him, they would end up like this idiot. Panic immediately washed over everyone present as they realized that one player had killed another. However, Life Documentary didn't see anything terrible in this. If they weren't happy with something, they could attack him. The players immediately called him crazy, and the guy decided that if they weren't going to attack themselves, then he should start it himself. After that, he rushed forward and began to cut down one after another, because there were no police, no journalists, no cameras here. He can kill as much as he wants, and if someone doesn't vote for him now, he'll get them in the next round. The guy was sure that now they would obey him because they were afraid. If he can become the region's representative, the first thing he will do is finish off the Black Scythe. At this time, Ruming killed 265 enemies out of 100 and managed to reach the 16th level. The higher the level, the slower he gains new ones. In these 2 hours, he killed more than 200 monsters but only raised 6 levels. But hunting was easy, of course, thanks to the Butcher's Rune and the Reaper's Rune. The first rune doubled the weapon's damage and the second doubled its stats. However, the time left before the end of the voting ended, and the call of all players in the current region to the starting point began. The players who were absent from the clearing immediately teleported back and began to look around in surprise. While Rin looked at the bodies of the fallen players in horror, Ryu Min noticed that Jun Sik had once again gained the upper hand this time. Jun Sik, the gang leader and the second most skilled fighter in the region, however, his stats left much to be desired. It's always better to defuse a time bomb before it explodes, but it's too early. Suddenly, Jun Sik turned to him, declaring that he had been waiting for him for a long time and now wanted to offer him something. Smiling, the guy decided to get straight to the point and asked Kosa to obey him. Twirling his bloody knife in his hands, the boy added that if Ryu Min did this, then he would spare his life. But the interlocutor only grinned and in response asked him to fall on his knees and beg. Only then would he let him go unharmed. Jun Sik, despite his appearance, decided that Ryu Min had gone crazy and apparently did not understand what was going on. He was about to tell what would happen if he became the region's representative, but Ryu Min interrupted him. Taking out his scythe, the boy realized that his interlocutor had not understood his words and was going to die right there. Jun Sik immediately froze in a stupor, not understanding where he got such a weapon from, and realized that he had been rolling the barrel on the wrong person. He then declared that he was the leader of the gang and would never bow to someone like Ryu Min. The guy decided to challenge his opponent and ordered him to attack him with this fashionable stick. He was still as hot-tempered as all the previous times, but now it was time to stop joking. Things will get much more complicated if Black Scythe shows her power and gets votes. We need to make Jun Sik a representative so he can use him in the third round. Plus, it was time for the angel to appear, and at that very second, the silhouette of a girl appeared in the sky. Ryu Ming told his opponent that he was lucky, asking him to choose his opponent carefully next time if he did not want to die young. Jun Sik almost had a stroke, but now he was ready to let Ryu Min go, and he should wait and see how he became a representative and avenged the humiliation. The angel wanted to know if they had chosen representatives, noting that in 3 hours they had not only managed to talk, although it was none of her business whether the people died or not. Instead, she smiled and raised her thumbs up, deciding to proceed with the planned vote. A window opened in front of each player, where each had 1 vote. The player with the most votes would become the representative. However, players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and die. Jun Sik noticed that almost all the players were looking in his direction, as this is necessary in order to vote for him. Suddenly, he angrily turned his attention to a girl nearby, visibly frightening her. He decided that she had not voted for him, but she claimed otherwise, and the guy began to threaten those who were not looking at him. When the time was up, the angel concluded that fortunately, all the people had participated in the voting, and now all that remained was to count the votes. Jun Sik was unhappy. Even though he was in first place, he only had 2,412 votes, and Black Scythe was in second place. He looked menacingly at the players because he asked them to vote for him, and they gave their votes for Black Scythe. When it was all over, the angel announced that Life Documentary would be the region's representative. In this case, she gave him the authority of a commander, and thus he can order people around. Many players regretted their decision to appoint such a person as a representative, but otherwise he could easily have dealt with them. Smiling Junsik wanted to form a black scythe, regretting that he didn't kill him, because he could order everyone to kill the guy. However, his smile immediately disappeared when he noticed that this skill could only be used 10 times. It was also useless on players who had received a class, and any player with a class could ignore its orders. Noticing his confusion, the angel smiled, announcing to all the players that this was not all, and that there was a hidden quest in this round. In the additional quest, people were supposed to receive improved items in a class, and if successful, receive a coupon for a 50% discount on today's item. A quest window like this was supposed to appear on level 10, but no one knew about it. One of the players couldn't figure out how to level up if there were no monsters here, but the angel said that the forest was literally teeming with monsters. However, she asked not to be upset. Because of this, only 80,000 people from all regions were able to receive a class in this round. Angel noticed that someone in the region had also received a promotion, which stunned the players. She snapped her fingers and suggested looking at the results of the side quest, and the name Black Scythe was there. Players could hardly believe that he was the first to get a class and the only one to advance in their region, and he even got the Reaper class. People started whispering that the Reaper class was so damn strong, and now it became clear why he carried a huge scythe everywhere. Junsik was the most dissatisfied of all because he wanted to use the authority of the commander and order Black Scythe to die, but he had already received a class. In the second round, the rank is determined based on the speed of completing the additional quest. In their region, only Black Scythe received a class, but the angel was surprised that he took first place not only in their region, but in all the others as well. He had a unique Reaper class and his nickname matched it, so she wondered why he chose that particular nickname. He may have known in advance that he would choose the Reaper class, but he couldn't have predicted that he would get a class that suited his name. Even angels don't know how to get the Reaper class, they only know that it is a unique class. Only one person in this region received the class, which means that only he will not be affected by the commander's authority. The players decided to find out more about this, and the angel explained that the representative of the region cannot give him orders. Besides, he can only use the authority of the commander 10 times, so just because Junsik became a representative doesn't mean he has unlimited power. The embittered representative mentally insulted the angel because she told everyone about it. However, the girl decided to give Black Scythe a reward since he received the class first. With a snap of his fingers, a window immediately appeared in front of the guy, in which he could choose 2 awards from different categories. Ryumin immediately received a notification that he had received low-ranking rare armor from the election and a special reward as a reward. Of the 3 armor options, he chose the leather armor of an experienced hunter, since metal armor was too heavy, and the mage's robe was of no use. He thought a little longer about the second reward, since there are a lot of monsters in the third round. He definitely needed an experience buff, which is what he chose. As the rewards were distributed, the angel announced that everyone could go home, but the next third round would be a lot of fun, and she guaranteed it. Looking at the final results of the second round, the players' souls began to return to their bodies. Jumping up from his seat, Young Min noticed that his hands were still there and was grateful for that. Panic suddenly washed over him as he promised himself never to get involved with Black Scythe again. At this time, Sangchul announced to Irene that she had tried hard, but the girl thought that it was all his fault. She was grateful that the man protected her, but that was his responsibility as manager and security guard. Wiping the smile off her face, Irene wanted to say thank you to Black Scythe and wanted to know if it was possible. They don't know his real appearance, so they won't be able to find him, and besides, it seems he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Sangchul asked him to give him his account number so he could pay him back, but he immediately refused. He may know that his account number can be used to discover his true identity. If she wants to express her gratitude, she can find him in the next round and give him some item. It was a really good idea, and the girl wanted to think more carefully about how she could repay him. After this conversation, the man suggested that she get some rest and left the apartment. Standing in the elevator, Sangchul decided to call the president, noticing that he had not yet gone to bed. However, he drank the whiskey as soon as he returned, and Sangchul hastened to report that he had seen the final results. He then congratulated the president on receiving the Dark Knight class, but the president didn't see anything special in it. And Rin and he were only able to reach level 8 because they were stored in the middle of the round and were unable to hunt. Sangchul was just about to report this event to him and wanted to know if it was a good time for him to talk. It had to do with the Black Scythe, so the president asked him to come to the hotel to hear the details in person. At this time, Ryumin managed to eavesdrop on his conversation and realized that he was heading towards Yonlog. 10 minutes ago, the guy decided to use a neutral ability to track Sangchul. When the faces matched, tracking of the target's location began. He was pretty close, only 9 meters away from the guy, which meant he was still in the penthouse upstairs. But suddenly the distance started to increase, and judging by how quickly it was changing, he was using the elevator. Ryumin guessed that he had decided to visit Gyeonlok, and so he decided to check it out himself. It's a good thing the guy followed him as soon as he returned. The shadows block out the moonlight, and it's the perfect night for stalking. At this time, Gyeonglok was asking himself which player doesn't know who won first place in the first and second rounds. The man was sure that something was wrong with this guy, and he had a bad feeling about him. Perhaps it was Black Scythe who attacked his subordinate. If that was the case, then he couldn't sit idly by, and messing with his right hand was the same as challenging him. No matter who, if he stands in his way, Gyeonglok will not leave him alone even if he is number 1. 20 minutes later, Song Chul arrived at the appointed place and politely greeted the president. Everything happened thanks to him, but Gyeonglok did nothing, and besides, they were in different regions. However, the head of the department bowed and stated that his mere existence motivated him to take action. It wasn't flattery, but the pure truth, although belated, but the guy congratulated him on his survival. But this time it was difficult to talk about survival because the second round was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Sangkul rushed to congratulate the president on his promotion, but he was just lucky. Some say that luck is also a skill, and besides, taking second and third place in the region is not easy. Gyeonglok decided that the guy wanted something, judging by how much he flattered him. He decided to ask about it directly, and the head of the department tried to find out where he could get an advanced item. As it turns out, it's not that hard to get, and it drops while hunting monsters. In truth, it's thanks to the Dark Knight rune that Gyeonglok received. The very first time the angel explained how the system and inventory worked, the man discovered a gift. It was a Dark Knight rune that increased all stats and coated his weapon with a dark aura that dealt damage to enemies. He could also obtain the unique Dark Knight class after reaching level 10. But even to a subordinate whom he treats like a family member, he cannot tell the whole truth. Everyone can change at any moment, it's human nature, but right now the president was more interested in finding out who had hurt them. He immediately assumed that it was Black Scythe, but Song Chul immediately explained that this guy was the one who saved them. Sang Chul began to explain that he almost died due to the blows aimed at Ah Rin, and if it weren't for the Black Scythe, they would have been dead. Although the girl would most likely have survived without psychological trauma that would have interfered with her work, it would not have happened. Not only did Gyeonglok almost lose a valuable employee, but his business almost collapsed. He hoped that the offender was killed, but as it turned out, Black Scythe beat them half to death, but did not kill them. He gains nothing from their deaths, and the reduction in overall numbers will lead to a reduction in the number of survivors. Overall, he was right, but no one knows what they will do in the future. Thanks to this guy, his subordinate and property remained unharmed, and the president remained in his debt. The president decided that he needed to be paid, but Sangchul offered him payment, but he refused and immediately left. Gyeonglok immediately realized that this guy was afraid to reveal his identity and was acting very carefully. He then conveyed that if Song Chul met him in the next round, he should give him a reward as a thank you from him. You also need to keep an eye on him in case he needs help, because he is not one of those who does not pay his debts. However, the man forgot to ask something important, namely who dealt those blows. Meanwhile, Ryumin stood near the huge building, realizing that Song Chul had gone to the carpet immediately after returning, even though it was already so late. Since he checked his destination, the right to return brothers around, he will only arouse suspicion. The celebrity sponsored by Gyeonglok lives in the same house with him, for which he has his brother to thank. If they hadn't been handing out rice cake, they would never have stumbled upon Ah Rin, and he would never have known that she and Song Chul were related. If they use their neighborhood connections correctly, it will help gain Gyeonglok's trust, although it is unclear whether he should take him in the 20th round. The Dark Knight is like a cheat, but there are some downsides, such as the lack of a bonus rune for progression and the need to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage is that in order to use the Dark Aura, the power of the Dark Knight, you need to accumulate a unique mana called Dark Mana. It can't be obtained in the usual way. In a sense, this ability is suitable and not a healthy hobby of Gyeonglok. For now, the guy doesn't put him among the candidates and will use him whenever possible, but besides him, there are many other talented people. The next day, the man stood behind the store counter and didn't know what to do, because at this rate, revenue would fall by half. Suddenly, a girl came into the store and greeted my father, asking why he was sighing so loudly. It turns out that the sale of lottery tickets has been completely stopped. The government came up with a good reason, and it's probably all because of the players. No one knows what abilities players can use. It is impossible. It can help them win. Things were already tight because of rent and salaries, but the girl told him not to worry. She will be graduating soon and will be ready to help him in any way she can. Then she decided to get a part-time job to increase the family's income, but the man asked her to focus on her studies. She has good grades and should go to college because she always dreamed of becoming a doctor. But Julie had given up on that dream, and in such a situation, school was hardly important. In fact, she was right, and now money is very important. If things go badly, then in the next round she could die. However, it was not his fault, and the girl reminded him that she survived the second round, and even received a grade. To prove this, Julie reached out and began to use the ability on her father. He immediately felt a change in his body. It was a blessing skill. The girl received it with the priest class. It slightly increases stats and also invigorates ordinary people. The man smiled as he really did feel a surge of energy, and Julie promised to use it on him regularly. Suddenly, Ryumin entered the store and the man immediately recognized him, which made him surprised. Noticing her father's gaze, the girl asked if he knew him, which is how she learned that this guy was the lottery winner. He won first place by writing the same numbers on 100 tickets, and at that time the guy asked if he remembered him. The man agreed, but Ryumin suddenly said that he wanted to apologize. He saw the news, and since he had won first place several times, ticket sales were stopped. The guy apologized for unwittingly damaging the store and that it all happened unintentionally. However, he strongly asked them not to worry about it. Because it was not his fault, they would not die of hunger if they no longer sold tickets. Ryumin still doesn't like that they suffered because of him, so he prepared some kind of gift. Handing over the envelope, the guy said that he would like to at least slightly compensate them for their losses. There were 10 million won inside, and upon hearing of such a large sum, the man immediately asked to take it back. Ryumin still left him the envelope and left, and the man tormented himself with the question of how he could accept so much money. Suddenly, Julie suggested running and returning them, and her father immediately handed her an envelope and declared that it would be the right thing to do. Running out into the street, Julie quickly caught up with the guy, politely asking him to wait. She immediately recognized him and introduced herself, even though they were in the same class. The girl was surprised that Ryumin was not aware that they were studying together. The guy smiled and explained that he had a bad memory for faces, although in fact, it was a lie. He knew that he and Julie were in the same class and that she was the daughter of a convenience store owner and also had a unique priest class. When Ryumin first learned that they were from the same class, he was very surprised that fate existed. The reason he supposedly met Julie by chance for the first time was to win her over to his side. Suddenly, the girl invited him to go somewhere and talk, which Ryumin did not refuse. A little later, while sitting in the park, Julie decided to return the money to him, since they could not take that much. 10 million won was quite a burdensome amount, and the guy gave it to them knowing that they wouldn't accept the money because they couldn't live with debt no matter what. For some time, she continued to hold the envelope and asked him to take it quickly before her hand fell off. But Ryumin refused because he was giving this money because he felt guilty for the damage caused. No matter how big the amount was, he wanted Julie to take it. Otherwise, he would feel unwell and would continue to think about it. The girl became nervous again as there was too much money and it was quite a burden. Ryumin asked to give the money to the owner. For him, it is a small amount, so they can accept it without any pangs of conscience. Then the guy decided that they had finished talking and was about to leave, but Julie stopped him. She opened the envelope and started taking out the money, deciding that 10 million was too much, so she would only take one. The girl should have asked the store owner first before deciding, but she knew her dad would definitely be uncomfortable with that amount. Ryumin was surprised to hear this as he often visited this store. It's also surprising to her that the first place in the lottery was won by a friend from her class. But the girl was really surprised that he didn't know that she was his classmate, although she recognized him as soon as the guy entered the store. Ryumin explained again that he was bad at remembering faces, and besides, this was the first time they had talked like this. Although it is true that he feels awkward pretending that he doesn't know her, it is necessary for her to become interested in him. Then the girl decided to reintroduce herself and was a little nervous about it. Then she looked closely at the guy and asked him to remember her face. Suddenly, she turned away, realizing that she was introducing herself to a classmate when graduation was just around the corner. But now at least he would know her, and no one said that they couldn't communicate after graduation. Suddenly, Ryumin asked her to give him her number, which immediately made the girl blush. He didn't think it was weird to ask his classmate for her number, which she agreed to. After exchanging numbers, Ryumin suggested that they contact each other more often, since fate had brought them together like this. Having heard another agreement, the guy decided to leave as he urgently needed to do something. As Ryumin started to walk away, Julie remembered that she had never returned the money to him, but he only waved his hand at her. She never got them back, but he suddenly asked for her phone number and her heart continued to pound. Although she understands that he asked him as a friend, she still likes Ryumin. They first met by chance when Julie noticed some hooligans beating up a weak boy. She kept her distance and decided to call the police to somehow help the poor guy. Maybe it was out of pity for him, or she felt some responsibility for him. But in the end, she followed him to make sure he got home safely. And when I saw Ryumin at his part-time job, as if nothing had happened, I realized that he was much stronger than he seemed. That's how it all started. That's when he caught her interest, and Julie tried to watch him more closely. The saddest thing for her was that she never had the courage to speak to him first. After this, her feelings for him grew so much that she could not even approach him. No one could have thought that they would meet here, but now Julie will be brave, because this chance was given to her by heaven. After he gave her 10 million won, she couldn't pretend she didn't know him, so she decided to go out to eat with him. The next day, Julie invited Ryu Min to have lunch together and even offered to pay for everything, as she felt she owed it. It was a good sign, and if they became friends, he could easily make her his ally. Ryu Min will easily save the girl and bring her to the 20th round. Having quickly gotten ready, the guy headed for the exit, which interested his brother, who explained that he was going to meet an acquaintance. Upon learning of this, Ryu Wan was surprised, and the elder added that he would have lunch at a cafe, so there was no need to wait for him. When Ryu Min left, the younger realized that his brother had gone on a date. Sometime later, Ryu Min and Julie met at a cafe, and the guy asked her if she liked steaks. He offered her something to eat while the girl thought that lunch with Ryu Min was the best day of her life. The girl felt some awkwardness between them, and she needed to say something, but she couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, she decided to find out how it happened that he won the lottery, and 4 times in a row. The guy explained that he had dreamed of the correct numbers, and it seemed that Julie believed him and decided to clarify how much he had won thanks to the prophetic dream. Ryu Min decided not to name a specific amount, but it was enough to not have to worry about money for the rest of his life, because now he needs to think about security. Suddenly, Julie decided to find out what he did in the first round, remembering how difficult it was for her to kill goblins. The guy decided to lie that it was hard for him too, and when Julie asked about the region, he replied that he didn't remember exactly, but the last digit was a 5. Her region ended in 7, and she was sorry that they couldn't go through it together. However, she shouldn't be upset about this, as they will meet again in the game. After there are very few survivors, the regions will be united. Ryu Ming also lied that he didn't have a class yet, while Julie was lucky enough to find the right class change item and is now a priest. This means she can cast buffs like a mage. Luckily, nothing changed this time. Suddenly, the girl offered him a small demonstration, blessing him with an increase in characteristics. The blessing increased his stats by 50%, which will last for 3 hours. The effect is quite strong. It is not for nothing that this is a unique class. The effectiveness of this skill will double when she reaches max level, so by then the buff will be 100%. Still, it was great that Julie buffed him, that's why he met her in the first place. As a reward for completing a side quest in the fastest time, he was given a random bag of gold, the amount of which depended on his luck stat. This means that the more luck points a player has, the greater the winnings. Suddenly, Julie declared that if he needed a buff again, he could contact her anytime. Then, Ryu Min reminded her that she wanted to tell him something, although she was going to bring up this topic first. The girl thanked him for the money he gave them, and her father asked her to convey her words of gratitude to him. She also promised that she would return everything, but the guy reminded her not to worry about it at all. Julie clapped her hands and thought that if he didn't want money, she could repay him with something else. Then she handed him the thing she had received during the hunt. If he didn't want money, he should accept this gift. After lunch, they decided to go their separate ways, promising each other to have lunch again sometime, and wishing each other good luck in the second round. Opening his inventory, Ryu Ming noticed a low-rank purple magic crystal, not expecting to receive such a thing from Julie. It is still unclear what effect it has exactly due to the vague description. But when he reaches level 20, he will know his true potential. The combination function is only unlocked after reaching level 20, and allows you to combine a weapon with a magic crystal. Additional features are also unlocked with a total of 7 types of magic crystals, 1 for each color of the rainbow. Red gives damage, orange gives strength, yellow increases luck, green increases agility, blue gives intelligence, and blue reduces damage sensitivity. And purple is the rarest of all. It drops much less often than other crystals and increases all stats. The guy was incredibly lucky to get it for free, and it seemed like he had a high luck stat in real life too. He also remembered that he needed to open the pouch of gold while Julie's buff was active. You can also improve your stats with the Butcher's Rune, so he took a bag of 100 maggots out of his pocket. The rune increases all stats by 1% for each kill, and insects also count, as long as it's a living creature. There are no insects in the game world, so you have to kill monsters, but luckily there is a loophole. Ryu Ming apologized to them, after which he began to trample the maggots with his foot, thereby increasing the number of victims. He then opened the status window to look at his maximum stats. 15 luck points have grown to 45. At this rate, he can expect good results. After this, Ryu Min took out a bag of gold from his inventory, for the sake of which he had carried out all these machinations. For now, his luck won't be any better, so it's high time to use it. The guy was wondering how much gold he would get. Although luck affects the amount, it can still vary. The last time he got between 3,000 and 6,000, but now his eyes widened in surprise. The system first announced to him that he was receiving 9,999 gold. It was the maximum amount, and Ryu Min realized that all the preparations were worth it. He now has only 16,249 gold, which is more than enough to purchase an epic item. But the item he needs won't appear for another 2 weeks. A little later, as soon as Ryu Min returned home, Ryu Wan immediately began asking his brother how his date went. The elder asked him to stop making things up and decided to find out what he had for lunch. Sitting down next to his brother, the younger one announced with a smile that he had ordered black bean noodles. Something better could have been ordered, but this is exactly what Ryu-won wanted. Ryu-min completely understood his brother since just a month ago they were getting by with whatever they could. His bitcoins have already risen to $150 million, and the prices could collapse in about 2 weeks, so it's time to get rid of them. But before that, he decided to get a driver's license, and after some time, he was already passing the theoretical part of the exam. The examiner, who noticed that a certain guy finished rather quickly, decided to check his results and noticed that he scored 95 points and passed the test. The outcome was obvious, but it still took him 4 whole days to get his license, even though he had a ton of driving experience. Suddenly, Ryu-min wondered how long he had been in this time loop and how old he was in general. Having received his license, he immediately ordered a supercar for himself. He didn't have to think long about the choice because this is exactly what he had driven during his previous attempts. When he arrived at the car dealership, he was told that if they placed an order today, he would have the car in a month. Ryu-min decided to sign the papers right away, and the man said with a smile that he had excellent taste. 2 weeks later, it was time to receive all payments for the sold bitcoins. Without much enthusiasm, the younger brother decided to find out how much it ended up being. And as it turned out, the sum was 300 million. Ryu-won almost spilled his coffee when he heard these numbers, as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ryu-min only won 60 million in the lottery, and now it has become 300. Suddenly, the younger brother remembered with horror how he tried to dissuade his brother from buying Bitcoin because he didn't think it would take off like it did. Ryu-ming didn't expect this either. The maximum he received before was 280 million, so it's true. Now he decided to sell them before the price dropped. But when Ryu-won heard that the elder wanted to invest everything in stocks, he still choked on his coffee. He again tried to dissuade his brother as he knew nothing about investing, but the elder asked him not to worry. Ryu-min claimed that he had seen everything in a dream, and Ryu-won couldn't believe that he had had another prophetic dream, and this time about stocks. According to this dream, if Ryu-ming invests now, there will be great benefits later. The guy didn't blame Ryu-won for having doubts, but he knows the future and the company he's investing in. The company ranked 85th on Kospak with a capital of $900 million is Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation. This company is run by Gion Locke, and although it is still small and unknown, after developing a special system after the 4th round, the company's success will skyrocket. Since he knows that his company will rise, why not invest if he can buy back a significant amount of shares now and gain some influence over the company? Ryu-ming will gain a lot of benefits and power as the main shareholder. It is necessary to invest 280 million and buy out 31% of the shares. Turning his head, Ryu-ming noticed how his younger brother was loudly praying for his elder brother's prophetic dream to come true. In short, the job was done, and now all that was left was to purchase the items. At midnight that same day, Ryu-min opened the store as he had been saving up gold for this moment. If a player has gold, he can buy items and general skills. That's how simple it is. And even though they are all of normal rank, this does not mean that rare and epic items cannot be purchased. Item of the day allows you to buy a random item that refreshes every day, but it's usually hard to find what you need. Because every day the item is completely random, but for the guy it's not a problem, because he knows when it will appear. And today the store will have exactly what he needs, namely an epic grade bone necklace. This item increases intelligence and attack speed, and is quite cheap for such valuable effects. Ryu-min also got a 50% discount coupon he received for the promotion quest. If he buys this necklace at a 50% discount, he will only spend 2,300 gold. In the end, he still had a lot of money left. Initially, he was going to spend the remaining gold on a set of regular armor. But if he accumulates another 6,000, then he will have enough for a general skill, and this is better than regular armor. We urgently need to raise 6,000. Fortunately, there will be a lot of monsters in the 3rd round. And so time passed until the next round, when all the players were again drawn into another dimension, and that day inevitably arrived. This time, the players weren't as surprised by the transfer, but they were still upset and noticed that this time they weren't in the forest. The location resembles a ruined village, but some have compared it to a mountain of ruins. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the village was surrounded by high defensive walls. And in the very center, there was a huge glowing crystal, and everyone became interested in what they would do in this round. This place was unfamiliar to everyone, so everyone was nervous and confused. Only Junsik was relatively confident. At that very second, one of the players noticed a representative of the region, and someone heard that he was a mafioso. He forced everyone to vote for him and threatened to kill him, so the players thought that the representative should be Black Scythe, and not this maniac. Players who were too loud were asked to be quieter, but they didn't worry because the representative only had 10 uses of the subjugation skill. Unable to bear it, Junsik immediately turned towards them and loudly ordered them to close their mouths. The players didn't understand why he was being so rude and acting as if he had no control over his speech. Jun-sik then pointed his fingers at the players and asked who was talking about him like that, but everyone immediately turned away. The man knew it would happen this way and didn't ask himself why the angel couldn't keep her mouth shut. Suddenly, Young Min approached him and bowed deeply, after which he introduced himself and explained that he had come to greet him. Jun-sik was surprised, but the young man explained that he dreamed of becoming a bandit. However, the man was in no hurry to accept this guy, deciding that he was completely crazy. But he was the one who was a role model, and it was his gang that Young Min always wanted to join. Therefore, he bowed again and swore to obey and serve him as an elder brother for the rest of his life. Jun-sik had seen a lot of crazy people in his life, but he had never met such a crazy person, although he liked his attitude. He thought the guy had vision or hearing problems because he didn't notice that his reputation was now at rock bottom. However, Young Min didn't care about all this since the guy respected him, and that's the main thing. He didn't care what others thought. The main thing was that the man took him in. Smiling, Jun-sik decided to take responsibility for his upbringing, to which he heard words of gratitude. Noticing this, the other players couldn't believe that this guy decided to fraternize with Life Documentary. Ryu-min also noted that this time Young Min joined Jun-sik's gang again, and that was good. At that very second, an angel appeared above them and noticed that this time there were 90 fewer of them. Players noticed the main objective of the third round, which required them to protect the relic for 3 hours. Angel doubted that such young individuals would suddenly drop dead, and the struggle continues even in the real world. Suddenly, one of the players asked everyone to look at the number of those who passed, which had decreased fourfold. Only 1,225 people were supposed to pass, and they decided to find out for sure whether there was no mistake. Hearing the last word, the angel laughed loudly and rather creepily. However, there can be no mistake. Although they are overwhelmed by the amount of space, they have forgotten something. In each round, only half survived, but in the last round there was an unlimited number of places, so it makes sense that this time only a quarter will survive. Well, it's all fair. Yes, they just need to try to get into those 25%. In the third round, every half hour, monsters from her legion will emerge from the city gates, their target being the relic in the center of the village. There will be 4 waves in total, and they all need to work together to protect. For protecting the relic for 3 hours, they will receive an additional reward, and if they fail the task, they will be severely punished. But regardless of whether they can protect the relic or not, they will all be assigned a rank depending on the number of monsters they killed. This round there will be many more monsters than usual, but they will have only a third of their usual strength, and the amount of gold and experience from them will also be reduced. Jun-sik thought that this round would be easy for him considering that he had the submission skill. Suddenly, the angel clapped her hands, remembering that Life Documentary was the representative chosen in the last round. He can use the authority of the commander, but they are all probably wondering what will happen if the representative dies. Due to monsters, accidents, or natural causes, its place remains empty, but it can fall at the hands of another player. In this case, the killer himself will become a representative and will receive 10 uses of the commander's authority. Having explained everything, the angel added that the monsters would appear in 10 minutes, and for the next 3 hours they would have to work as a team to survive. Jun-sik cursed loudly, after which he noticed that some of the players had already drawn their weapons, pointing them at the man. He asked them to attack as he was confident that he could take them all out without blinking an eye. But the players only laughed at him because they were sure that he wouldn't do anything to them. Suddenly, Black Scythe came out to him, which noticeably frightened the man, but Ryu-min just wanted to talk. Jun-sik was noticeably nervous, but said that he was not afraid of him and asked him to tell him what he needed. However, he had previously asked the guy not to intimidate him and not to force him to beg for mercy, but to his surprise, Kosa had a business proposal for him. Ryu-min noticed that Jun-sik was in a difficult situation, so he decided to offer him his protection. He will protect him from enemy players and will also take full responsibility for his safety, and will accompany him everywhere. Hearing this, the other players couldn't believe that Black Scythe was going to protect this bandit. Jun-sik didn't expect that this guy would be so revered here. He hadn't even agreed yet, and they had already given in, even though the offer was truly tempting. However, everything comes with a price, so the man asked directly what he wanted in return. Ryu-min didn't want anything special, just for Jun-sik to obey his orders, in other words, to become his lackey. So far, he could not say why he needed this and what orders he was talking about. He would simply have to obey all his commands unconditionally, and now the man was doubting whether to agree. He didn't know what they would do to them if they refused, but it was unlikely that this guy would rush at him in broad daylight. Ryu-min rushed him to make his choice as everyone was waiting for him, and to everyone's surprise, Jun-sik rejected his offer. The guy knew that he would answer like that, because there was no way in the world that this bandit would agree to such a thing. The other players started to mock him because he could agree and calmly hunt monsters. However, either he is too proud or he is not afraid of them at all. Everything is happening exactly as it did in the last attempt, and now Ryu-min must finish what he started. Since Jun-sik decided to refuse, there was nothing he could do, and he wouldn't bother him anymore. Whether he died or not was all the same to Ryu-min, and the other players realized that Black Scythe didn't care about the bandit's life. They could do whatever they wanted with him, and this angered Jun-sik, who was already thinking about changing his mind. However, the first wave was about to arrive and the players had to prepare for the monsters and protect the relic at any cost. After half an hour, regardless of the number of survivors, a second wave of monsters will appear. In total, 3 hours are allocated until the end of the round. Jun-sik understood that he couldn't fight without being shoulder to shoulder with the people who wanted him dead, but the quest could be completed alone. Suddenly, he noticed that Black Scythe was going somewhere and decided to follow him straight to the gate. And as soon as the gates began to open, 9,800 weakened goblins began to run out of there. Jun-sik decided that this was some kind of madness and decided to hide for now and observe the situation. He wondered what Black Scythe was planning and whether he really was going to mow down the goblins at the entrance to the village alone. The gates were not very wide, but at least 10 people could definitely pass through them at a time. Jun-sik was sure that this guy was bluffing and would most likely stand there for a while for show and then run away. But at this time, Ryu-ming took out his scythe and with one swing destroyed several goblins at once. Then Jun-sik noticed that Black Scythe was really that strong, and hoped that all of them at level 16 would be that powerful. The man realized that now was not the time to watch from the sidelines, and he also needed to get going. He then looked at the other players who were defending the relic with all their might. While the players are busy fighting goblins, Jun-sik decided to get involved a little too. Suddenly, some goblin decided to attack him from behind, but the man's reaction was much faster. Thanks to the detection rune, he can easily predict the goblin's trajectory, and this should be very easy. Suddenly, he felt something fly incredibly fast past his face and catch his cheek. It was an arrow, but there was no depth to archers before, so it turned out that some player had fired it, and Jun-sik was determined to find him. But while he was thinking about this, some player ran up to him and thrust a spear straight into his side. At first he was happy, but then horror appeared on his face when Jun-sik began to stab him with the dagger. He then spotted the archer and immediately grabbed the spear that had pierced him, swinging it at the player. After eliminating the enemy, he didn't expect the players to be more of a problem than the monsters, unless he was the region's representative. If it had been his will, he would have simply handed it over to someone, but still he had to accept the help of the Black Braid. But he had pride, and he would never bend to it. There had to be some way out, a way to safely hunt monsters without the threat of players. Suddenly, the man noticed a top 3 regional player named Black Lizard in my hand. Without thinking, Jun-sik walked up to him and announced that from now on he would protect him. After some time, Ryu-min killed 502 goblins out of 100, using all his upgrades, increasing experience and attack speed. Then he decided to take a break and opened the status window, discovering that he had already managed to receive about 2,000 gold. At this rate, he can easily collect 20,000 gold in the second wave. It will be possible to accumulate more gold in this round and buy 2 common skills. If he succeeds, he will be able to get the Rune of True Thoughts of the Heart. The goblins attacked him again, but with one swing of his scythe, the boy got rid of them, and the others were no longer in a hurry. Meanwhile, the other players heard a strange sound and tried to figure out what was going on. The system announced that they had successfully repelled the first wave, for which they received 500 gold, but 967 players had died in that round. Those players who fell, although weaker than the goblins, were still felt sorry for. Ryu-min turned his head and found Jun-sik, who, as expected, survived. But it will be difficult for him to get through this round. The man himself noticed that one of the players did not kill the goblins, but only followed him. This same guy decided to finish him off, but suddenly, 2 players appeared in front of him, who were protecting Jun-sik. The commander's authority was really good, and thanks to their protection, he was able to survive the first wave. These 2 guys follow him, although he doesn't even use the authority of the commander. He was bleeding very heavily, and it was not known whether he would survive the remainder of the time. But the man decided to firmly cling to his life and make it through this round. Then suddenly the second wave arrived, where 3,933 players had to fight against 7,866 weak goblins and hobgoblins. Ryu-min still met them in front of the gate to be the first to get rid of the surging crowd. After some time, he reached level 20, his rank increased from student to commoner, and now he has access to the combination function. Now the guy can use combining to create unique items that cannot be obtained in the store. As the rank increased, the death seal was strengthened, and the additional damage increased from 100 to 120%. In addition, the exclusive Reaper skill Death Knight was learned. It spreads dark energy within a 500-meter radius, creating an artificial night, and this skill combines well with the Reaper rune. However, the guy didn't get to enjoy the update for too long, as a new horde of goblins attacked him. Without thinking twice, he decided to use his new skill, destroying all the goblins in an instant. The second wave was over, there were 3,343 survivors and 590 dead, and the players received 500 gold as a reward. Ryu-min decided to buy a couple of general skills while he had time to rest, after which he opened a shop and purchased presence detection. This skill allows him to detect all targets within a 30-meter radius, and right now, only goblins and corpses are within 30 meters of him. When the third wave came, the guy thought about saving up another 20,000 gold. During the third and fourth waves, the players fought as best they could, and by that time there were already 3,001 of them left. The players successfully repelled the fourth wave, but there was still a whole hour left until the end of the round. Ryu Ming has already used the commander's authority 10 times. As long as his comrades protect him, he will be able to live. The fifth wave pitted 2,700 players against 10,800 weakling gnolls, which immediately left everyone feeling down. After this, a fierce battle began, while Jun-sik decided that this was a chance to set a new record. He had to become stronger and rip out the throats of everyone who looked down on him. As a friend, the man noticed that other players, instead of fighting monsters, decided to attack him. They began to destroy his retinue, but Jun-sik ordered them to not let the enemies pass and block them. When his guards fell lifelessly, the man realized that there was no time to think, and he needed to escape as quickly as possible. He just needs to survive this wave and then he can safely return to the real world. Having reached the gate, he noticed Black Scythe, who had already killed a crowd of monsters and immediately decided to accept his offer. The man repeated again that he gave his consent, but to his surprise, this time the guy refused. He didn't really care whether he died or not, so now he had to deal with it himself. Jun-sik decided to ask why he was refusing now. And as it turned out, the Black Scythe didn't need a servant who didn't even have the authority of a commander. In other words, he said that the man was useless. If he had discussed everything again in advance, he would have agreed immediately. The other players heard that Black Scythe had refused him, and their mood immediately improved. Now they would definitely be able to kill him, but Jun-sik was not going to give up. And even if he died, he would take at least one of them with him. Suddenly, young men ran up to him, noticing that the elder was tired, and offered him his help. Jun-sik promised that if he got out of here alive, he would take good care of him. But suddenly, young men punched him in the face. The guy said with a smile that he would kill him quickly, after which he walked up and started punching the man in the face. A few minutes later, the regional representative was killed, and the representative's power passed to the killer, who was Young Min. The first thing the guy thought was that if he tried, he could control a Rin however he wanted. He promised that he would make good use of the commander's authority, and all this only happened because Jun-sik kept running away. Suddenly, Young Min turned to the other players, as he had said earlier that they had a good chance of winning. His comrades noticed with horror that he had killed a man with his bare hands and mentally called him crazy. The other players were confused because they remembered that this was the guy who had been sucking up to the gangster. And since he had planned to betray him from the very beginning, the players began to get angry that such a person became the representative of the region. Young men smiled and assumed that they would now try to kill him, but they would fail. He immediately had a great idea and ran up to Black Scythe, declaring that he was now the region's representative. Now he had the authority of a commander, but Ryu Min pretended not to understand what he was getting at. Young Min stated that he accepted the offer of protection and would do whatever the guy told him to do. Black Scythe didn't help Jun-sik because he didn't have the authority of a commander, so he would definitely accept his offer. But Ryu Min didn't like the way the guy spoke, and if he got down on his knees and begged, he would think about his proposal. Young Min reminded him that he had the authority of a commander, but right now this offer was more necessary for him than for Kosei. And now if he wants his protection, you must get on your knees and beg for it. Looking at the other players, Young Min knelt down in displeasure and declared that he would do whatever he said, asking to be used as a servant. Ryu Min has seen this so many times that he's a little tired of it, but unlike Jun-sik, Young Min can be useful. After thinking for a bit, the guy accepted his offer, and Young Min began to bow and thank him. Ryu Min sharply asked him to stop, as he didn't want to see his pathetic face. Then he took the lead, and the other players were upset that it would all end like this. They were afraid to even attack him altogether because they saw how Black Scythe fought, not fighting with a bunch of opponents at once. They definitely didn't have a chance against him, but suddenly Ryu Min decided to help them make a decision. There were only two options now. They could ignore the regional representative and go hunt monsters or die at his hands. If possible, he would recommend the first option, and the second would suit him, since he would not consider the one who raised a sword against him a man. After this statement, the players began to turn around and retreat, which visibly pleased Young Min. Although Ryu Min is a terrible enemy, there is no more reliable ally, and it looks like it will all be over soon. At this rate, they will easily clear out the fifth wave, but if everything just ends, it will even be a bit sad. So the boy turned to Young Min, inventing a new order for him. Now he had to use all his attempts at authority as a commander to break the relic. The smile immediately disappeared from Young Min's face, as he did not expect such an order. The boy clearly remembered the angel saying that if they couldn't protect the relic, everyone would receive a huge fine. Besides, if he uses all his attempts at commander's authority, He won't be able to make Aaron his slave. Young Min wanted to ask for 9 tries instead of 10, but Ryu Min wasn't going to repeat it anymore. The guy realized that he had no choice, and the Black Scythe herself would tell him who to use her authority on. After this, he began to list the various nicknames of the players who were supposed to fall under the authority of the representative. They were the ones who were supposed to break the relic, but Young Min realized that he had named all his friends and most likely did it on purpose. The marked players immediately began to refuse, but the guy only apologized to them and hoped that they would understand him. After that, he began to list the nicknames of his friends and ordered them to break the relic. The system immediately reported that the relic was under attack, attracting the attention of all players. Having noticed the violators, they tried to understand what the hell they were doing and asked them to stop. None of the players wanted to get a penalty, but it was too late, and the relic was broken and the main quest was failed. As a penalty for failure, a representative of divine retribution will be summoned for 30 minutes, from whom you must escape. This was a hidden side quest for the 3rd round, the reward for completing which was 3,000 gold. The players immediately became puzzled because they were only given 2,000 gold for defending the relic, and now they could receive 3,000 if they survived. The reward is definitely higher than for clearing the 5th wave, which is why Ryu Min used Young Min to destroy the relic. But the reason Ryu Min didn't destroy the relic himself was because of the penalty that was distributed among 10 players. All of their stats were permanently reduced by 50%, and they immediately started complaining, as they were simply following orders. They immediately got angry at Young Min, who tried to apologize because he didn't think they would receive such a fine. However, for failing to protect the relic, representatives of the region also receive a fine. All of his stats are also permanently reduced by 50%, a permanent reduction in stats that is a very harsh penalty. Nevertheless, it is worth preparing for the murder of the representative of divine retribution. Without thinking twice, Ryu Min opened a shop and bought some common items with his extra gold to slightly increase his stats. After purchasing, he decided to do some unification and first place the necessary items. Then combine it with a magic crystal, which will increase all the necklace's stats by 1. But he can only place 1 magic crystal in each item, improving it slightly. Leather armor damage resistance has been increased by 1%, and the Reaper's Scythe's power has been increased by 2. Low-rank magic crystals don't help much, but they're better than nothing. At that very moment, the ground beneath the players began to shake and everyone immediately became nervous, because they had to hold out for half an hour. It's not so easy to run away from a representative of divine retribution. Last time, out of the 2,700 remaining, only 500 people survived. Even just surviving is incredibly difficult. The divine retribution representative is a boss that 2 people can only defeat with the help of 5 level 40 players. But Ryu Min wants to kill him and get the maximum possible rewards this round. He has a title obtained after killing Betrayal, which doubles all stats when fighting against a sacred creature. The representative of divine retribution is precisely a sacred being. An angel-like creature appeared above the players, and the players decided that it would be too easy to dodge. Everyone present visibly relaxed as the representative raised his staff. Dropping it sharply, he began to create a dome, being in its center. It was a restriction field, and until the caster canceled the skill, no one could leave the area. All players were trapped, and all their stats in the field were reduced by 50%. The representative caught about 300 players at one time. It was a shame, but it was impossible to save them. Suddenly, the creature created thousands of copies around itself, which instantly pierced hundreds of players. Those who were still alive did not understand how to dodge such attacks because they were quite difficult to even see. If you get caught in the restriction field, it is almost impossible to dodge the light arrows. But if you use your brain a little, you can dodge it. But this is on the condition that the representative is distracted. He was so focused on killing people that he completely forgot to watch the rear. Ryu Min decided to attack from an ambush as soon as the barrier collapsed. As soon as a gap appeared in the barrier, Ryu Min decided to attack, and he didn't have to worry about him turning around since he couldn't hear him. When the target was 5 meters away, the guy activated the death seal because he needed to inflict critical damage with the first attack. The representative turned around, but it was too late, and Ryu Min struck with his scythe. The creature howled in pain as the boy hit it right in the eye. His remaining health, which is visible through the death seal, is about 60%. So the guy with him can hit about 40% with one attack. Now he uses the field again to find him, but Ryu Min has already started to run away quickly. With a wave of his staff, the representative of divine retribution once again used the restriction field. When he realizes that he hasn't caught anyone, he will immediately cancel the field and open up. Since Ryu Min had already taken away one of his eyes, he could easily take the other one as well. After the attack, the guy remained inside the field, but it doesn't matter anymore because without sight, for him, he's just a bag of bones. At that moment, the blinded representative began to create sacred spears around himself. Since he can't see who is trying, he sends arrows of light in all directions to see him. The guy used the Night of Death, and after all, light is weaker than darkness. Such are the laws of this world, and therefore he decided to end it. Rushing forward, Ryumin returned from the attack and cut off the monster's wing with his scythe. The creature's health dropped to 10%, but now he will move away and will not kill it. The conditions were met, and the activation of the Divine Retribution representative's passive skill, Brilliant Final Glow, began. Now the representative was invulnerable. This phase begins when his health falls below 10%. If he had already snuffed out his head, he would not have been able to kill him later. The creature then began to create interdimensional tunnels, and Ryu-Min decided to witness its final skill. Now he had to survive the duration of the Brilliant Final Glow, and after a minute the invulnerability ended. Then the guy ran forward and swung his scythe sharply, cutting off the monster's head. After defeating the representative, the guy's level immediately increased several times. He was given 8,200 gold and an additional 4,100. Ryu Ming received the title of Adversary of God's Retribution, and now the number of colored creatures was reduced by 80%. For the first kill of the representative, he received Concentrated Ether and a Rune of Radiance. The Rune of Radiance, like all the others, was automatically imprinted into the player's body. One might think that Concentrated Ether is the only reason for killing a representative of Divine Retribution. It is needed to create a Divine rank item, but in addition to this, a rune was obtained. Since Ryu Ming is level 30, his intelligence has increased by 30, and his skill efficiency has increased by 30%. Once the hidden side quest was completed, all players received 3,000 gold as a reward. They were all happy that they were able to survive and were shocked that Black Scythe single-handedly killed the representative. How come the angel didn't show up? Which I was also surprised that the guy single-handedly killed the representative. And this is the first time that she, Olive, actually recognizes a person. Then she decided to conduct a short interview and ask the guy why he wanted to kill the representative. Ryumin knew that there was no point in asking these useless questions, so he replied that he simply wanted to. It was a strange answer since he was risking literally everything, but the guy explained that he couldn't just stand by and watch him kill people. The players were surprised, thinking that it was all for their salvation, although they thought he was arrogant because of his strength, but he turned out to be quite nice. The angel was surprised because somehow people miraculously unite, forgetting the time when they were ready to tear each other's throats. It was difficult for her to understand this, but Ryu Min was not surprised because such a thing would not be understood by an egoistic angel. She then praised the players who had worked hard to survive, but it was too early to relax. The decision to exclude them will be made based on the overall results, and we need to look at them. Everyone was shocked to see that Black Scythe had killed 3,600 monsters on his own, while the second place hadn't even killed 1,000. He had an experience buff, but they would only find out about it if they took first place in all regions. As a reward, Ryumin received a special reward selection chest and a rare mid-rank ring selection ticket. And he had to choose one ring from the list. Among them were the Ring of Swift Winds, the Ring of Blue Magic, and the Ring of Resistance. It may seem weak by name, but the guy decided to choose the Resistance ring. No matter how high your stats are, being affected by a status effect means death, and resistance cannot be increased with stats. The next reward wasn't a triple experience buff. After all, the goal of the fourth round wasn't killing monsters, so the guy chose 4,000 gold. Suddenly, the angel announced that everyone had to check their ranks, and those below 1,225 would be eliminated. The players immediately became scared and asked her to recount, because they had killed a lot of monsters and their ranks could not be that low. However, the girl made it clear that insects included in this list would be excluded. After this, many players began to glow and their bodies disappeared amid loud screams of horror. In the end, there were 1,125 survivors left, and Arin also returned safely, having managed to survive the third round. But that's not all. Now she has a summoner class, so she immediately decided to use the fairy summon. She was able to calmly finish the third round, thanks to that cute fairy who creates a barrier, and because her guard was aggroing the enemies. The girl took third place in the region, and she became curious whether Black Scythe needed the crystal she received as a reward. At this time, Young Min smashed the lamp against the wall, cursing the Black Scythe, because of him, all of his stats were reduced by 50%. He would never have ordered the destruction of the relic if he had known that this would happen. The guy understood the situation he was in, but he still tried to call his friend and find out if he was okay. He asked them not to pretend to be an innocent lamb, because they screwed up because of him. On the one hand, he simply had no choice. If he hadn't done this, Black Scythe would have finished him off. But suddenly the comrade declared that he should have simply died, which stunned Young Min. However, this did not suit him, and he himself could see that his characteristics had dropped since he was a representative of the region. But this didn't just happen to him. None of this would have happened if he hadn't wanted to become a representative. The comrade asked them not to call him anymore, and no matter what world they were in, they no longer wanted to know Young Min. Otherwise, the guy promised to break his face if he saw him even once more. When the call ended, Young Min tried to figure out what he had done wrong since he was also a victim. Then he decided to ask his other comrades to help him deal with Scythe, but the number he had chosen was temporarily unavailable. Out of anger, he threw his phone on the bed. You understand that now the guy was left alone. He didn't need such friends, and now they can live the way they want. He then remembered Shung Han's words about how he would kill him if he saw him again, and this only made Young Min more angry. The next day, Kyung Lok met Sang Chul in his office, who this time also survived. The third round was quite difficult, but everything worked out because the monsters weren't very strong, and he didn't have much trouble. The guy explained that he was currently level 11 and a knight, and Arin was the same level. However, she had a different class and was now a summoner, which slightly surprised the leader. He doubted that it was a common class, since after receiving it, she was able to summon a fairy and learned how to cast shields. Only thanks to her, Sangchul was able to hunt in peace, which made Younglok happy. He asked to continue to maintain a good relationship with the actress, and if he liked her, then he could start dating her. He was simply saying that relationships are the easiest way to find out someone's weaknesses, and wasn't talking about serious relationships. Sangchul didn't know if he should start dating her, and Kyunglok laughed because he hadn't seen him so excited in a long time. However, if he didn't want to, then there was no need, because Arin had no feelings for him at all. Even though he is courageous and reliable, she still calls him Mr. Guard. But in fact, Sangchul came here first to apologize to the master. He was unable to carry out his order and help Black Scythe, and he was also unable to convey his message to him. When asked about the reason, the guy began to recount everything that happened during the third round. Sangchul said that Black Scythe had dealt with the Divine Retribution agent incredibly skillfully, as if he already knew how to defeat him. This guy clearly doesn't look like a person in need of help. His characteristics are beyond their imagination. He is so strong that Gyeonlok feels embarrassed for thinking he was strong because of the Dark Knight rune. And since Sangchul had his reasons, the man would not punish him. Then he decided to find out what the results of tracking down those thugs were. Sangchul reported that there was a person with the alias Young Min, which may be his real name, and they found hundreds of people all over the country. But if we take into account that he is about 20 and lives in Seoul, then the circle of suspects narrows down to about 5 people, although it will take a month to find out his home address. This scenario upset Gyeonlok a little, since they wouldn't find out anything until the 4th round anyway. And Rin agreed with him, but decided that there was no need to rush, and the gentleman decided to find out how much gold he had. There were about 10,000 of them. The store actually has a tracking skill, and as soon as he accumulates 20,000 gold, he should immediately learn it. Suddenly, the guy remembered that last month the shareholder had bought a huge amount of shares in his company. The conversation was about consulting for the Heavenly Demon, which is what he is currently focusing on. When asked how many percent of the shares he bought, Sangchul asked not to be too surprised and announced 31%. Kyunglok was surprised that one person bought 31% of the shares, and Sangchul thought he was seeing things when he looked at the screen. The market value of consulting is about 900 billion won, and 31% of investments is about 280 billion, and one person had that much money. Perhaps it was a rich man the man doesn't know about, or perhaps one of his brothers did it. On the other hand, if he bought 31% of the shares, he should take part in management. So he asked the head of the department to give him the contact information of this shareholder. At this time, Ryu Min decided that it was time for Gyeonglok to contact him, but he could not call first because he needed to save face as a major shareholder. Then suddenly the younger brother burst into the room, loudly asking what his level was. Ryu Wan stated that some kid is acting like he's immortal and keeps bragging about how high his brother is. They laugh at him, saying that his brother is already level 11 and has a class, but Ryu Min asked him not to worry since his level is higher. However, he didn't know what to tell the younger one because if he told the truth, problems might arise. The boy announced with a smile that he was level 12, and Ryu Wan assumed that he had a class too. The younger one wanted to know what class he was in, but Ryu Min just turned away and said it was a secret. As soon as the upset Ryu Wan left the room, the phone rang. The guy was greeted by Gyeonlok himself, the director of the Heavenly Demon Consulting. At first, the guy decided to pretend to be naive, because the more of a fool he seemed, the more he would be caught off guard. And the man good-naturedly noted that last month he had deposited a fortune into their company. At the moment, he has become the largest shareholder in the consulting company, so Gyeonglok would like to meet with him. The man suggested having lunch on Friday, which was an important day for receiving the rune of inner thinking. Ryu Min explained that he had plans for Friday, and therefore would not be able to make it, and suggested rescheduling the meeting for Saturday. In order to gain his father's approval, Gyung-lok founded Heavenly Demon Consulting, so he would never mistreat the main investor. However, before meeting him, the guy must get the rune he needs. Runes can be obtained in a variety of ways. They can be found in certain locations, in certain rounds, or as special rewards. They can also drop from regular monsters after killing a boss in extremely rare cases. And few people know about this, but you can get a rune in real life. Of course, the conditions for its appearance are quite difficult, but now Seok-hyun should come here soon. His nickname in the game is Seok-hyun. In real life, his name is the same. The guy will never forget this name, since he is a criminal who kidnapped his brother. She clearly remembers the voice of this guy who demanded payment, namely information that others do not know. Ryu-min pretended not to know anything, but Seok-hyun just laughed and declared that the guy was a regressor. As it turned out, he had a mind-reading rune, and with its help, he studied his brother. After that, Ryu-min was obsessed with revenge against Seok-hyun from the 11th regression until now. He has no other goals, but now he wants to get the mind-reading rune before this guy. It was supposed to happen here and today, and at that very moment the gates opened, letting in a man with a man on his shoulder. It was a tied-up girl whom he roughly threw on the floor and removed the tape from her mouth, ordering her not to scream. She began to beg him for mercy, and he asked her to think of something else. Seok-hyun offered her other options, but he didn't really need any of them. The girl assumed that he was doing this because she had looked at him askance before and she felt very sorry for it. The man asked menacingly, "Why do something for which you will apologize, because that day was not very good?" 2 days ago in the evening, Seok-hyun was thinking about which girl to pick up today. It's just one cat. Maybe it will drive away all his problems. Then he noticed a lonely girl and went after her, after which he suddenly jumped out in front of her in the alley. He managed to blind her and she began to scream that she could not see anything. After what happened, Seok-hyun decided to run away, but he loves the fact that he can do it whenever he wants. In the past, his life was terrible, so he didn't care whether he died or not. But now he has a rune of radiance that makes bodies glow and blinds opponents. Without thinking twice, he entered the cafe and noticed a friendly cashier who was also pretty. He politely asked for an Americano on the rocks, and the girl announced that it would cost him 5,000 won. Handing over the bill, the man noticed that she was new here. He was a regular customer, and this was the first time he saw her at her part-time job. The girl didn't know that he was a regular customer because many people who worked part-time quit, and the world changes very quickly. It made sense they could die at any moment, so they wouldn't waste time on part-time work. The man then assumed she was the owner, even though she looked quite young, and she admitted she was 32. Hearing this information, Seok-hyun smiled and noted that she was not a player. Then he asked her to give him her number because he liked her, which immediately made the girl hesitate. Then the man began to ask with displeasure why her face was like that, and whether she disliked him so much that she was embarrassed by a couple of spots on his face. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ryu Won-tin announced that he would not have this coffee, so he asked for his money back. The man snatched the bill and left the establishment, deciding that she was looking down on others because she had a pretty face. At that moment, he decided that he would make her pay for looking down on him. And now, sitting in front of the tied-up girl, he received from her that one should not look at people like that. She sincerely admitted her guilt, but the man decided that this would not do because she was not acting sincerely. Seok-hyun knew that she was apologizing just to get him to spare her, so he grabbed her hand tightly. She begged him to let her go, but the man decided that since she was apologizing, she should make amends. The girl tried to resolve everything with words, but the man only asked her not to move. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice asked him not to move, and Seok-hyun, horrified, assumed that a detective had entered the room. At first, Ryu-min, whose face was hidden by a mask, asked him not to swear, specifically because she remembered that he would swear a lot later. Rising to his feet, Seok-hyun first noticed the huge scythe in the guy's hands, and then the white mask. At first, he thought that this boy was crazy and just decided to play with toys here. Ryu-min realized that the man had not yet realized the situation, and that this braid was far from being a toy. Seok-hyun was momentarily startled when he realized the scythe was real, and realized that the player standing in front of him was a player. Ryu-min immediately turned to the girl, asking her to run right now, because this was her only chance. The man threateningly declared that no one would allow her to do this, but the guy had already run towards him. All he had to do was use the shaft of his scythe to strike his opponent in the groin. He had already warned that he would kick his ass, after which he again asked the girl to go away and leave him to him. After thanking him, she ran towards the exit, and Ryu-min noticed that only the two of them were left. Now it was time for them to have some real fun, but Seok-hyun sent the guy away from the first and promised that he would finish him off. Ryu-min liked this idea because it would be completely uninteresting if he simply changed his shoes. Suddenly, the man took out a knife and tried to attack the guy, but he easily dodged all his attacks. Ryu-min noticed that the man was still using the goblin short sword. When he got tired of dodging, he swung his scythe and cut off the bandit's hand. Noticing that he was in pain, Ryu-min added that he hadn't even started yet and asked him not to be such a whiner. Seok-hyun realized that this could kill him, and if he wanted to get out alive, he would first need to ruin his vision. He tried to use his skill but was surprised and horrified to find that nothing worked. Ryuming knew that all his attempts were useless. The light of day simply could not penetrate the night of death. It was good that he had already used this skill before Seok-hyun took out the knife. And although he would have simply cut off his legs and arms if he had not been able to resist his light. Having lost his second brush, Seok-hyun fell to the floor and began asking why he was doing this to him. Having driven the scythe into the man's leg, the boy declared that he didn't need a reason to get rid of the bug. This is because if he is left alive, he will create a lot of problems. Bleeding, the man tried to understand why he was doing this to him and what he had done to him. Then he decided to just kill himself to end it all. However, Ryumin quickly realized his plan and was not going to let him go so easily. The guy wasn't going to let him die until he started begging him to die. Suk-hyun just wanted to stop the pain, so he started asking the guy to kill him. Ryumin understood that he didn't know why he was doing this, since this was their first meeting. Although he can't say that they are strangers to each other, they have met before. The man was surprised that he knew his name and assumed that he was related to the girl from the coffee shop. But Ryumin admitted that this was not true and he had no idea who this girl was. He then explained that he had kidnapped his little brother and used him to make the boy tell him everything he knew. Although this had not happened yet, he would do it in the future. For him, it was in the past. If he hadn't intervened, Seok-hyun would probably have received the mind-reading rune. This rune is hidden somewhere here, and to get it, you need to hear someone's voice of truth. You need to hear someone speak the truth from the depths of their heart. If Ryumin hadn't intervened, he would have tortured that woman in the process. She would have sincerely begged him to let her go. And after receiving the rune, he would have committed even more crimes. He's seen it several times, even without taking into account what Seok-hyun hasn't done yet. He's still a bandit who deserves to die. The man asked to kill him quickly if he deserved to die, but suddenly the guy said that he would not do anything. Ryumin told all this because he is waiting for the man to die himself. The man was in great pain and wanted to die, but he understood that the guy did not want to receive the mind-reading rune. He needed to hear the truth from the depths of his heart. Inserting the shaft of the scythe into the man's mouth, Ryumin explained that he wanted to test the mind-reading rune. Unfortunately for him, the guy had already gotten it, because he had already sincerely begged to finish him off. When he did this, the rune responded to his sincere plea and Ryuming fulfilled the hidden condition. The guy received a secret rune located in a specific location. The received rune was automatically imprinted into the player's body, and he could now read the thoughts of the target that was in front of him. He tested it, and it works perfectly. After learning about this, Seok-hyun mentally asked to kill him since he got what he wanted. However, the guy said that he would not die so easily because it was unfair to his victims. A few minutes later, the man died on his own, and Ryumin decided to clean up using the normal skills he had learned. He used the erasure skill, which removed all traces of corpses, blood, fingerprints, and footsteps from the area. And now that he got what he wanted, all that was left was to meet Yeonlok tomorrow. The next day, Ryu-won assumed that Ryumin was going on a date because he suddenly wore a suit. The elder confirmed this, specifying that he had an important meeting with a business partner today. Last time he invested everything in stocks, and now he's probably trying to start his own business, but he'll be very upset if nothing works out. Reading his thoughts, Ryumin was surprised that his brother was more concerned about his condition than about money. He decided to tell him the details after the meeting and asked him not to worry about it. He also asked the younger one to be an obedient child and wait at home, since it was unsafe outside because of the players. Ryu-won also saw the news. They say that there is complete chaos due to players using their powers for crimes. Apparently, criminals from other countries were even able to escape from prisons because they were of the right age, and they also became players. Every month, the number of people decreases and the players become stronger. It would be strange if there were no changes. Not to mention that in the future, when the time comes, they will hunt and enslave ordinary people as if it were nothing special. There will come a time when players are considered kings and do not pay attention to the law. Before lawlessness reigns in the city, Ryumin must become stronger and further increase the reputation of the Black Scythe. The boy again asked his brother to be careful wherever he went, and Ryu-won once again decided to ask what class he was in. Ryumin promised to tell him everything later and asked him to have breakfast, since it was much more expensive than noodles with black bean sauce. A little later, the guy arrived at his destination, knowing that Yeonlok would want to meet here since it was better to play on familiar territory. Today's lunch spot is known as a hotel owned by the Osan Group, but the real owner of this place is Yeonlok. Perhaps his parents know about this too, so the boy makes the most of this information to prove his worth to Yeonlok. But before that, he needs to create an image. He needs to look as naive as possible. He approached the reception desk and explained in a nervous voice that he had an appointment for today, and was told to contact the administrator. The girl realized that he had an appointment with the general director of the consulting company. The director warned her that he would be here soon, so the guest needed to wait in the living room. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy decided to appear simple and slightly opened his mouth, surprised by the expensive chandelier. A few minutes later, a man approached him, but not the one the boy was waiting for. It was Sang Chul, who recognized him as they had met before at the forest gallery. And Ryu Min confirmed that he had been delivering rice cake to the neighbors that time. Suddenly, the man bowed and asked for forgiveness for being rude to him that time. He himself thought that this guy doesn't even look 20 years old, but he is the main investor who invested 280 billion. Ryu Min realized that he was suspicious of him, although it was probably a normal reaction since someone his age shouldn't have that much money. However, he acted this way because he didn't know, but the guy also didn't know that the CEO lived upstairs. Sang Chul quickly explained that he was not the CEO, and the guy looked surprised. The man introduced himself a little belatedly as the head of the department, adding that the gentleman would arrive a little later. He then asked to wait inside until Gyung Lok arrived and took him to the conference room. After leaving the office, Arin immediately wrote that the gentleman, having met the guy, did not look like someone who could invest so much money. But the man was sure that there was someone else behind him, so he needed to be careful. Gyung Lok sent Sang Chul ahead as a scout, because Gyung Lok himself would never be late for the meeting. A few minutes later, Gyeon Lok himself entered the office, introducing himself as the general director of consulting. Later, after shaking hands, they began to take their seats, and the gentleman asked Sang Chul to also sit next to him. He forced the department head to join in without asking the boy's permission, and his plan was to quietly seize the initiative. Gyung Lok suggested eating before talking about business, and he asked to prepare Korean dishes. In such a high-class hotel, any food would be delicious, and Ryu Min immediately confirmed this. Gyung Lok thought that the department head was right. The guy was too young to invest 280 billion, and he didn't have the tenacity to do it. Most likely someone is behind him, but it is unclear who it could be. A brother or a father, whatever the case, he must get to the bottom of it. The man directly stated that he was very surprised when he first saw the guy. He was so young and already the main investor. Upon learning his age, Gyung Lok announced that he was 29 and was glad to meet someone so young. The man then asked where he got such a sum of money at such a young age, suggesting that the guy was from a wealthy family. It was quite straightforward of him, but Ryu Min explained with a smile that until recently he had been an ordinary student. Gyeon Lok was surprised by such words, and the guy explained that he could have learned about him from the news. News about a man who became a millionaire overnight after winning the lottery 4 times in a row. Gyeong Lok heard about it, but he didn't know who it was, and Ryu Min admitted with a smile that it was him. The man immediately frowned, not expecting that in front of him sat the winner who had been the talk of the town several months ago. Then he remembered that the article said 60 billion, but the guy somehow managed to invest 280. Ryu Min honestly admitted that he had been playing with Bitcoin, and Kyung Lok was surprised that he spoke about it so easily. He found this guy amazing and couldn't understand how he came up with the idea of investing 60 billion in Bitcoin, since he himself would never have been able to do that. Sang Chul remarked that he was very lucky, but Ryu Min clarified that it was not luck at all. However, the man saw an article, and there the guy said that he saw the lottery number in a dream, and that's what's called luck. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Ryu Ming's face as he admitted that he hadn't seen them in his dream. Now was the only way to convince Gyeon Lok and bring him to their side. Ryu Min admitted that this is the first time he's told this to anyone, but he has a future rune. This rune allows you to look into the future for several years. That was the whole secret. In other words, he is a seer who can see the future. Gyeon Lok decided that he had misheard because he did not understand what kind of explanation this was. He tried to figure out if the guy was serious because then it would mean that he saw the correct lottery numbers using the future rune. He made money on Bitcoin in the same way, investing everything in it because he was confident, because he saw the future. However, this was not enough, and the man asked to prove it, for example, by predicting his actions in the near future. Ryu Ming could read minds, so it was easy to guess the next step, but he needed to set limits on his ability for the future. The guy apologized because he can't use his powers at will, and they activate when they want to. Gyeon Lok decided that this was not surprising, since it was normal for a rune that allowed one to see the future to have such a limitation for the sake of balance. Suddenly, he realized that Ryu Min had invested 280 billion in their company, because he knew that consulting would grow rapidly. He was also curious about how much growth there would be, and Ryu Min admitted that in less than 6 months, she would be on the Kospi list. The man didn't know what would happen to him if this really happened. Maybe then his father would recognize him. He could become the next representative. Suddenly, he realized that he had lost his head for a moment, because he could not believe that he had become happy because of something that was not even true. But to achieve success, he needs to reconsider his field of activity. Suddenly, Sang Chul declared that it was extremely unwise to change the scope of activities now. At the same rate, he could suggest changing the company's name. Ryu Min confirmed that if they change their field of activity, the company name will also need to be changed. And he didn't come all this way to joke. Both players know how great the punishment is for revealing the runes like that. And yet he took the risk and opened it to them precisely because, as the largest investor and business partner, he wants to help the company grow. Otherwise, why would he invest 280 billion? For the company to be successful, they must unite. Sang-chul hoped that the gentleman did not believe the boy, but he only remained silent and thought. Ryu-min understood that the man didn't trust his strength, and then asked him if he had ever wondered why the guy had come to the apartment on the floor below. Hearing this, Gyung-lok looked at his subordinate in surprise and decided to find out what Ryu-min was talking about. Sang-chul revealed that about 2 months ago, Ryu-min moved into the apartment below Ah-rin's penthouse, just a couple of days after he received the future rune. Gyeon-lok asked with displeasure why he was telling him about this only now, although he himself had only just found out about it. In January, he didn't even invest in Bitcoin, but he moved close to someone connected to the company he plans to invest in. Although it might have been because he simply knew that Gyung-lok was sponsoring Ah-rin. Ryu-min already realized that this was not enough evidence for the man, so he decided to say something else. Kyung-lok is the owner of the hotel they are staying at. He is also the eldest son of the Osan Group, and he created a consulting business so that his father would recognize his skills. Suddenly, Sang-chul jumped up and asked directly who was behind the guy, since only the gentleman's relatives would know about this. He was right. In all this, it is not enough to convince him that the guy found out about it. I will look into the future, since any of his relatives know about it. In truth, Kyung-lok suspects that someone hired him to lure him into a trap and change his line of business just because of the main shareholder. Then the man decided that he shouldn't explain the obvious because it even sounded ridiculous. He believes there is a rune that allows him to see the future, and he should hardly give up on the growth of his company. However, it is difficult to trust the guy's words. He is grateful to him for his contribution to his company, but this should be discussed at a shareholders meeting. Gyung-lok apologized for not being able to help him and started to leave, but Ryu-min stopped him. The guy lowered his head slightly, hesitating whether he should say any more information. He then asked to give him another try and provide them with information about the fourth round. Gyeon-lok immediately tensed up, and the guy explained that a terrible tragedy had unfolded under his watch. A little later, Sang-chul apologized to the master for his behavior, because earlier he got a little carried away and raised his voice. Gyeon-lok wasn't worried about it because the man did it for him, and he could freely express his opinion. Sang-chul found this guy suspicious, and he meant the ability to see the future. With such a power, he can live a better life. But instead, he decided to help them. Gyeong-lok reminded him that Ryu-min wanted to grow with their company. He must want to earn more money. But that was strange because 280 billion is a sum that is difficult to spend in a lifetime, even if you have fun to the fullest. Perhaps this is not enough for him. After all, human greed has no limits, but even so, it is too risky. Gyeong-lok agreed with this, but if he was a true seer, he needed to be lured to his side by any means necessary. It will be very helpful to have information about each round and be prepared for it. Ensuring their company grows in the process is just a bonus. Although they are not even sure if he is really a seer, they will find out about it over time. As he walked down the street, Ryu-min was confident that after the fourth round was over, they would be convinced that he was a seer. The guy didn't tell them important information like additional quests or what would allow them to get to the top. But he said that the fourth round is not a monster hunt, but a real massacre among players, so you can't be careless with your surroundings. This should be enough to prove that he is a seer, after which the attitude towards him will also change. They will respect him and protect him because he is a seer who can help them in many ways. After all, a seer is better as an ally than as an enemy, and since he plays this role, the matter can be brought to an end. Sometime later, Julie ran quickly because she was late and stopped at a traffic light. Suddenly, she noticed some kind of sports car that stopped in front of the store. But when the window rolled down, the girl, with a stunned look, noticed a smiling Ryu-min. He apologized for standing right in front of the store and then invited the girl to sit down and talk on the way. It was her first time riding in such a car, and Ryu-min admitted that today was his first time too, since it had just been delivered. When asked how much it cost, the guy honestly answered that it wasn't that much, about 900 million. Julie was shocked, because with that kind of money, he could open a bunch of 24-hour stores. But considering how much he got in the lottery, it's really not very much. The girl remembered that Ryu-min was richer, with 60 billion won, and it seemed like they lived in different worlds. When she suddenly realized that their trip was like a date, she immediately felt awkward. Suddenly, Ryu-min announced that he had something to confess, which made the girl blush. He added that he wouldn't suggest anything strange, and the girl immediately tried to brush all her thoughts aside. He reminded her that the last time he said he saw the lottery numbers in a dream, he suddenly admitted that he had lied. He got the information using the future rune, as the name suggests. The rune allows one to look into the future, perhaps that is why he received the prophet class. But suddenly the girl thanked him for being honest with her, and it must have been difficult for him to tell even a friend about it. But still, she told him that she was from support, so it was fair. However, Julie didn't think she had told him about her rune, but suggested doing it now. Raising her index finger, she announced that she had received a protection rune in the first round. People 10 meters away from her add an extra layer to her barrier. If there are 5 people around her, then she will have 5 layers of protection. At the same second, she felt pleased that she had revealed her secret. When asked why he suddenly told her about his rune, Ryu-min admitted that without it, she would not believe what he wanted to tell her. A few seconds later, she couldn't believe that there would be such a task in the 4th round, and the guy asked her to be very careful. She must be wary of the surrounding players and not allow herself to be backstabbed. Julie is grateful that he told her about this, and also contacted her first. Perhaps there will be a place in his heart for her, which would be great. As the evening approached, Ryu-ming sat on his bed and thought about what Julie liked, which was hard to even imagine. He wondered why she always treated him well, a little unexpectedly, but perhaps better then. This will make it easier to make her an ally, and she will also be more likely to believe in his prophecies. Once he has solved this problem, he can rest a little. In any case, there is not much to do this month. Time flew by. It was already March 31st. 5 minutes before the 4th round, Ryu-min bought an epic item from the Today's section. The characteristics of the Dark Shadow gloves are good, and the weapon's translucent effect can be used effectively with Death's Knight. At that very moment, Ryu-won entered his room, worried about his brother. The younger one remembered that his brother told him that he was a seer and knew a lot about the 4th round. But knowing it and doing it are completely different things, no matter how. But he must survive, and the elder asked me to jinx it. The 4th round is the death round, and when young Min arrived at the scene, he opened the status window and noticed that the penalty was still in effect. And he got this for betraying Jun-sik, who was his role model, and he doesn't even have 10 orders from the commander. Those who are waiting to get the role of regional representatives may come for his soul, or his friends may want revenge. But first of all, the guy tried to look around and understand what kind of place they had ended up in this time. What kind of task is this to start in such a godforsaken place? Everything around is white, as if they were lab rats for an experiment. At that very second, he noticed Black Scythe and thought that this guy knew exactly that he would end up like this. He destroyed the relic using other players, and the way he killed the representatives of divine retribution without hesitation is suspicious. If he had the power here and now, I would make a cutlet out of him. It was driving the guy crazy, but there was nothing he could do. He had to play into the devil's hands if he wanted to survive. Plucking up his courage, he approached Kosa and asked if the deal from the last round about him protecting him was still in effect. Ryu-ming replied with a smile that he no longer needed such a subordinate. He no longer has the authority of a commander, so what's the point of a region representative who has no authority? And most of the players have already completed the promotion. Even if he had orders, he would still be useless. He is no longer useful and is now just a walking target. However, he didn't have to worry because the goal was only in words. In reality, there wouldn't be that many people who would try to kill him. But he himself already knows what his role as a regional representative really is. And people have understood this too. Being a representative isn't all about the benefits. And the more people get classes, the less useful the orders are, the game is not worth the candle. Black Scythe was right, and now young Min wants to get rid of this role. Suddenly, he noticed Arin, who approached Black Scythe and greeted him kindly. Sangshul also said hello and asked if he remembered them. The guy answered in the affirmative and decided to find out what happened to them. Sangshul smiled and reminded them that he had saved them from that bandit. So they wanted to thank him again. Ryu-min decided that once was enough, but they were still grateful. And the president of their company also conveyed his gratitude to him. But as soon as the conversation turned to the president, the guy asked to stop, because he didn't care. Suddenly, Arin showed him the crystal and said that this was how she wanted to express her sincere gratitude to him for saving her. The guy immediately recognized the purple magic crystal of the lowest rank, which was unexpected. The girl thought that words of gratitude would not be enough, so she decided that this would be a great gift. He has no reason to refuse such a good item, and when he returns, he will have to try to make a low-rank magic crystal. Looking at his reaction, Arin couldn't tell if he liked it, and she hoped he wouldn't be angry that she gave him a useless-looking stone. As Ryu-min thought, she had no idea about the value of the magic crystal, and if she knew, she definitely wouldn't have given it to him. As a friend, Youngmin thought that he also had something similar, but the guy didn't expect that he also had a magic crystal. I think it's called the Black Gold Power Stone, and when Ryu-ming heard about it, he was shocked. This item is a very rare drop from monsters. It is harder to obtain than a magic crystal. It would be impossible to obtain it intentionally. Now the guy knows that he has such a precious item, but I wonder if this can be called luck. Suddenly, Arin asked if he needed a barrier since she had become a summoner. She could summon a fairy that would cast a barrier, but Ryu-min refused, which upset the girl. She then bowed and decided to take her leave, wishing the guy all the best in this round. Young Min also wanted to leave, but the guy stopped him, saying that he might regret it because he was still a walking target. Although he said that they would not attack him, he specified that there would be few of them. The privileges of regional representatives have not yet completely lost their value. Although most have already received classes, there are still those who have not. which means there are still people on whom the orders will work. He should think about it because it is unlikely that out of thousands of people, no one will target him. Youngmin didn't understand what to do in this situation, and Ryumin said that he would help him, but not for free. As payment, he wanted to ask for a stone similar to the one A. Rin had if he had one. Young Min immediately reached into his inventory, declaring that he had a similar stone, and then handed over the black gold power stone. Ryu Min wanted to know about other items, but the other man gave him everything he had and asked him not to take the equipment. He wouldn't have taken it even if the other guy had offered it himself, and since the guy got his stone, he now had to help him. At that very moment, an angel appeared before them, noticing that today they too had managed to gather, although there were fewer of them. Players realized that someone had already fought in the real world, and not everyone had survived. It would be surprising if everyone could survive this month. Now that everyone's gathered, it's time to announce the 4th round's quest, where you have to kill each other within 3 hours. Noticing the player's reaction, the angel laughed because people are so easily shocked, and everything was as written. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by killing each other, and unlike other rounds, there will be no monsters in this one. Some were upset because they needed to level up, not become stronger, and one guy asked if it was enough for them to kill one person if only half would survive. However, it was a secret. And if she told them, everything would not be so funny. But Ryumin knew that they were simply told from above not to tell anything. In this damn game, angels are just channels for distributing information, but they are not the masters of the game. If she is hiding something, it means she was told so from above. They won't complete the quest, they'll just kill other players. They need to be among the last half of the survivors, and how the ranks will be determined is a secret. They also wouldn't take first place if they committed the first murder, and after these explanations, she suggested that they start killing each other. There were 3 hours left in the round, but the players didn't know what to do or how to kill other people if they had nothing against them. But Young Min was pleased because he had a couple of people in his plans that he wanted to kill. And the fact that other players don't want to kill only plays into his hands, and thus he will be untouchable. Right now, he didn't know where his comrades were, but he was definitely ready to kill them all. At that very moment, Ryu Min snuck up behind him, causing Young Min to become noticeably scared. The guy told him earlier that he would help him avoid becoming a target, and now he came to fulfill his promise. At that very moment, the guy swung his scythe sharply and cut off his interlocutor's head, which triggered a hidden additional task. Within a certain time, a representative of the region had to be killed, which is why the guy received a ticket for a low-level magic crystal. Ryumin got what he wanted. He killed Young Min to get the reward for the extra quest, although that's not the only reason. Some players noticed with horror that someone had died. One of the girls said that she saw Black Scythe kill him. The guy suggested that they would try to kill the regional representative again to regain power. Players started asking how he could just kill someone and whether he was even human. That's exactly it. He killed Seokyun, and that's not all. He killed a lot of people to reach the 20th round. But he never killed without reason, especially in this round. He has no choice but to kill regardless of desire. Only half can move forward, everyone knows about it and wants to kill him. Some players thought that if all went well, they would be able to turn people against the Black Scythe. If they all attack at once, even Black Scythe won't be able to stop them, and he can't be the representative. We need to try to find his weak spot. Everyone thinks they have a good position, but from the outside it looks funny. The players sternly noticed that the guy started laughing, although there was no reason to laugh. But when people found out that Black Scythe had become a representative, they realized that the guy with the blade now also had a gun. Ryu Min asked with a smile why they had gone silent, and decided that they had already put the brick factories aside from the news that he had become a representative. They were so afraid of the commander's authority that they hadn't made any progress yet, but the players didn't understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, one of the players called everyone to look at Black Scythe's name, which had turned red. No one understood why only his name was different, and judging by their reactions, it went from light to red. In this round, if you kill someone, your name turns red, and the more people you kill, the redder it will be. The color change of the name is necessary to distinguish between a murderer and an ordinary person. And it is much easier to kill a murderer than an innocent person because people feel less guilty about it. But he who kills a murderer will also become a murderer, and nothing can be done about it. Eventually, this will speed up the kill cycle and the round objective will be completed. Now they still have doubts about killing each other, but at this rate, more people will die. Then one of the chemists asked what they were doing, since they hardly had time to admire the scenery, but he was asked to shut up. But it looks like he was the only one who wanted to kill the representative. And where are all those people who attacked Junsik like rats in the last round? Kill or be killed, they all survived only because they knew about it. They need to get rid of hypocrisy and face the reality. If I don't say that everyone will die if they kill someone, then everyone will take up arms. Now is not the time to show off. If they can't do this, they can try to discuss everything like the vote last time. Even if Ryumin doesn't tell them anything, there will still be a massacre, but it will be too late. If he hadn't told them about it, the time would have been wasted. At this stage, they won't even be able to count the number of survivors. Pushing them to complete the task is the only way to save as many people as possible. The other players doubted they could stand like this. I was thinking about doing what Black Scythe said. They didn't want to just stand there and chat, but some suggested discussing what to do next. A man with a scar on his face offered to organize fair one-on-one fights. However, they can hardly be fair when their players are fighting to the death. And Rin also didn't know what to do and whether they really needed to kill someone, just like Black Scythe said. However, they had to kill someone, otherwise they would be killed. Another person's life is no more important than their own. Sangchul completely agreed with Kosa's words, but she needed to sort herself out, because killing was far from a pleasant experience. He spoke as if he had killed someone before, but that was just his guess. Before killing anyone, they decided to wait and see the atmosphere before making a decision. Players suggested simply choosing someone to kill and killing people with red names. However, this was stupid because they were originally going to kill Black Scythe, although it was unclear how they would kill a level 30 player. It is doubtful that they can kill him even if they all attack and surround him. One of the guys asked to speak more quietly because Black Scythe could hear them, but the guy heard everything perfectly well without that. But some said that life is priceless and that people, even murderers, should not be killed. They didn't know what to do, although it was not the time to make a fuss. They could start by killing the criminals. However, it is unclear how to find out who the criminal is here. Those who have a criminal record are unlikely to raise their hands themselves. The girl who said this was asked to shut up and then asked to tell her plan. A scandal immediately broke out between the two players and they began insulting each other. Listening to their swearing, one of the players asked them with a smile not to swear but rather to fight. They immediately turned their heads in his direction, saying that he was behaving worse and was inciting others from behind his back. The smile immediately disappeared from the guy's face when he declared that he would kill them all, and the others offered him a try. From the outside, it looked like a mess, not like screams that they would kill each other, but they didn't go beyond words. However, there's nothing to worry about. They will not find out about everything soon. The players were still trying to find a logical explanation when they suddenly discovered that Young Min had woken up as if nothing had happened. This is the hidden rule of this round. All players are resurrected 10 minutes after death. Young Min didn't understand why everyone was staring at him. It felt like they saw a zombie. It was too strange for him because the last thing he remembered was a conversation with Black Scythe. Some of the players decided that he had come to life and was resurrected as a god, but others realized that the system had resurrected him. Once the others realized that you can revive after death in this round, it will be okay to kill people. If they were to rise again, it would be fun, so everyone immediately grabbed their weapons. Suddenly, one of the girls said that they were not sure whether they would be able to resurrect, so acting hastily would be foolish. But before she could speak, someone suddenly attacked her from behind. After killing her, the guy began calling for her to be resurrected so he could fight her again, while the other players watched in shock. However, the girl did not get up, but everyone decided to wait and see whether she would rise again or not. They remembered that Young Min would be resurrected in 10 minutes, so they decided to all wait together. 10 minutes later, the girl's body began to glow and all her wounds began to heal. She raised herself up, stretched, and then began to menacingly ask who had hit her in the back. The same guy wanted to do it again, but another player was faster and attacked him from behind. Even when they're convinced that resurrection is real, it is natural that they feel uncomfortable killing. People tend to give in to the general opinion and show their own madness. But even while fighting with each other, they managed to apologize and declare that they had no bad intentions. However, their anger became stronger, and they asked each other not to resist and just die. And just a few minutes later, thousands of players were busy killing each other. Ryu Ming decided that he needed to move forward as well, so he took out his scythe. Some players tried to attack him from behind, but they won't be able to do so because he has the present sense skill. Turning around, he noticed one of the players happily beating his opponent with an axe. The fourth round is ideal for the Black Dragon with his absorption rune. This situation is like a holiday for him. Seeing how red his name is, we can assume that he has killed about 10 people, so he needs to be killed a couple of times. Opening his status window, the smiling guy noticed that he could get points even when he killed players. He knew that she leveled up by killing monsters, but he didn't think that the absorption rune also worked on players. After killing one of the players, he noticed that he had a high level and received a lot of points for it. Then he thought about how much he would get if he killed Black Scythe. The scale would fill up, and he would get a new characteristic. But in reality, the guy knew that he would lose more if he did such an idiotic thing, so he would just kill these mobs and become stronger. With a triumphant smile on his face, he killed one player after another, which eased his stress. In the last round, he was unable to hunt properly because he was under the control of the representative. But this round is just perfect for him, because the other players get nothing from killing each other, and he can get more points and become stronger by filling the absorption rune. Moreover, his production is self-regenerating, and he is unlikely to get a better opportunity. The guy couldn't count how many he had already killed. He needed to kill as many as possible to get into the ranks. But just when he wanted to go to another place, Black Scythe appeared in front of him and used Night of Death. Everyone also noticed with surprise that it had become dark, and Ryu Ming's braid had become translucent. The Black Dragon didn't have time to blink before his head suddenly separated from his body. At this time, Young Min watched in shock as the other players fought among themselves. Suddenly, the girl next to him came to life, and he also realized that they would be reborn in 10 minutes. They still have to kill each other this round, so it's time to punish those who turned their backs on him. First of all, he started looking for Sheng Ho, and after a couple of minutes he found the archer, who looked pathetic due to the penalty. But as soon as the guy turned around and saw his old friend, he immediately got punched in the face. Young Min remembered that he promised to finish him off when he saw him again. But now everything was different. As soon as the guy beat him to death, he decided to find out where the others were. If it exists, then this is exactly what it looks like. A cruel place where everyone hates each other. Sang Chul asked Rin if she was okay, but the girl wasn't tired. It was just that this situation was weighing on her mind a little. A man can cope with it somehow, but she might have problems if it affects her mental health. He won't dare to meet with the president. Suddenly, a player grabbed Rin by the hair and swung a blade. Sang Chul immediately came to her aid and began to fight the vile player. And Rin immediately felt sick and fell to her knees, although she can still kill when Sang Chul tells her to. The girl looked at the guard and asked how much longer they had to fight like this, and there was still at least an hour left until the end of the round. She could no longer watch them die and does not understand how others can kill each other like this. Sang Chul realized how weak she was, and maybe he had been overprotective of her. He asked her to rest if she was so tired because he knew that she had about 50 people on her account. This should be enough to get into the ranking, and she can leave the rest to him and concentrate on her own results. After a while, there were about 10 minutes left in the round, and the fourth round was very tiring. But Ryu Min can't lose the award for first place in all regions. He must become stronger by any means necessary. Reach the 20th round, it is unknown how strong the final boss is, so he needs to become as strong as possible. One of the players ran away from the Black Scythe, but was surprised to notice that he was still alive. There is no need to kill those whom you have already killed before, because the rating of the fourth round depends on the number of people killed. It all depends on how many different people you kill. If you kill the same person twice, then only one kill will be counted. This means he can't kill like Young Min, who only targeted a few specific people. He keeps killing 3 of his friends, who will have a very hard time this round. If you die immediately after resurrection, you won't have time to kill anyone, which means you won't pass the round. There was only a minute left in the round, not much time, so we needed to get the highest possible score. Ryu Min began to choose his target, but he had already killed many when suddenly his gaze was aimed at the guy he had not touched yet. When there is no time left, you need to kill him with one blow before he has time to react. As soon as the round came to an end, all the survivors immediately began to shine with a bright light. An angel then appeared above the players, noticing that the players were enjoying killing each other. Everyone started denying it, but the girl asked to look at these rivers of blood, noting that they had created real chaos here. In any case, they are done killing each other, and before viewing the results, they need to resurrect the dead. She spoke as if she was resurrecting them herself. But Ryu Min knew that the system was responsible for all of this. After this, all the fallen players began to rise and curse at their offenders. 3 of Young Min's friends started throwing mud at his ex-friend, and the angel ordered everyone to be quiet. She declared that from that moment on, any person who even squeaked would lose their head. When there was silence, the angel smiled again and suggested looking at the results. But before that, they need to find out about the additional task of this round, which was also there this time. The additional task required killing the representative within a set time, and the reward was a ticket for a low-ranking magic crystal. In this region, only one person has completed the additional task, namely Black Scythe. All the players immediately turned their attention to Black Scythe, remembering that it was he who killed Young Min at the very beginning. Becoming a regional representative in this round would be good. If they knew about it, they would have killed Young Min themselves. At this time, Young Min himself realized in shock that he had died because of the Black Scythe, and now his temporary authority as a commander was gone. He said he would help him avoid becoming a target, and yet he took away his representation. And now they could all look at the overall results, although everyone was curious about how they were calculated. The ranking is based on how many different people they killed, and if they killed the same person multiple times, only one kill is counted. People decided that they had to kill something because they could, but it couldn't be that simple. When everyone saw the results, the angel smiled and noted that Black Scythe was back in first place. All the players noticed that he killed more than 700 people, although there were about 1,000 here. For the angel, this result was amazing, and she decided that the guy should be rewarded. Ryu Min has received a ticket for mid-tier armor, and now it's time to change armor. Without thinking twice, the guy chose the Bloody Killer costume, which suited him better than the others. As for the special reward, he was offered a 50% increase in stats in the 5th round, 5,000 gold, or information about the 5th round. Due to the good reward of the side quest in the 5th round, its difficulty will be quite high. Considering the difficulty, increasing stats would be beneficial, so Ryu Min chose the first reward. After everyone checked their rank, the angel reminded them that to get into the top 521, 30 people need to be able to do it. The rest will be excluded. After that, with a smile on her face, she decided to start the elimination, and all the unsuitable players began to disappear. As the helpless people screamed for help, a Rin trembled and covered her ears to block out the cries for help. When it was all over, the system announced the number of survivors and announced that the 5th round would begin on May 1st. When all the players returned to the real world, Song Chol first ran to the president, who was still in his bed. The man noticed that Gyeon-lok was not responding, so he came here because he thought something had happened to him. However, what could have happened to him because he should have seen the final result with his own eyes. Gyeon-lok took 3rd place, but the man was still a little nervous because it was a crazy round. Therefore, after returning, the president immediately went to bed, as he was too mentally tired. If you add in those he's killed multiple times, it's a lot more than 433 people. But even so, Black Scythe is a real monster compared to him. He must be an active Special Forces soldier if you think about someone with such confidence and skills in South Korea. But he is the only one who comes. The more Gyeon-lok thinks about Kos, the more unusual he seems, regardless of his personality. He would be much more at ease if they could cooperate with him. I'll have to ask the Prophet about the Black Scythe sometime, as he should have at least some information. Sang-chul noticed that the 4th round went as the Prophet predicted. He was skeptical until he saw it with his own eyes. Ryu-min said that in the 4th round there would be no need to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players. At first, they didn't believe him when he said it would be a brutal scene where players would kill others and they shouldn't let their guard down. But now Sang-chul wanted to know what they should do and whether they were going to work together with the Prophet. It was obvious because he is the main investor in their company, and one could say that the fate of the company is now in his hands. Ultimately, they will follow his recommendations and change the company's operations. Even excluding all of that, they had to get Ryu-ming on their side, and not look down on him for his young age and not give in to their ego. Even if he does not act in the way they like, they must work with him and maintain his favor. Only in this way can they get the maximum benefit from the Prophet. Sang-chul confirmed that from now on he will be careful about his actions when interacting with Mr. Ryu-min. Therefore, you need to try to contact him now and say that if he is free today, then we will need to meet to celebrate the victory. You can also invite his entire family and A-rin too, because a star should have such a function. The next day, Ryu-ming faced Ju-li, who also successfully passed the 4th round. She was curious to know what was going on because he suddenly invited her to lunch, but the guy said that it was just a lunch to celebrate their victory. Sitting in the car, Ju-li thanked the guy for allowing her to prepare for the 4th round. If he hadn't told her that she had to kill at least 30 different people, she wouldn't have passed the round. The girl didn't even think that the guy could lie to her, and she was grateful to him for it. But she didn't really need to thank him. If he hadn't said anything, she would have survived anyway thanks to the protective rune. Besides, her will to survive is much stronger than it seems. Unlike Ah-rin, she cannot be considered a protected rose in a vase. When they arrived at the restaurant and ordered food, the girl thanked him once again. But suddenly she wondered if she could eat after killing, since she came here because Ryu-min called her. The guy noticed that Ju-li was not eating at all and realized that she still felt guilty. The girl said that she was not that hungry, but Ju-li realized that it was because of the murder of a man. She shouldn't blame herself so much for this because she needed to survive. It wasn't her fault because absolutely everyone was in a difficult situation, although it was still difficult for the girl to comprehend this. Ryu-min pointed out that this would continue in the future, but she shouldn't sit back and do nothing. After all, what will happen to her family if she doesn't wake up? And their families are waiting for them every time. Julie thought that if she didn't wake up, her father would be incredibly sad. The guy was right, and she didn't think about her family. Perhaps it is because of her that she continues to move forward. The girl thanked Ryu-min for comforting her, and the guy suggested that they just enjoy the food. After tasting the food, Julie appreciated the taste and felt the stress from the 4th round begin to fade away. Towards the end of the meal, the girl called Ryu-ming by his first name for the first time, and asked if she could always call him that, and he agreed. Her mood improved a little, so Ryu-min said that he called her today to tell her about the 5th round. Julie shuddered in surprise, as she didn't expect that the guy had already seen the future. The 5th round will be much more difficult than all the previous ones, and the regions will be combined into one. The first thing the girl thought about was that they might meet. That was true, but the judge of this round is not in it. Since they will be in the same territory, she will wander around trying to find him. But he needs to meet her while hiding his identity, so he needs to do it right. As he already said, the 5th round will be quite difficult, and they may not be able to pass it this time, but they can use one method. This time, Julie had to find Black Scythe and ask him for help, which visibly stunned the girl. She didn't expect such a request, but it would feel more like cooperation with him. She needed to team up with him for a while so she could survive, but she doubted he would cooperate with her since he was level 30. The girl has a buff and Black Scythe needs it too. It will be great if with its help she gets through the round safely. But she's still worried because she's not sure that Black Scythe will team up with her just because she has a small buff. He will probably try to work with her not only in this round but also in the next one. Ryu Min saw this in the future, so she doesn't need to worry. Julie thanked him for sharing such important information. As a friend, the girl asked to look at the guy's hand because she needed to pay him, and then began to create a spell. Ryu Min thanked her because he knew that she couldn't live peacefully with a sense of duty, so he thought that she would buff him. Returning home, the boy destroyed 100 maggots, increasing his stats by 100%, adding Julie's blessing to them. With the effect of the blessing, for it is a butcher, his stats should increase quite a bit. So the guy immediately opened the status window and decided to check how much he had grown. His luck was 84 points, and with such a stat, one could expect a lot from using a low-ranking magic crystal ticket. If he were an ordinary person, he would pray to God for good results, but now everything was different. He remembered how the angel had said that on the first of every month for 20 rounds, people's souls would be transported to another dimension to play a game. Ryu Ming didn't know what kind, but it was definitely the work of a god. Because who else would take 8 billion people and force them into a deadly game? There is definitely a god behind all this who is playing with people's lives. If he could have his wish granted after completing the last round, he would want the god who created this game to be destroyed. By using his ticket, Ryu Ming obtained 5 low-rank magic crystals, which was the maximum. It was not the prayer for the curse of the gods that gave him the best result, and now it was necessary to begin the unification. First, you need to insert 2 lower-rank red magic crystals and combine them. He managed to create a low-rank red magic crystal. If you combine magic crystals of the same rank and color, you can get a higher-rank magic crystal. The purple magic crystal that Arin gave him and the one he got from the ticket were also combined by the guy. Next, Ryu Ming combined the magic crystals with the assassin's hood and increased its damage by 2%. He was also able to increase the stats of the dark shadow gloves, resistance ring, and long swift boots by 2 points. Ryu Ming separated the dark blue magic crystal from the hunter's armor and increased damage reduction by 1%. He used all the magic crystals, and it was not in vain that he exchanged information to get this buff. A little later, Ryu Wan was surprised that the president of the company his brother had invested in was the heir to the Osen group, who had invited the elder brother to the event. The younger one couldn't believe that he was even allowed to go to such a place, but Gyung Lok said that Ryu Min could come with his relatives. A few minutes later, the bell rang and Sang Chul was waiting for them at the door, having come to see them off. A frightened Ryu Wan remembered that they had seen that man, while Ryu Min introduced his brother. Sang Chul immediately apologized for not introducing himself, then reminded him that they had met before and handed the younger his business card. The man clarified that he had already apologized to his brother, but he was very sorry that he had behaved rudely earlier. This event would serve as an apology, so he hoped it would not be a burden for him. A little later, they arrived at Gyeon Lok's hotel, where they were immediately met by the president. Gyeon Lok greeted them with a smile and was very glad that they were alive and well. After this, Ryu Min introduced him to his brother, who was literally shaking with fear. The president decided to ask if the younger one was a player, but he was only 14 years old. It was an incredible stroke of luck to escape the death game for 1 year, something that Gyeon Lok was very envious of. The man then led them into another room, explaining that, although it was a little simple, they had nevertheless prepared an event. In another room, a richly laid table awaited them, along with several hotel employees who were supposed to serve them. Gyeon Lok assumed that the boys were hungry. Even though there was little food, he was sure that they would be able to eat their fill. Ryu Wan was shocked and decided that the president was making fun of him because there was more than enough food here. Suddenly, the door behind them opened and Rin walked in, something Ryu Min had never expected. Ryu Wan was stunned when he saw the actress, and Kyung Lok greeted her politely. The girl apologized because she was at the funeral of an actor's colleague, but the man asked her not to worry about it, and now he introduced her to the company's main shareholder, and Rin hastened to say hello as a friend and found out that they were the ones who handed out rice cakes after the move. The girl was glad that she was the neighbor of the main shareholder, although he looked younger than her, and as a friend, she assumed that the president had decided to play a joke on her. At that moment, Ryu Wan was once again overcome with tremors as he tried to ask the elder if it was really Rin in front of them. Junior doesn't know about Gyeong Lok and Rin's relationship, so he must have been very surprised to suddenly see her here. More importantly, this may be someone's normal reaction to her appearance. The guy decided he needed to look interested, so he fixed his gaze on the girl. Kyung Lok noticed that Ryu Min was really young and it was obvious that he was a man. It was a good idea to call Rin. When everyone had begun to eat, the president asked if the shareholder was enjoying the food, as he had ordered the chef to pay special attention to the dishes. Ryu Min agreed that everything was delicious, after which Gyung Lok turned to his younger brother with the same question. It was the first time Ryu Wan had eaten something like this, and the man was glad to hear that he liked everything, and it was good that he also worked a little with the chefs. However, the president noticed that he had not brought other family members and decided to ask why only his brother. Ryu Min visibly panicked, explaining that his family consisted only of his brother and that his parents were dead. Gyeon Lok cursed under his breath, not understanding why he had even asked that question, and the good atmosphere went down the drain. Then he decided to remain silent for a while until his mood somehow recovered. The man decided that someone needed to defuse the situation, and then mentally asked Arin to look in his direction for a second. Suddenly he stood up and asked her if they could talk a little, after which the two of them went out into the corridor. First he asked if the food was tasty, and then he sternly asked her if she thought he had called her just to feed her. He called her to cheer him up a little, but she continues to be so close-minded, and Rin immediately apologized because she thought that he simply invited her to the event. The head of the department should have told her who this person was, but she knew that he was the main shareholder. Gyeon Lok explained that in addition to this, he is also a prophet. He has a unique ability to see into the future. They need to keep their spirits up, and it will help them a lot if they know the information about the next round in advance. That's why she needs to use her pretty face, agree with him, smile at him, and do everything to win the prophet's heart. But even with all due respect, Arin didn't think that something like that could help them. However, as president, he created the opportunity for her to become a successful actress, so she has to pay for it. Gyeon Lok asked not to worry about the methods and techniques, but to simply lift the shareholders' spirits. When the girl replied that she understood everything, the president was eager to see how she would cope. As soon as they resolved this issue, the same ones returned and apologized for being a little late due to a conversation. When dinner was over, the president suggested moving to another location. Watching Arin, Kyung Lok was surprised because he told them what to do, but for some reason she was very hesitant. Suddenly, Ryo Won told her that he was her fan and she was much prettier than in the photo. If possible, he would like to take a photo with her later. Rin agreed, and the president noted that her brother was much more interested than Ryu Min, so they needed to change their plans. Without thinking twice, he wrote a message to the girl asking her to change her goals and first get closer to his brother. And Rin felt strangely compelled to deceive a fan who approached her without any ulterior motives. If they lure the younger one to their side, the older one will have no choice but to follow him, and then they can easily get information about the next round. The president led everyone into a private room prepared for VIP guests, complete with music, where they could get unlimited drinks and snacks. Ryu Won reminded him that he was just a high school student, but the man clarified that they could enjoy other drinks. Then he asked the department head to order a special VIP set and a soft drink for Ryu Won. Ryumin clarified that he also doesn't drink alcohol, but the man suggested not to miss this opportunity and try it. Suddenly, the guy asked Arin if she could go out and take a photo with his brother. When they came out, Ryumin turned to the president and asked him sternly if he thought the guy was an idiot. Perhaps he forgot that his class was a prophet, and he who sees the future could not help but know about their conversation with the actress. If they want him to cooperate with them, then they had better not hide anything from him. Gyeon Lok didn't understand how he could have known about his conversation with Rin unless he saw it in his visions. He told the girl to try to win his favor, and the man apologized, because he wanted them to become friends. But he still crossed the line by trying to use his brother, and Gyeong Lok was shocked to realize that he knew about it too. The president bowed, stated that he was truly sorry and that he had made a stupid decision, so he would correct everything that he was unhappy with. Since he sincerely apologized, the guy decided to let it go and will try to forget the words he said to the actress. Gyeong Lok thanked the guy for giving him another chance, and at that moment, Sung Chol returned. The president asked to leave them, as he had something to discuss privately while the head of the department took the others into the next room. He tried to fix the situation with Arin's help, but instead he made it worse. Suddenly, Ryumin asked him directly if he wanted to receive information about the next round. The reason he agreed to the meeting was to give them information, but if this attitude towards him continued, their partnership would become more difficult. Gyeon Lok asked to forget about this mistake, but the guy asked not to hide anything from him anymore, and to trust him without doubt in the future. He also hopes that they will not comment on the company's management and will be able to convince other shareholders during the meeting. Having heard the consent, Ryu Min decided to do everything to develop this company. And now he will acquaint him with information about the 5th round, which will be more difficult than all those that came before. However, the guy immediately asked not to worry because there would be no serious problems for the president. The quest is to kill 300 orcs, but it's not as easy as it sounds, and the regions will be united. Since the number of players has decreased quite a lot, individual regions will be merged and they will be able to meet players from other regions. Gyeon Lok thought that he would be able to meet Black Scythe, but Ryu Min clarified that he would not be in the same region with him. The man assumed that the boy knew the identity of the Black Scythe, but the boy replied in the negative, adding that they would be able to meet him soon. Ryu Min also recalled that they were pursuing a man named Young Min, which surprised the president. The guy reminded him that there was no need to hide anything from him, and Gyeong Lok realized that his future was beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Rumin asked to stop the investigation, but the man became curious about the reason. It would be worse for them if they touched him, but for now, that was all he could tell them. In fact, the guy decided to keep him alive because he would be useful. Gyung Lok decided to follow the guy's advice, after which he suggested continuing the event without alcohol, and he himself decided to let off steam tonight. As night fell, the frightened man ran away from his pursuer, clutching his bleeding wound. At first, he thought he had managed to escape, but then his pursuer swung his sword and struck him in the legs. At that very moment, Gyeon Lok came up to him and asked him to shut up if he didn't want his tongue cut out. The man didn't understand why he was doing this to him and what he had done, and Gyeon Lok was surprised that he turned out to be too strong for LKZ for such a person. But the wounded man said that it was a long time ago. He served his time and is now free, and now he is just an old man. Gyeon Lok pierced him with a sword and asked him to be silent if he did not want to die a long and painful death. If because of him there were witnesses, there would be more corpses. Even though he's old, at least his ears work normally, and it's terrible that trash like him is still alive. At that very moment, Gyeon Lok began to use his skill, causing the man to writhe in pain. If it weren't for the dark mana charge, he would have killed that man in the blink of an eye. He needs dark mana for his dark aura, and to charge his dark mana, he needs to take lives. And when he kills people, he gets much more mana than when he kills monsters. For him, a man who enjoys killing criminals, the Dark Knight is the ideal class. Cleaning up the mess helps him deal with stress so he can get on with the consuming. But as he thought, the dark aura couldn't absorb corpses, but only the life force of living targets. Suddenly, the man heard a strange sound nearby, but when he returned, he noticed that it was just a cat. There could be no witnesses here. He dragged him to the corner of the street, away from human eyes and before dawn. Although there is one person, a prophet, who can see a similar scene using the rune of the future. In that case, it means that he approached him knowing that Gyeong Lok was a serial killer. This made it even more interesting. At that very second, the president called the head of the department and ordered him to clean up after him. 2 weeks after the event, Ryu Min did not have to attend any events, so he spent time at home. He needed rest, but today it was over and it was time to act. It was time to deal with one of the 5 runes he had received in the real world, the cloning rune. And the news said that one whole 8 billion people had moved to another world, and in 3 months their number had dwindled to 90 million, and schools across the country were gradually closing. The guy reading the news noticed that it was only the 4th round and there were already so many deaths. Player-caused deaths spike after the 4th round, and the area becomes a lawless zone at night. The guy couldn't understand why they made a big deal out of it because people do whatever they want before they die. So there was no need to suppress everyone in the past. Don't do this, don't do that, it's because they have all sorts of rules for every question, and now their patience has run out. But now there is no scum that can stop him, because he is a supreme being called a player. Standing in the middle of the classroom among the corpses, the boy wondered who he should kill this time. He killed people for the first time in reality and feels practically nothing. Maybe this is because he has already experienced the hell of the 4th round. As expected, the 4th round was a hotspot. Moreover, this method of leveling up was even more effective than catching monsters. If possible, he would like to kill players whose deaths give more cards. And one of the articles seemed to say that there is a cafe for the unification of players. If he registered there, contacted the players, and killed them, he could fill the slots with cards that weren't even close to what he could squeeze out of ordinary people. But when the guy opened the registration window, he noticed that there were a bunch of questions. Not only do they require you to disclose all your personal information, but you also have to go through an interview. However, he needs to join the cafe so he can meet the players and stab them in the back. Other players couldn't even dream of such a thing, and who could even imagine that there would be a player who absorbs players. The next day, he arrived at the cafe whose address the interviewer had given him. Everything was correct, but it was unclear why he was invited to a place where even buses don't go. This interviewer was acting like a pig, so the guy didn't want to kill him. But when he went inside, he noticed that everything inside was well furnished. He also noticed only 2 visitors, and one of them immediately asked if he had sent the registration application. Having heard an affirmative answer, the man asked the boy about his nickname, and he introduced himself as the Right Dragon of the Black Flame. The interviewer's nickname was My Age 30, and the guys were surprised that he was also a player. Walking behind the table, the man introduced the guy to Miss Kukuma, who had come to the interview first. Perhaps they would become members of the same community. The dragon could hardly believe that this walking nothing was also a player, and that he could smear such an opponent across the wall in no time. Looking around, the guy decided that business was going so-so here. There were no customers or regular employees. In fact, this place is quite remote, which is one of the reasons why they rented this place to conduct the interview. But then the owner would have to be present, and the man explained that he was currently in the kitchen making preparations. There are no security cameras here either, so he could kill those 2 right now and run away, and no one would know about it. However, he cannot leave after killing only 2 hunters. But before the interview, they had to wait for another candidate. As soon as he was here, they would immediately start the interview, which made the guy a little nervous. Even though he was late, they should wait for him a little longer. And at that very second, another guy in a suit approached the cafe. Upon meeting him, the man began asking the same questions. But when he heard that it was Black Scythe in front of him, shock immediately appeared on his face. Several days earlier, an online meeting was held among the cafe's management. All but one player are present, but they can now begin the periodic meeting of the third week of April. This week, approximately 2,000 people joined the cafe, although the number of players is decreasing every month. An article was published that talked about creating a cafe for associations, not players, and this attracted a flood of people. Year of the Lamb hired a reporter, although the others did not know that she had connections among journalists. As one would expect from one of the first participants, if you filter out all the trash from these 2,000, the question arises how many people will remain. After filtering out players without a profession, 1,200 people remain, but they need talents that can lead to a profit. First of all, it is worth mentioning the player Right Dragon. Although he is an ordinary warrior of level 10, he ranks 3rd in his region. He most likely has a good rune, or it is all a lie. However, he is a talented player who can be promoted to a leadership position. There is also candidate Kukuma, and according to her, she is constantly ranked between 4th and 10th on the list of players. Additionally, there are 50 players who are ranked in the top 100 in their regions, which is a lot more talent than they thought. The chairman wanted to know my age 30's opinion, but he fell asleep, causing the elder to ask what he does at night. He's not going to listen to excuses, and all 50 people need to be interviewed before next week's meeting. If he fails, then perhaps another high-level candidate will take his place. Then the chairman asked if they had managed to contact the Black Scythe. Well, if there had been anything, they would have immediately dropped everything they were doing and reported it. If Black Scythe were to join the cafe, the chairman would be willing to immediately give up his leadership position. However, they need to ask the reporter to write more articles. They need to properly promote the cafe to attract the attention of the Black Scythe. There is no need to worry about payment, and he will provide generous compensation for everyone's hard work. On that note, they wanted to end their discussion of candidates. But suddenly, one of the participants in the call announced that a well-known person had just submitted an application. When they heard that it was Black Scythe, everyone immediately froze in stupor, unable to believe their ears. And right now, my age 30 politely greeted Black Scythe, asking if the journey here had caused him any inconvenience. He then apologized for calling him to such a remote place, but there was no better location for a secret meeting. The man remarked that he looked even more handsome in person and must be extremely popular with women. He pointed to 2 other players who would also be interviewed today. Kukuma greeted her politely but hesitantly and introduced herself. However, under the hood was Ryu Min, who thought Black Scythe was a funny guy. The dragon could not believe that this man was the same Black Scythe who killed him 5 times. He wanted to ask if they had met in reality and what he had done to him. The interviewer noticed the guy's strange reaction and asked him to say hello, after which he introduced himself. However, the newcomer did not even pretend to know him, although he thought that he would recognize the guy when he told him his nickname. Ryumin decided that he had thought too highly of himself, even though he pretended to be someone else, but this guy was a real swindler. His real nickname is Kukuru Ping Pong. He is an experienced scammer who has tried all the ways to get rich. He is nothing special now, but he will become famous in the future when he receives the double rune. It's sad that even criminals get powers from another world, but it's good that he met him as planned, because with his help, Ryumin will get the doppelganger rune. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the man suggested quickly confirming their personal information and starting with Kukuma. Ryumin introduced himself as 19-year-old Kim Sung-hyun, who had just graduated from high school and was currently unemployed. He is also a level 13 mercenary and ranked 4th in the region. However, all of this was a lie, except that he didn't lie about his nickname. Kukuma is a real nickname, which means he also pretends to be another player, all because in order to get the double rune, you need to fulfill the condition. This condition is that, posing as another person, you need to commit a murder in the place where the rune is hidden. In the past, someone posing as Black Scythe committed murder and obtained the rune. The next person to introduce himself was Right Dragon, and his name was actually Yun Taek, and he was 15 years old and a middle school student. He was the youngest of all the candidates, although the man thought he was already an adult. But he would hardly have laughed so much if he knew that Hyun Taek had mercilessly killed his classmates. Not every schoolboy could pull off such a thing. He was an ordinary level 10 warrior who ranked 3rd in the region. The last one to introduce himself was In Hong, who went by the name Black Scythe. He was 28 years old, a fund manager, and he had never fallen below first place, being at level 30. They should be familiar with the Reaper class, so he decided he had nothing more to prove. Ryumin didn't understand what kind of fund manager was who rode on the backs of others. Now the interviewer asked them to tell why they want to join their company. Ryumin replied that he was afraid of being alone, so he thought it would be a good idea to team up with other players like him. Hyun Taik was supposed to answer next, but he couldn't answer honestly that he came here to kill other players. So he said that he came here for the same reason as Kukuma. He could no longer go to school and is very worried about the next round. And Hong simply applied because he heard there was a cafe here and thought it might be interesting. Such a simple answer satisfied the man, since doors are open everywhere for Black Scythe. They all gave very satisfactory answers, and now we can tell them about the final stage of the interview. It has to be murder to pass the final stage of the interview. You must not kill a person. The interviewer noticed that Kukuma had misunderstood him, and decided to explain so that they would fully understand. As they could understand from reading the article, the government is already taking measures to control players and deal with those who refuse to participate. They are afraid that their powers are superior to those of ordinary people. But in the future, the world will belong to the players, and if they unite, it will happen even faster. So they don't have to follow the laws, they will resist and oppose government control, and show that only the players are the law. So they have to kill. Killing is a protest that will show the determination of their players. In this way, they will show the government that the laws do not apply to them. In this case, if any of them do not want to take part in this, they can leave them now, and in the future they may no longer expect support from them. In other words, they will blacklist them. So they want to intimidate them into killing and then make it even harder for them to refuse to participate in the future. Everyone stayed, which means everyone has enough determination and is ready to pass the final stage of the interview and move on. Hyun Taek noted that he also had someone to kill, but now they didn't have to worry about that, because the interviewer had prepared victims for them just for such an occasion. When the man suggested going and looking at them, the restaurant owner noticed that they were already leaving and suggested that they stay longer. The interviewer politely apologized and explained that they had urgent business, after which he asked where the toilet was. The woman showed the way, and the man was going to ask her for something else. Having handed her the keys, he asked her to drive the car for him, as he was in a great hurry. But as soon as the woman was near the car, My Age 30 crept up behind her and strangled her. One pretended to be surprised by his actions, but Hyun Taek did not understand why he killed the cafe owner. The man glanced at the candidates and then hurried them along, while Ryu Min tried to understand why it was necessary to kill her. Sometime later, they arrived at the warehouse where the final stage of the interview would take place. After dropping the woman's body, the interviewer decided to begin and asked who would kill first. The man first proposed Black Scythe as a candidate, but suddenly Kukuma asked to be the first. The man first assumed that he was scared and would not do it, after which he asked Black Scythe to give way to Kukuma. As the boy passed by, he heard In Hong wish him luck as he had done him a special favor. Ryu Min thanked him, adding that he would put the double rune to good use, after which he sharply twisted In Hong's neck. Seeing this, the interviewer grabbed his head in shock, not understanding what this even meant and how he could kill Black Scythe. He noticed an unusual gleam in the guy's eyes, like a predator's. He was completely different from what he had been before. At this time, Ryu Min committed a murder while pretending to be another player, and therefore found the doppelganger rune hidden in this place. The interviewer asked him to explain what this meant and why he killed Black Scythe. Putting on a white mask, the guy explained that the man was impersonating him. The man couldn't understand how he could pretend to be Kukuma and what he was even talking about. He had to kill this woman, so he asked why he killed Kosa, and Ryu Min explained that this man was trash, just like the interviewer. The man became angry at these words and immediately took out his weapon, realizing that a battle was inevitable. At that very moment, Ryu Min took out his scythe and repeated that the interviewer was trash. The man suddenly froze when he saw the scythe in the boy's hands, doubting that it was Kukuma's weapon, and he had never seen a player with such a large scythe. It was only too late that he realized that there was only one player who fought with a huge scythe. Ryu Min decided to ask a leading question, whether he understood who exactly Black Scythe was. He then apologized for lying, and the man dropped his weapon and realized that this was not the same Kukuma he had seen before. It was indeed Black Scythe. Falling to his knees, the interviewer began to apologize for not recognizing him, as the guy played his role well and then began to beg for mercy. However, Ryu Ming had no intention of sparing someone like him, and with a sharp movement of his scythe, he chopped off his head. Hyun Taek realized that this was indeed the Black Scythe, and he was on a completely different level. The guy didn't even have time to notice how he cut the air with the scythe. Now it was just the two of them, and if Hyun Taek had any last words, he could say them now. However, Hyun Taek decided not to follow the cliché and beg for mercy, but he hoped that he could meet him and ask him something. Ryu Ming realized that while he was wondering why he killed him 5 times in the 4th round, he was actually just holding him back. It was all because among those he saw, this guy was the most capable and he needed to get rid of the competition. Hyun Taek also wanted to ask him one last time why he wanted to kill him. But it's all because he's a scumbag, because he was the one who was going to kill this innocent woman. The guy tried to explain that he didn't even do anything, but in reality he just watched and did nothing. However, he is different from other scum only in that he just watched and did nothing. So Ryu Min will give him a chance to live, but the guy must give him everything he has. A little later, Hyun-tak laid out his entire inventory and Ryu-min noticed that he really did have some very useful things. And if he sold all of it, he would receive 2,000 gold. The guy gave away all his equipment and even his axe. These were absolutely all his things. However, Ryu-min took only the most necessary things and left the rest to Hyun-taik. He won't be able to resell these things in the store, but he will keep his promise and spare the guy. Now he needs to live with dignity and decide for himself whether to get rid of the corpses or not, and he will take the girl Ryu-min with him. Bending over the unconscious body, Ryu-min wanted to carefully lift her up to carry her to a safe place. Hyun-taek decided to help him, but he refused, because he cannot trust someone like him, so he asked the guy to get out of here. He managed to survive, although he already thought that he would be finished off. But everything worked out, and he lost only a few items from his inventory. However, for some reason, Hyun-taek felt extremely empty. He had made a mistake somewhere. It was because he simply watched as the Black Scythe stole his items. It was very offensive, but suddenly the guy noticed that Ryu-min was now in a vulnerable state. Even if he was a Black Scythe, he would still die from an axe blow to the back. And if he killed someone of such a high level, his stats would immediately increase. This is a chance in a million. An opportunity like this may never come his way again. And if he doesn't take advantage of it, he will regret it for the rest of his life. He mentally asked Black Scythe not to notice him while he sneaked up behind him, and then swung his axe. As the boy fell backwards, Hyun-taek couldn't believe that he had killed Scythe so easily, and he had done it while only being at level 10. He began to beat Ryu-ming's body, asking him why he even turned his back on him. Suddenly, Hyun-taek noticed that the message about raising stats was not appearing, because usually it appears right away. He didn't understand how this happened, when suddenly he heard Black Scythe's voice behind him, repeating his question. Turning around, Hyun-taek was horrified to find Black Scythe still alive, looking as if he had seen a ghost. The guy didn't understand how this was possible because he had just killed Scythe, when he suddenly assumed that he had the skill of resurrection. Then he noticed the girl's body, next to which Ryu-min should have been lying, but he was not there and there were not even any bloodstains. The double rune can create a copy that is completely indistinguishable from the original. Although she has no fighting ability, judging by how easily Ryu-min fooled him, the double is useful even without fighting skills. The guy noticed that Hyun-taek suddenly decided to cosplay as a victim, because he was the one who actually suffered and almost got hit in the head. When Hyun-taek stated that Ryu-min was the one who threatened him first and extorted items, Black Scythe could not stand it and swung his scythe. The fat guy fell lifelessly to the ground, and Ryu-min decided that he was just wasting his time listening to another scumbag. Then Ryu-min decided to cover his tracks, and anyone who looked at this place would never think that a murder had taken place here. At that very second, he approached the girl and asked her to get up instead of lying down and pretending to be dead. The girl stood up and said that she felt uncomfortable with the bag on her head and asked him to take it off, but the guy didn't allow it. Before leaving, he decided to ask a few questions, hoping that she would agree to cooperate with him. The guy was curious how many visitors there were and whether she remembered each person's face. There were 4 people there, but she only remembered one man, who was over 40. Even the thought rune said that this was true, so Ryu-ming decided to end the interrogation. As it turns out, she can now go home, but she must not tell the police anything. Otherwise, there will be retaliatory measures. 60 seconds later, the girl removed the bag from her head, as Ryu-min had ordered her to. Looking around, she noticed that there was no one else there, and it began to dawn on her that she had not dreamed all of this. A little later, Ryu-min returned home, and Ryu-won noticed that his brother was wearing his clothes, and he wondered where he had gone. The elder decided to ignore his questions, saying that he was very tired and had not even had dinner. The younger one suggested ordering some food, and Ryu-min indifferently agreed. He did everything cleanly, but he can't just return the clothes to his brother, so he decided to throw them away. Ryu-won was taken aback by this action, but Ryu-min explained that it was already worn out and he would buy him a new one. But suddenly the younger one refused, because the school had already been closed for a long time, so he had nowhere to wear this hoodie. Because of people like Hyun-taek, Ryu-won can't even go to school. He's probably bored sitting at home because he can't go anywhere alone. After thinking for a while, Ryu-min suggested that his brother go for a walk with him in Everland tomorrow. The younger brother's eyes also lit up as he had long dreamed of going somewhere. The next day, they arrived at the amusement park. Things had gotten complicated lately, so Ryu-min couldn't take his brother there. But it was unclear why it was still open, because now many public places are closing. But in times like these, people need hope. Noticing the bored expression on his older brother's face, Ryu-won decided to take him to different places. First of all, they went into the store and started trying on animal ears. The younger brother's eyes were wide open because there were so many cute things around, and Ryu-min offered to buy him whatever he wanted. After that, they went on a roller coaster ride, but Ryu-min didn't feel particularly excited because he was a gambler. After that, they went to look at the pandas, and Ryu-min noticed that his brother had been gloomy the day before, so it was good that he decided to take a walk with him. Suddenly, Ryu-won remembered that tomorrow was the first day of the month, and he was worried that they were spending their time like this. Ryu-min asked not to worry because he would return safe and sound this time too. But this round could take more than 10 hours. The younger one decided that it could be dangerous, but the older one promised that he would not leave him alone. Now he needs to stop worrying since they are on vacation. On April 30th, 10 minutes before the round started, Ryu-min noticed that Zhu Li had texted him, wishing him good luck. Judging by such long messages, she is worried. But the guy promised that from now on he will protect her. 10 minutes later, all the players moved to a new location and began to silently look around. Many were surprised to notice that there were far fewer players this time, as only 500 survived in the previous round. There are incredibly few people compared to the first round, which had 10,000 people, but after the unification, the emptiness that everyone feels will pass. At that very moment, an angel appeared above them, who was glad to see people and congratulated them for reaching the 5th round. The girl noticed that they all looked sad and asked them to smile because the last round was fun, and they were so diligently destroying their own brothers. Looking at their reaction, she decided not to make fun of them anymore as they reacted too boringly. Now, 442 survivors have been called up. Originally, there were 521 survivors, but the number has decreased by almost 80 people. Apparently, this time they fought each other in real life, although it makes no difference whether they fight each other or not. However, they won't be able to play the game properly if there are only 400 people left, so the angel prepared something for them. It was a merger of areas, but some players didn't understand anything and asked for an explanation. In a dissatisfied tone, the angel clarified that they needed to grasp it the first time and not pester them with questions. They may not have known that their country had hundreds of regions, 875 to be precise. She found it funny that people were surprised by such little things, but compared to other countries, it was not much. If there are 10,000 people in each region, then in countries with a larger population, there are more regions. Suddenly, one of the players realized that if each region had its own angel, then there were tens of thousands of them. Everything was exactly as they assumed. They are angels distributed one per area. Then they realized that they weren't the ones who created this survival game, because it's unlikely that tens of thousands of angels would collaborate to create one survival game. Suddenly, an angel flew up to the player and sternly ordered him not to ask unnecessary questions, because he could lose his head if he poked his nose where it didn't belong. Judging by the way she avoids answering, they hit the nail on the head. Apparently, they are forbidden to disclose information about the creator. Besides, angels who can be killed even by players are unlikely to have been able to create such a large-scale survival game. From that moment on, the angel decided not to accept questions from bugs who should only think about survival. She was annoyed that she had wasted so much time, after which she decided to merge the regions. At that very moment, the players felt an earthquake, and a few moments later, hundreds of players began to appear around them. When the union was complete, the angel suggested that they greet each other. The players were shocked to see 10 angels who had arrived from other areas. Now the 10 regions have merged into one, and now there are 4,844 people here. After the merger, the number of players increased significantly, and it was no surprise that there were so many people around. In other regions, there is also a merger to increase the number of people, and naturally, after the merger, the name of the region also changed. This particular area only consists of players from Korea, but it is possible that they will be mixed in with other countries later. Of course, this is not the last merger. It is held every time the number of players falls below 500. And when there are less than 500 Korean players left, they will have to be combined with players from other countries. But this will only happen in the 11th round, and for now we need to focus on the current moment. However, before the main quest was announced, in honor of the unification of the regions, the angel decided to hold a small additional game. Each region had its own representative, but now they need to decide something after the unification. It was clear that the players needed to choose a new representative for the region. The rules were simple. 10 former representatives would come out and fight to the death. The sole survivor will become the representative of the united region. It sounded too harsh for the players, but everyone became interested in who would become the new representative. It was easy for them to talk about it when they themselves didn't have to participate, and now they have to kill each other to choose one. Now all the representatives were wondering why they had occupied this position, although they themselves had hoped that this time they would be able to rise again after death. They also considered that they could simply give up the right to be a representative. They didn't have much of an advantage before, but that would all change in this round. Ryu-min decided that he absolutely had to win. However, the angel asked the representatives not to worry. Even though this was a mortal duel, they would not really die, and after the end of the game, all the dead would be resurrected. Judging by their faces, they think that even if they become representatives of the United Region, they will not receive any special benefit, but this is not so. They will have the ability to subjugate lower-level players regardless of class change. They will be able to control any player in the area. The 10-use limit and the rules for transferring rights when killing representatives remain in effect. Players couldn't believe that they could control anyone below level, regardless of class. Seeing the motivation on their faces, Angela decided to start an extra game after preparation. Since the regions have united, the Angels also need to choose a leader. But when the question of volunteers arose, no one raised their hand, because if some Angel volunteered to work, he would definitely be a mutant. They found out that there were no people willing to be the presenter, so the question arose as to what they should do. They could roll a die and randomly select a leader, thus relying on luck. They could also set a queue, although this would be unfair since those at the end of the queue might not get a chance at all. Suddenly, one of the Angels reminded that the representatives would soon fight. Therefore, the Angel whose ward dies first will become the leader as a punishment. Everyone liked this proposal and they were ready to agree, but suddenly one Angel stopped them. She decided that the leader would not be the one whose protege always leaves first, but the one whose protege survives last. As a result, the Angel of the region whose representative remains last will become the ruler. The other Angels will be poor and will obey the will of the ruler without question. It turns out that if a person wins, then they will win too, and then one can become a ruler just like a person. This made the game even more interesting, and the other Angels supported this idea. The others noticed that the one who was offering the winner to become the ruler was too confident in herself. However, the red-haired Angel noticed that the representative of her region was menacing in appearance, and he had never given up first place in his region. Olive just chuckled, because she herself would not have bragged about first place in her region. If Priscilla had known who the representatives of her region were, she would have been so surprised that she would have sunk into the ground. The other Angels had no reason to refuse, so they agreed on this idea. Now that they had chosen a method, it was time to begin, and now Olive had to talk to the players. Descending to the people, she announced that they would now begin an additional game, and all the representatives were to gather below her. As 10 players stepped forward, the Angel waved her hand, creating an arena around them. From this point on, they will begin to fight to the death until there is only one survivor left inside the arena. If they die outside the arena, they will not be resurrected, so escaping is prohibited, even if they are in danger of death. All the players immediately grabbed their weapons, realizing that if they just killed 9 people, they could become king. Judging by the fact that no one is making any sudden movements, they are trying to size up their opponents. But if they are all representatives, then they clearly know how to fight. However, one of the guys smiled slyly, deciding that there was no player stronger than him among them. Because not only has he never given up first place in his region, but he also has a cheating decay rune. As soon as his sword pierces the enemy's body, the rune destroys the remaining flesh, and the sword moves as if possessed by a spirit. Suddenly, the Angels began to hurry them, and the players assumed that they were being bet on. If you take the chance and show off your best self, others will be too scared to do anything. And if so, he needs a victim for his performance. He needs someone who will sacrifice himself. Anyone could attack first, and he would deal with that player first. But suddenly, Ryu Men stepped forward. The guy greeted his first victim with a smile and was surprised to notice the large scythe, as he had rarely encountered such a weapon. He had seen people with a scythe in their nickname, but not players with a real scythe. Suddenly, he noticed that this guy's nickname was Black Scythe, and at first he assumed that he simply had the same name, but names cannot be repeated. So this person really is the same Black Scythe, who ranks first among all regions, the one at level 30. The Angel didn't understand what was wrong with this man because she thought he would start to attack boldly, but for some reason he suddenly stood up with such a detached look. It was Priscilla's region representative who began to bite her nails as she looked at her charge. Suddenly Olive laughed and immediately apologized, because she thought it was funny. This guy saw a representative of her region and started shaking like a leaf. The huge scythe makes a great impression, but the Angels had never seen anything that could inspire such a feeling of fear at their first meeting. Priscilla couldn't believe that her representative was afraid of Olive's representative. The red-haired Angel asked me not to talk nonsense because first place in the region is no joke. Olive smiled, noting that anyone could take first place in a region, and her representative had never missed out on first place among all regions. The other Angels assumed that this was all a hoax, but the Angels who saw the ratings would understand everything simply by looking at his nickname. At that very moment, they noticed that the guy's name was Black Scythe, some had seen him, and he always appeared in the results table. Priscilla immediately lowered her head because if this was the same Black Scythe, her representative wasn't even his opponent. Suddenly, the other Angels suddenly screamed, noticing that Black Scythe had barely swung his scythe, cutting off the enemy's head. The other players couldn't figure out what Black Scythe was doing there because even if they united, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. One of the players immediately greeted the guy politely but did not dare point a weapon at him. He offered to just talk to him, and the girl next to him even put away her weapon as she did not want to fight him. Literally, all the representatives of the regions raised their hands and announced to the Angels that they surrendered. The Angels couldn't believe their ears as people had made such a wonderful game uninteresting. Then one of them decided to warn that they would blow up the heads of those who decided to surrender from that moment on, and then they would not be able to rise again. Noticing that everyone had grabbed their weapons, Ryumin realized that they were more afraid of the angels than him, and wanted to attack at the same time. But no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Players noticed that the guy was laughing at them because the higher the level, the calmer he felt. However, they are also the best in their regions, so they decided to go on the attack together. Ryuming decided not to stand on ceremony with them and rushed forward himself, destroying his opponents with lightning-fast movements. None of the angels thought that everything would end so easily, but the battle was over in literally a second. In this case, the angel responsible for the Black Scythe becomes queen until the new unification. Suddenly, Priscilla declared that Olive had deceived them, because she had made the proposal knowing that she would win. However, she proposed this game precisely because the advantage was on her side. Otherwise, why would she have proposed it at all? She also didn't force them to accept the bet. They all found the game funny, so they agreed. Priscilla became visibly angry and Olive suggested that she hit her. Angels fighting in front of people will only lower her dignity, and if the Archangel finds out about it, she will end up in a bug bag. At that very moment, Priscilla's eyes widened in fear because she was ready to do anything but this. Be that as it may, Olive was now queen, and Priscilla could be the guide of the United Region until she got better. Olive then addressed the people, announcing that a representative for the United Area had been chosen. Player Black Scythe became the new representative, thereby earning the temporary skill of absolute power. The others knew that Black Scythe could become the region's representative, and with his level 30, he could take control of anyone. And once the decision was made, the angel decided to resurrect the others, after which she flapped her wing, raising the fallen. The resurrected players tried to understand what had happened, as they clearly remembered how their bodies had been cut up. Angel announced that they had lost, and Black Scythe became the new representative of the United Region. Due to the election of a new representative, all authority received by resurrected players will be cancelled. However, no one would stop them from taking the title of representative from the Black Scythe, and now the bonus game was declared over. The main quest for the 5th round was to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours, and the side quest was to collect 4 balance stones. The angels heard a lot of complaints that only a quarter of the players would be able to advance further. Until now, they had only had a warm-up, which is why this time they prepared a more difficult round for them with a low percentage of survivors. Players thought that orcs were one of the lowest level mobs, but once they encountered them, they immediately realized how difficult the round would be. However, the players did not understand the essence of the side quest. Unlike the previous round, this time the side quest was immediately open. Although the reward for it remained a secret, Ryuming knew that the reward was the balance rune. One of 18 runes required for it, and the reward is given to only one person in the entire region. Of course, players from other regions also have a chance to get it, but the difficulty of the side quest is much higher than the main one. Even if he manages to complete the side quest, there will be few people who can fulfill all the conditions for using the balance rune. The goal of this side quest is to collect balance stones, and once they complete this task, they will immediately receive a secret reward. But only one person can receive the reward, because there are only 4 balance stones in this area. Players decided that if a person does not collect all 4 stones, the quest will be cancelled, but they can steal the stones from another player by simply killing him. However, this rule only applies to balance stones. Other items cannot be stolen, and they also cannot be resurrected after death. After the angel told them everything they needed to know, she announced the start of the round, giving them 10 hours. Ryumin decided that he needed to kill 300 orcs as quickly as possible to set a record, after which he could help Min Yuri. The other players were relieved to see Black Scythe leave, though they were initially surprised when he headed in their direction. They suddenly became curious about where he was going and decided to follow him, but this idea was immediately dismissed. But it was still better than just standing here and doing nothing, and Black Scythe always started acting before anyone else. They can pursue him as far as possible, but when everyone refused, one of the players decided to go alone. Noticing his determination, the other players changed their minds and decided to follow him too, since Black Scythe should know the right path. Sometime later, Ryumin reached a small orc settlement, and other players noticed that he was about to enter it. Without thinking twice, Black Scythe attacked the first orc that appeared in front of him, after which he entered the gate. There he was met by several more surprised orcs who were busy preparing meat. While Ryuming dealt with them with ease, the hidden players watched in shock. They thought these orcs were nothing special and seemed to be on the same level as the ones they had killed before. But perhaps it only seems easy because they were killed by the Black Scythe, so they need to be on guard. Instead of chatting, they could, like the Black Scythe, quickly destroy this village. The guy who came up with this whole idea decided to move behind, and when he could kill them alone, he would take action. They also entered the orc village, and one of the orcs began to blow his horn to call the others. At that very moment, a crowd of monsters began to run out from everywhere, responding to the call and surrounding the players. They thought it was just a big village, but they couldn't even imagine how many orcs there were here. They urgently needed to figure out how to get out of the situation, because they would have to fight to the death. Gathering their courage, the players decided that there were simply too many of them, and that there was nothing special about these creatures. When they encountered them, they noticed that the orcs had weak skills and their attacks were not that fast. But as soon as one of the players pierced the monster with a sword, he noticed with surprise that he could not pull out the sword. The orc, who was still alive, swung his club and hit the guy on the head. At that very moment, the monsters began to fight back against the other players, not giving them a chance. At this time, Ryu Min was surprised to notice that he could not see the people who were chasing him. It was hard for a crowd of 20 people to move silently, but if there were about 20 there, he had nothing to worry about. Of course, if they don't dare to penetrate a large orc settlement, it's better not to disturb their settlement, where there is an outpost, unless absolutely necessary. If the orc guard blows the horn, more than 50 orcs will quickly gather, since there are more than 200 of them in the settlement itself. Also, the orc's muscle density is on a completely different level. If the sword gets stuck, it will be difficult to pull it out, so you need to aim for the neck. But this only applies to ordinary players, while Ryu Ming easily cut through their bodies with his scythe. Having opened the task window, the guy noticed that it took him an hour to complete the main task. Meanwhile, the players who managed to survive the battle with the orcs decided to catch their breath. These orcs were too strong and looked like walking pigs, and it was not worth underestimating them like that. However, each of them had already managed to kill about 50 monsters. But if 10 of them kill only 50 orcs in an hour, that's not good. At that rate, they won't kill 300 in 10 hours. If they lose this time, it will mean the end for them, so they should attack an even larger settlement. Although it sounded too dangerous, they were already having a hard time fighting just 3, and it was unclear how they could conquer a village even larger. It would be better to attack small villages as now and hunt carefully. The leader didn't want to force them to do anything, but at this rate they wouldn't be able to kill 300 orcs and would simply die. They needed to remember one thing: if they stayed on the sinking ship, they would have no future. A little later, a group of players noticed the village they had seen earlier, but there was a guard post at the entrance and they decided to bypass it. They noticed that there was no one nearby. It is possible that all the orcs were sitting at home, and presumably there were about 5 of them in one house. It was more than they thought, but they had no choice but to enter the hut and launch a surprise attack. There are about 5 of them there, so if they attack suddenly, they will be able to deal with them quite well. The group decided to start from the nearest house and enter when the leader gave them a signal. But as soon as the players burst in, they noticed with fear that there were 10 orcs in front of them. There were too many of them and they needed to find a way out. So the leader suggested killing them, one by one. The next second, a real massacre began, and the players fought with all their might. They managed to kill one monster, but the next one roared in rage and struck one of the players in the side. The guy survived, and the leader decided to help him by aiming straight at the monster's neck. Now there were 8 of them left, but it was unknown whether they would be able to cope with such a number of people. However, everyone decided that nothing would work, so they had to retreat, and the next second the players ran for the exit. The orcs ran after them, and when the group found themselves outside, they were instantly surrounded. There were at least 10 orcs around, and the boys immediately realized that they were all finished. The leader ordered them to draw their weapons, but the others were sure that it was all over. When they suddenly noticed that the orcs were not attacking them, if they wanted to know the reason, they should look at the orcs' expressions. As it turned out, they were laughing at them. They found it funny because they were shaking with fear like rats. Players were supposed to be angry that some orcs were laughing at them, and they became the subject of ridicule like monkeys in a zoo. They couldn't give up until the very end, so they had to immediately draw their weapons and kill at least one of them. The other guys apologized for making such a pathetic spectacle and promised to be with their leader until the very end. As soon as the guy gave the signal, they were supposed to kill them one by one. But as soon as the leader wanted to give the signal, all the orcs suddenly turned around and ran in the other direction. None of the players could understand what was going on there or why the orcs suddenly fled. The leader noted that there were only 8 orcs left, so they had every chance. After some time, he managed to defeat 8 orcs, and if it were not for the leader, they would have surrendered even earlier and been destroyed. But the leader was confident that they had succeeded because they had fought to the death. He then asked his comrade how his wounds were, as he looked rather battered. He needed to rest first and not move at all. The others should also lie down here while the leader went and found out if there was a way out of here. It sounds quite dangerous, but the others should not worry and just wait quietly. After walking some distance, the leader noticed that it was very quiet around, and there were not even any tracks visible. But when he turned the corner, he noticed that many of the orc bodies began to glow. Stepping forward, he tried to figure out who could have done this, and suddenly noticed Black Scythe nearby. Ryumin was surprised to notice that there was someone who had arrived at the village first, and he noticed Yeon Ho, the king of mercenaries. The mercenary is a melee class, similar to the warrior, and can use a variety of weapons and possess similar skills. However, there are differences. He becomes stronger by contracting with others, which is why most players form squads with the same mercenaries. And only the mercenary king, the only representative of the class, can control other mercenaries through contracts. The one and only mercenary king of his class, Yeon Ho, who stood before them, he never imagined that he would meet him in such a place. Ryu Min was surprised when the guy greeted him, although there is no one who does not know Black Scythe. Yong Ho himself didn't think he would meet the region's #1 ranked player here, and he didn't know whether he should extend his hand in greeting. Ryu Ming noticed that he was not someone who could stab someone in the back. After all, he had somehow achieved the status of the king of mercenaries. However, to become the king of mercenaries, you need to have a kind heart and leadership qualities. Suddenly, Yong Ho asked if Black Scythe had killed all the orcs that were here, and he received an affirmative answer. The boy felt relieved, after which he bowed to Scythe and thanked him for distracting the orcs and saving his life. Ryumin didn't even know he was here, but it didn't matter, and he still helped the guy. Black Scythe advised them to leave quickly if they were finished, since he had killed the rest of the orcs. Yong Ho didn't understand how he knew that he had colleagues, and he noticed his comrades walking towards him from behind. He didn't understand why they came out because he told them to wait, but they were afraid that he would leave them alone, which stunned the leader. His comrades began to worry about him. He truly deserved the title of King of Mercenaries if he already had such loyal colleagues. Suddenly, the other players noticed Black Scythe, and the guy explained that he came here to hunt. He repeated that they should leave now that all the orcs were killed. There would be medium difficulty bosses coming soon, so these players could be in danger. The players immediately thanked the guy for saving them and politely said goodbye. Suddenly, one of the guys turned to the other and suggested stopping and listening to the strange sounds. The leader also heard something strange, and Ryu Min explained that it was a medium difficulty boss and that they needed to run now. At that very second, they noticed a huge monster among the tents heading in their direction. It was an orc warrior, and it was because of him that Ryu Min did not leave the village even after he had killed everyone. Because in order to get the reward for completing the additional task, he needs to kill him. If the guy kills him and the remaining 3 bosses of other villages, he will be able to complete an additional task. This orc was clearly evil in appearance, and the mercenary leader confirmed this. He ordered his comrades to run, while he himself froze in place as the monster swung its weapon at him. Yong Ho was about to resign himself to his fate, but suddenly he felt Black Scythe grab him and drag him away. The guy thanked him, and Ryu Min suggested that he move away if he didn't want to die. After this, Black Scythe rushed into the attack and began to strike the monster's legs. Such attacks could not cause serious injury to the monster and only made it even more angry. The orc himself couldn't hit him, and the guy just had to dodge. With one sharp jump and swing of his scythe, he struck the monster in the neck. This was not enough, and the orc only became more angry, but the guy had no trouble dodging his attacks. He has a thick neck, so even after 2 blows he did not die. So Ryu Ming quickly closed the distance with him and decided to completely cut off his head with his scythe. When the huge head separated from the body, the monster fell lifelessly to the ground, and Ryu Ming received a lot of experience and 6,000 gold for it. The group that watched him couldn't believe that Black Scythe had killed that huge orc single-handedly. Ryu Min knew that it was much more profitable to kill one boss than all the mobs, and besides, he dropped a lot of good loot. He obtained the Huangdu Tedo, an epic weapon that dealt higher damage than the scythe. The guy also got his hands on an orc's heart, which some might have thought was disgusting and thrown away. However, if you keep it, you won't regret it because it's a unique item that can be combined with weapons. Suddenly, Yong Ho thanked the guy for killing that monster and thus saving his life and that of his comrades. They assumed he knew the monster would appear, and Ryu Min explained that in other settlements, a medium difficulty boss would appear after killing all the orcs. The players realized that this was why he told them to get out of here quickly. Ryu Min stated that it was time for him to go, and the group thanked him again and said goodbye. Suddenly, the most wounded of the group fell to his knees, declaring that he was not feeling well and could not take it anymore. He used to say everything was fine, but then he was worried that the leader would worry, but now he's at his limit. He was asked to try to endure, and if he wanted to survive in reality, he would have to hold out for the rest of the time. However, if he doesn't kill 300 orcs, none of this matters. The guy asked to leave him and go since he cannot become a burden to everyone else. But if they catch orcs and finish them off, they won't be able to hunt normally, and even then the guy won't be able to hold out for the rest of the time. Ryu Ming didn't expect this. The mercenary king who stands at the head of hundreds of mercenaries showed weakness because of one of his men. If he is truly close to them as his brothers, it is not surprising. Remembering his younger brother, Ryu Min decided to help them and offered to look at the wounded man. He noticed a deep wound on the player's shoulder, but that didn't mean it couldn't be healed. Ryu Ming stretched out his hand in front of him and began to weave a spell, and the wound gradually began to heal. Everyone immediately started asking how he did it, and the guy explained that it was the first aid skill, and anyone could buy it in the store. Players had seen this skill that cost 20,000 gold, but they didn't know it was so amazing. They all got it wrong because the first aid skill isn't capable of doing that. It can only stop bleeding and heal minor wounds, but it is not enough to heal a wounded shoulder. However, First Aid is a divine type skill, and its effectiveness depends on intelligence, which Scythe had at 123 points. This skill's effectiveness was achieved with the help of the Rune of Magnificence, and now the injured player could easily move his shoulder. But this does not mean that she is completely healthy, since this is only First Aid, and if you overdo it, the wound may open up again. However, there shouldn't be any problems with hunting. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately began to bow and thank him. The others also bowed low and began to thank Kosa for treating their comrade. Yong Ho didn't know if it would benefit him, but he offered to accept at least the crystal as a sign of sincere gratitude. The others also began to check their inventory and offer the guy something from themselves. Ryu Ming wanted to refuse at first, but in such a situation it would be impolite to refuse since they were very persistent. Even though he got some useless loot, 5 people gave it to him, which isn't so bad, but there is something much more important. Thanks to the guy, this player has a chance to survive, so they will definitely repay him in the future. Ryu Ming kept the mercenary king in his debt and secured his favor. He would have had to improve his communication skills anyway, so he got a pretty good benefit. At this time, Julie was sitting in the forest and trying to figure out if she had enough time, since more than an hour had passed and she had not killed a single orc. She was sure that it was her mistake, because she was so scared that she lost sight of Black Scythe. After the 5th round began, it wasn't hard for her to find this guy because among the 10 representatives, there was a guy with a Black Scythe. However, after she saw how easily Black Scythe dealt with the other representatives, fear washed over her. She couldn't worry because he wouldn't hurt her. He wouldn't be a scumbag who would stab her the first time they met. But when she opened her eyes, she noticed that the guy had gone somewhere and she ended up losing him. She remembered Ryu Min telling her that the task of killing 300 orcs was not that easy. She couldn't try to kill them alone, and when the integration of the regions was finished, she needed to start looking for the Black Scythe. Even if she can't find it, she should only begin to act after the first hour has passed. But there is no guarantee that Black Scythe will return to her starting point, so she will not be able to meet him until the end of the round. She decided to find him on her own, and sometime later she approached the orc village. At first, Julie assumed that Black Scythe might be there, but it was too dangerous to go there. While the girl was thinking about this, she didn't notice how an orc sneaked up behind her. She cursed to herself because she wanted to avoid a fight, but there was nowhere to go now, so Julie used a blessing on herself. At the moment, she was happy about 2 things. Firstly, she would only have to fight 1 orc, and secondly, she knew his weak points. Since orcs are very strong, you need to aim for the neck, but its main problem is accuracy. If she misses, he will attack immediately, and it is almost impossible to pull the sword out of him. She has no chance for error. However, the monster moved slightly, thereby blocking the attack, but the girl was able to pull out her weapon. For a while, she was able to dodge all the attacks perfectly, after which she noticed that the monster had opened up. Her first attack was successful, so she continued to lunge with her sword. Just a few seconds later, the monster fell with a crash in front of her. Julie couldn't believe that she was able to kill an orc single-handedly, causing a smile to appear on her face when suddenly she noticed Black Scythe nearby. The girl had been looking for him all this time, and in the end he found her himself, so it was impossible to miss him. And she turned to him, offering to fight together. Ryu Ming pretended not to know why he needed it, and Julie asked permission to show it and began to use a blessing on him. The effect of her skill lasts up to 3 hours, and all stats are increased by 50%. The guy demonstratively checked the information, and the girl added that her skill would help him during the hunt. He concluded that if he wanted to use her skill, he had to team up with her. Suddenly, Ryu Min declared that he had the skill of a representative and could simply force her to become his lackey. He then asked the girl if she could promise not to betray him, receiving an affirmative answer. Afterwards, he shook the girl's hand to introduce himself, and Julie did the same. The guy was surprised that she needed help, since she had dealt with that orc quite well on her own, but the girl admitted that it was the first time she had done this. This was her first kill in an hour and a half. There was little time left, so he decided to help her fulfill the quota. Ryu Min asked her to stay close, otherwise he would not be able to protect her. Julie noticed that he was not as cold as he seemed, and it was good that she listened to Ming. Suddenly, the girl froze in place when she noticed 3 orcs heading towards them. Black Scythe asked her to wait here, after which he suddenly rushed forward to attack first. With a fleeting movement, he deprived the monsters of their limbs, making it easier for the girl to finish them off. As she approached the weakened bodies, she decided to be careful, just in case. It turned out to be too easy, although she thought it would be risky, and killing orcs turned out to be so simple. From that moment on, she was very glad that she was now in the same squad with Black Scythe. It was simply incredible that he was at such a high level, and she couldn't even imagine that hunting could be so easy. She killed 52 orcs in half an hour, which may be fast compared to other players, but not for Black Scythe. The hunt would take too long if they just wandered around aimlessly, but if they attacked the village, Julie might get hurt. No matter how strong he was, if they were surrounded, it would be difficult for him to protect her. so he needed to find an orc shaman and reduce her target from 3 hours to an hour. The girl didn't know how they would do it, but the guy explained that it was possible with the help of an orc shaman. Orc shaman is a monster that summons orcs. If he summons them, they will be able to reduce the time it takes to find them. They will not kill the shaman himself and will leave him alive while he calls on the others. The girl became curious about how he knew about the shaman, and Ryu Min explained that he had crossed paths with him before he met her. He also added that Julie need not worry as he would be able to repel any attack. The girl didn't think that he would agree to help someone so easily, but before judging a person, you need to get to know him personally. A little later, they reached the village, and it might seem like it would be easy to clear it out, but in fact, there is a crowd of summoned orcs there. This is a trap created by the shaman to lure the players, just like last time. If you go deeper into the village, you can find a pile of player corpses which the shaman hid because they were quite intelligent creatures. However, they are too cowardly to fight fairly, so all these houses are decorations that are supposed to create an illusion for the players. The shaman is inside the house and has set a trap for the players. When the players step on the trap, the shaman summons orcs. He can summon 10 to 20 monsters. If they surround him, the fight will be difficult. But this does not mean that there is no way out. After this, the guy leaned towards the girl and began to whisper his plan. Ryu Min asked her not to worry as he had checked everything, so the girl asked him to entrust it to her. After all, it's not necessary to do this together. She herself understands that she's simply living on everything ready-made, but she can cope with this. Black Scythe calmly stated that he would wait outside while Julie headed inside the house. At first, she didn't notice anything strange, but suddenly she discovered a red carpet underneath her. It was the trap that Black Scythe had spoken of. If she walks down the hallway, she will see a room with a red carpet, and as soon as she steps on it, orcs will be summoned and block her escape route. Julie should just walk to the carpet, then go outside. Then the shaman will think that he missed his dinner and will send some scouts after her. At first glance, it was a simple task, so she just had to make it clear that she had come and then run away. Suddenly, at the opposite end of the room, a shaman revealed himself and began emitting energy. However, Julie turned around abruptly and ran towards the exit, deciding that there was nothing to worry about. As they planned, she reached the carpet and left, meaning everything worked. Now all they could do was wait, and after a couple of minutes, several orcs came out of the house and were immediately attacked by Black Scythe. Having easily dealt with them, Ryu Ming asked Julie to go out, as she had already managed to hide. After the girl finished them off, the guy asked to lure the orcs out again. Although the shaman has brains, they are no bigger than fish, so he had already forgotten about everything. After 1 hour, Julie happily announced that she had killed 300 orcs and fulfilled her quota. Thanks to Black Scythe, she was able to complete the hunt quickly and easily and is very grateful to him. She was currently at level 19, and if she earned another 10,000 points, she would be able to increase her rank. As she ranks up, new skills are unlocked and existing ones are improved, so she will only benefit from this. Plus, the guy needs a stronger buff so he can set a record during the final boss fight. Ryu Min offered to help her rise to level 20, and the girl decided that he was showing quite a lot of attention to her. Suddenly, they noticed a group of players heading towards them, who noticed a girl and orc corpses next to him. One of them stepped forward and greeted Black Scythe while the boy asked what they needed. As it turned out, they went to hunt orcs but did not know that they had arrived here first. The players couldn't believe that the boy and girl were able to kill so many orcs, and they also found it strange that there were so many monsters in such a small village. Others had a hard time comprehending that Black Scythe had taken someone as an ally. Some people noticed that Kosa's girlfriend was quite pretty, and Ryu Min, who could read minds, asked them not to bother him and to leave. He can't figure out what these people are up to, but they're clearly crossing the line. Players immediately started to show up, noticing how rudely the guy was treating strangers. Julie thought they were crazy to attack Black Scythe like that. They didn't care that he was in first place, but Ryu Ming merely swung his scythe, leaving a scratch on the player's forehead. Ryu Min asked them to leave again, and the entire group immediately ran back in fear. They knew from the start that this would happen, so they decided to hide somewhere and see what Black Scythe was going to do next. Ryu Min knew that they wanted to hide and follow him, but even with the midges swarming around, he could still continue hunting. Although one of them can take the boss away from him, then he will finish him off first and take the reward, but before that he needs to help Zhu Li reach level 20. At this time, the group of players ran away to a sufficient distance where they should not be seen. They were all curious about how Black Scythe hunted orcs, so they decided to watch him from afar. Hiding in the bushes, they noticed how orcs began to emerge from the house, and Black Scythe easily dealt with them. The monsters fearlessly attacked the guy, not even imagining what fate awaited them. Ryu Min swung his scythe, leaving all the orcs limbless but not killing them. The others immediately understood why this guy was in first place. It took them a lot of effort to kill one. Then suddenly they noticed that he was not killing orcs, and now the girl he was with was approaching him. Then everyone realized that he was really helping her, but it was unclear what he was trying to achieve. Everyone immediately became jealous of how easy it was for her to hunt, and they began to wonder who she was that Black Scythe was trying so hard for her. For some, even killing a single orc is very difficult, while for others, experience points are handed to them on a silver platter. Suddenly, one of the players noticed something strange. Every time she entered and then left the house, a pack of orcs began to chase her. The weirdest thing was that such a house couldn't possibly accommodate so many monsters. If there is a monster spawn in this HUD, it means that they were just sitting in one place doing the task, and they were driven away so as not to share the place. The players then decided to wait for them to leave and free up space in order to take it first. At this time, Julie noticed that she had reached level 20 and had unlocked a new skill. The effectiveness of her blessing also rose from 50 to 60%, and Ryu Ming asked her to use the skill right now. Under the effect of the blessing, all of the boy's stats increased by 60%. Now she cast an improved blessing on him and then used a new skill. The effect of the skill's swiftness increased attack and movement speed by 60% for half an hour. It was a very good buff, and the girl promised to cast it every half hour. After that, they decided to stop there and kill the shaman, and Ryu Min asked the girl to try not to get hurt. The guy also noticed that a group of players were staring at him and Ju Li with wide eyes, but he decided to take his time and see what they were up to, after which he entered the house and a couple of minutes later broke down the door with his scythe. He was immediately chased by several angry orcs whom he had deliberately lured out. Ju Li didn't understand why Black Scythe was running away, and the other players thought it was nonsense since he was the strongest player. At that very moment, everyone noticed an orc who came out of the house and was noticeably different from the others. The shaman summoned several more monsters who immediately blocked the guy's path. The players were shocked to notice that the shaman had a larger build than the other orcs. But since it's so huge, it might be a boss. And it turns out that orcs don't respawn, they're just summoned over and over again. Julie noticed in fear that Black Scythe was surrounded by monsters and tried to figure out what to do, and whether she should help him. But suddenly she saw the guy's confident look, and no, there was no hint that he was confused. The shaman summoned 10 more orcs, but Ryu Min easily dodged all the attacks of such a crowd. However, for the other players, this was no time to relax. They felt that the boss looked completely defenseless. Then one of them suggested committing theft, although the others doubted it, because they were afraid that Black Scythe would burn them for this deed. They'll just pretend that they thought Black Scythe was in danger, so they'll pretend to save him. Julie, who was standing to the side, was surprised to see other players sneaking past. At that very moment, she realized that while Black Scythe was distracted, they had decided to try to catch the shaman. Earlier, the girl thanked Kosa for his help, and he explained that he came here after completing the main quest. His goal was not the main quest, but the side quests, and he had already found the balance stone. He was given it after defeating the warrior boss, and the remaining items will also appear if you catch other bosses. He only wants bosses, so the girl has nothing to apologize for. And now she couldn't allow this because the shaman was the prey of the Black Scythe. If she didn't do anything, then the unworthy would steal him. Julie decided to try to prevent this, when suddenly Ru Ming used Night of Death, plunging everything around into darkness. The others were surprised that night had fallen suddenly, when a shaman suddenly appeared before them and turned his gaze on them. When the boys realized they had been burned, they tried to run away, but the shaman was faster and summoned orcs who surrounded the players. They found themselves completely defenseless, and the monsters dealt with them in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ryu Ming had already dealt with the monsters that surrounded him. He lured the shaman out to test what choice they would make. He wondered if they would take the opportunity to kill the shaman while he was in danger. In the end, things turned out very badly for the players, but since they were wasting their time spying on them, they would eventually die due to the quest failure. When the monsters finished with the group of players, they immediately headed to the Scythe, who decided to attack first, destroying them one by one. His attack speed had clearly increased due to the blessing of speed and the onset of night. With a sharp movement, Ryu Ming closed the distance with the shaman and dealt him a decisive blow. By killing the shaman, Ryu Min obtained the Bead of Eternal Sleep, a mysterious wooden totem, and a low-ranking blue magic stone. In addition, he received a second balance stone and rose to level 33, and also received the item Fake. The Bead of Eternal Sleep grants a stat point every time it reaches 100 stacks. Its effect is similar to the absorption rune that Hyun Taik had. The only thing that disappoints him is that it is a consumable item, the durability of which decreases with the accumulation of stacks. But it can be restored with the help of the rune obtained in the 8th round, and with the help of players of the blacksmith class. In this case, he would be able to infinitely improve his characteristics when suddenly the guy noticed that Julie could not find him because of the Reaper rune. But first, before canceling Death Knight, he decided to hide the traces of the fallen players' bodies. When he canceled his skill, the girl wondered why it was getting dark and then light again. Then she spotted Black Scythe and ran up to him, and the guy explained that he was a little busy. The girl noticed that he killed the shaman and asked about other players who wanted to steal the monster for themselves. Ryumin lied and said that he didn't see anyone there, although the girl thought it was strange because she heard some screams. Nothing good would come from her seeing their corpses, so the guy suggested that she go and kill another boss quickly. Sometime later, they reached the next village and Ryumin began to fight the archer boss. For defeating him, the guy received the boots of a nimble archer, a rusty arrowhead, and a low-rank green magic stone. He also received the third balance stone and decided to check the rest of the items. The nimble archer's boots were much better than the shoes he was wearing now, so there was no reason not to change them. And if you combine them with the newly obtained green magic stone, they will become even more useful. And now only the high-level boss remains. The Great Orc. Unlike other bosses in the battle with the Great One, the time attack rule applies. You need to kill him as quickly as possible, spending as little time as possible, because the faster you kill him, the better the rewards will be. Since he has Julie's buff this time, he might even be able to set a new record. But it would be better to reduce the time much more. First, you need to raise the level to the maximum and improve the characteristics with the Bead of Eternal Sleep. There was half an hour left in the round, and during this time, Ryumin had defeated countless orcs. Now it was time to move on. If he leveled up by at least 1, he would be at 40, but there was absolutely not enough time. But there was nothing to regret, and he achieved his goals, receiving 9 attribute points. He informed Julie that they would no longer hunt and would now go kill the final boss. The guy suggested that they split up here since she was already very tired from following him. She felt sad to leave like this and thought of asking if she could stay with him until he defeated the boss. But then she dismissed these thoughts because if she stayed, she would only get in the way, and it would be the right decision to split up here. Ryumin noticed that she had become attached to him in such a short time, but the Great Orc was too dangerous a creature for her to follow. At that very second, Julie decided to put a final buff on the guy. Activating the spell, she once again thanked Scythe for helping her hunt, as it would have been very difficult for her alone. She then opened her inventory and took out a crystal, deciding to give it to him as a gift for his help. Ryumin asked to keep it for herself, but the girl refused, since she just needed experience points. She showed concern for him without even realizing that Ryumin and he were the same person, and it seems she thinks that she is now indebted to Black Scythe. But suddenly he declared that she had helped him too, so they were even. He decided to accept the gift and said goodbye to her until next time. After that, Ryumin headed towards the boss, finding his location with the help of the skill. Last time, no player was able to kill the Great One among the 4 bosses that appear in this round. The Great One is too strong. Perhaps he could be dealt with if 100 level 20 players attacked him. But there was no way an ordinary player could handle him. Ryumin himself died 4 times while trying to kill the Great Orc, and thus he set a record of 43 seconds. There were 321 meters left to the goal, and the guy was confident that this time he would be able to break the previous record. As they approached the boss, Ryumin noticed that someone was already fighting him, but luck was not on the player's side. The frightened boys watched as the monster dealt with their comrade and did not understand how this was even possible. A little earlier, they had discussed the idea of joining forces to hunt together. After this, one of the players offered to introduce themselves, introducing himself as Jun Seok, who was a warrior of the 12th level. The next guy to introduce himself was a guy named Brad Pitt, and his specialty was hunter. The third to speak was a martial artist with a hard-to-pronounce name who suddenly felt ashamed. At first, they all benefited from it, but despite the fact that the squad was formed in a hurry, they got along well and communicated well. Since they acted together, they dealt with a small orc village without any problems. When the hunt, which lasted more than 6 hours, was over, they had managed to complete the main task. They joyfully announced to each other that they had been able to kill all 300 orcs and survive. However, they were sad to part like this, so they decided to hunt a little more to level up. Thus, they began to hunt together and were able to reach level 20, increasing their rank. Over time, they became even stronger and were proud of their achievements. Finally, one of the players suggested trying to clear out one last large settlement. But before he could finish speaking, Jun Seok noticed some huge monster that looked like the boss. The girl who was among them suggested that they take him down, since the 5 of them could handle him. If he drops a reward, they can fairly divide it between themselves. But as soon as the boss turned and looked at them, all the players were immediately gripped by fear. They were sure that they had become stronger, but when the monster attacked them, everyone realized their helplessness. Without any extra effort, the boss killed players who could do nothing against him. Their opponent was not the game in this hunt, he was death itself, which did not give them a chance of survival. Jun Seok knew he was going to die right now as the monster started heading towards him. He had already lost all hope of salvation, but suddenly a guy appeared behind the monster and cut off one of the monster's heads. Ryumin couldn't even imagine that the boss would die from one blow, but nevertheless, the deed was done. He has reached level 40 and his rank has been upgraded to expert, and he can now use the trading function. All of his skills were increased, and he also learned the Reaper skill, Moonlight Destruction, which was the only area attack skill. It builds up energy for 1 second and then fan-shaped it out to deal 1,200% damage in front of it. Usually, if there is only one attack skill and it doesn't work, the risk becomes too great. But because of this skill, it will be easy to hit the target. It is also very useful because it deals physical and magical damage, so even if the enemy is immune to physical damage, they can still be dealt with. Only low-level monsters will appear now, but this skill will definitely come in handy later. In addition, he received the Great Orc's Fang Gloves and a low-ranking purple magic stone, as well as the final balance stone. By combining them, Ryu Min received the Rune of Balance as a reward for the side quest. The balance rune allowed you to double your stats if the difference between your minimum and maximum stats was 10 or less. It only affects pure stats, strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Ryu Min assumed that, having received the rune, he would be able to evenly upgrade all pure stats. Since the rune had already been imprinted, he decided to take a look at how much the characteristics had increased. His eyes widened when he discovered that absolutely every stat was over 300. It has a round buff and a blessing, but even so, the stats are simply unreal. The balance rune helps you level up like nothing else. Since Ryu Min defeated the boss in 1 second, he received 100,000 gold as a reward. And with this money, he will be able to unlock all the skills that he has not yet learned. He has set an unprecedented record, and his achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records, and he can choose a unique item as a reward. This didn't happen before, and now the guy can choose the artifact he wants. He was given a choice of one piece of equipment, such as a weapon, armor, or jewelry. He doesn't need a unique weapon as he plans to create it upon his return. In the end, his choice fell on the helmet, while Junseo could not believe that Black Scythe killed this monster with one blow. He couldn't comprehend how strong Black Scythe was, as even 5 people at level 20 couldn't defeat him. However, now is not the time to think about this. He should at least greet him and thank him. But from fear, he completely lost his voice. A few minutes later, angels appeared to them, noticing that the number of people had greatly decreased over the past 10 hours. However, they certainly could not have died fighting with ordinary orcs and perhaps killed each other for the spoils. They then decided to look at the results and found that Black Scythe was once again in first place, having killed 300 orcs in an hour. The other players couldn't believe that he was already level 40, and they were also amazed by his record. He ended up receiving an epic rank necklace and a special reward of his choice. And for placing first in 5 rounds in a row, he earned the title of Ahead of All. It is precisely because of this title that he has never given up first place in the region, because the opportunity to develop 1.5 times faster cannot be missed. Now that he has received the title he wanted, it is time to look at the awards and choose a necklace. If he were an ordinary person, he would have simply chosen at random, as if on an exam, but he had already used each of them more than once. In the end, he chose the Java necklace, which gives all stats a 3-fold boost and also provides 35% resistance. Right now, he doesn't need improved stats or increased strength. He needs resistance to various effects. Besides, items that increase resistance are expensive, so when the necklace is no longer needed, he can sell it for a profit. He had to choose a special reward, and Ryu Min chose to triple the amount of experience he received for the next 6 rounds. The angel addressed the players again, asking if they had checked their rating via message, and added that 1,585 people had completed the main task. Everyone in the top 1,211 would be eliminated. And at that very moment, some players began to disappear and beg for mercy. The angels found this pitiful and compared people to insects. At first, she thought that no one had even been able to complete the additional task of the 5th round. But then she discovered that Black Scythe had managed to do it. She had nothing more to say, so she ordered everyone to rest and said goodbye until the next round. Once home, Ryu Min's first thought was to eat, as he had spent 10 hours in another world. He then opened the fusion window, inserting his Scythe, Orc Heart, Mystic Totem, Rusty Arrowhead, and Great Orc Fang. If you make such a combination, the weapon will be improved to an epic rank that corresponds to its level. But there is also a black diamond that he stole from Young Min. If you add this stone, the weapon will not become epic, but completely unique. The merger was successful, and his scythe was now called Death Side, and its characteristics were much better than before. Only now was he able to get rid of the Death Scythe, but he was still pleased with the result. And now that he has so much money, he should also upgrade his skills. Ryu Min decided to start with local navigation, which would allow him to see the surrounding areas as a minimap. Enhanced peripheral vision is incomparable to normal human vision, and basic resistance increases resistance to effects by 15%. Sleight of hand increases the chance of skills hitting a target by 20%, and that's how he learned all the basic skills. Even after purchasing all the skills, he still had 140,000 gold left, but there was nothing worth buying except for epic grade items. However, they would appear in a few days, and looking at his status window, Ryu Min was damn pleased. This effect is achieved with just one balance rune, and if you also use the brutal kill rune, the results will double. Now that the guy has become stronger, you can start a business with Guyong Lok, and after that, use Young Min. He suddenly became curious about whether the guy had survived like last time, and decided to track his location. From what we can track, he's alive, so Ryo Min can use him a little longer. But even this has a limit, so he will use it one last time in real life and then get rid of it. The next day, sitting in a restaurant, Julie tried to understand why Ryu Min had called her again. She began to imagine him touching her hair and declaring that he missed her very much. The girl immediately began shaking her head, ordering herself to calm down and come to her senses. At that very moment, Ryu Ming entered the cafe, noticing that Zhu Li was already there. She nervously asked him what he would order, stating that she was paying today and the guy had asked for a double iced Americano. After waiting for their order, they decided to continue the conversation and discuss what successes they had managed to achieve in this round. Afterwards, Ryu Min asked how her 5th round went and whether she had met Black Scythe. Julie doubted that such a person would team up with her, but once she showed him her skills, he immediately agreed. He helped her a lot, and thanks to his skills, she easily completed the task and even took 2nd place in the region. Ryumin was genuinely happy for her and decided to ask what reward she had been given. She received a rare mid-grade necklace that increases agility, but suddenly Julie gave it to the guy since she only got it thanks to his prediction, but Ryu Ming tried to refuse. The girl admitted that it wasn't difficult for her, Black Scythe helped her, so the hunt went like clockwork. The guy then offered to give the reward to Scythe, but Julie doubted that such an item would interest such a player. The guy was very pleased, but he didn't need the necklace because he hadn't even received a regular rank yet. Ryu Min decided to lie that he was now level 19, and he somehow managed to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours. After putting the necklace back into her inventory, Julie felt upset as she remembered that the fortune teller was not a combat class. Suddenly she became interested in how fortune tellers fight, and the guy lied about having magical skills. Julie realized that he really didn't need to improve his agility, since mages used intelligence. Then she took out a crystal from her inventory and asked him to accept it instead of the necklace. This time, the guy accepted the gift and the girl immediately became embarrassed, nervously saying that he often helped her, but she could not just accept help. Suddenly, Ryu Min stated that in that case, he should also give a return gift, namely information about the 6th round. The girl would be very grateful for this, so Ryu Min began to tell her the details. She didn't expect to have to team up with Black Scythe again, though he was unlikely to refuse as she had already proven herself a valuable ally. Julie visibly thought about this proposal, which slightly puzzled the guy. The girl admitted that Black Scythe was very nice to her. He was attentive and not so scary, although a little arrogant. She also noticed that he had a boosted sense of insight, because it felt like he could read the thoughts of those around him. However, all this is thanks to the mind-reading rune, and he is not perfect at all, since he lost 99 times. Ryumin felt disappointed when he learned that the final round required a team of 5. In any case, there is no more room for error, and they are obliged to reach the final no matter what, along with Zhu Li and the priestess from America. Noticing the guy's expression, Zhu Li guessed that he was worried about the next round. The girl felt helpless because she was always the one who only received help, but was unable to help in any way. However, she had already helped him a lot, and thanks to her, he was able to kill the High Orc in a second. Ryumin asked her not to worry because he was sure that they would meet in that world someday. Hearing the words of encouragement, Zhu Li beamed and suggested holding on until then. Suddenly, the guy became curious about how she would react when she found out that he was the Black Scythe. That was what he should be worried about. A little later, Ryu Ming visited the Heavenly Demon Company, as he was its main shareholder. Gyung Lok met him personally and asked the manager to bring them each a cup of chamomile tea. The man asked if the prophet had arrived comfortably, and the boy thanked his driver for the smooth ride. Gyeon Lok was glad to hear this and asked him to let him know immediately if he didn't like something, and he would immediately take all necessary measures. The boy laughed to himself, thinking that Gyung Lok, who killed criminals every week, would take the necessary measures. The man wanted to offer the guy lunch, but he refused because there was something more important. Gyeon Lok immediately realized that the guy had come here to share information about the next round. Ryumin noticed that he was impatient, but he answered in the affirmative. But in return, he wanted them to hold an emergency shareholders meeting. Now is the time to talk business, change direction, and even change the name. Specifically, Ryu Min wants him to support his proposal during the meeting. That is, no senseless objections. It means that he needs to convince the other shareholders to make the right decision. Judging by what the guy saw in the future, they won't be very happy. The man's face showed that he was dying of curiosity, although he had already said that a sharp change in activity would lead to success. So the plan he's going to propose is to create an open social marketplace exclusively for players. In other words, he is going to make an online store. The only difference is that it will be open only to players. There you can sell and buy goods for cash. They can allow players to decide for themselves whether to sell or exchange items. Gyeon Lok understood the exchange, but he didn't know if the players needed real money. At the moment, they don't have any more suitable methods, but others may appear later. Ryuming was able to look into the future and saw that people above level 40 were trading gold instead of cash. They gained this opportunity upon reaching level 40. This opportunity allows players to trade with each other using gold. And they, as an intermediary site, simply have to create a system that will help them safely make transactions using gold. This way, players will be able to receive either gold or cash as payment. An online store for players sounded pretty good. They have the advantage of being innovative since no one has done something like this before. They have now reached the 5th round, and the players have already accumulated enough items. Items dropped by monsters cannot be sold in the store, and many people wonder what to do with them. Most players have been given the ability to combine items, so everyone will be trying to create different combinations. But they will create an online store where you can easily buy these items, and crowds of people will flock there. As the prophet said, if they can build the system correctly, they can achieve incredible success. Guyon Locke decided that it would be a good idea to create an app that would be easy for players to use, as well as an auction system. He liked the guy's business idea because he is a prophet and can guarantee a good result, so he cannot refuse. They monopolize the purchase of materials to create combinations whose use is still unknown. This way, it will be possible to create not only items of unique and legendary rank, but also divine ones. They had already decided that the new area of activity would be an online store, but the question of the company name remained. Now it doesn't matter what the man's ideas were because they can only follow the will of the prophet, especially since he is their main shareholder. Ryu Min stated that since it was going to be a site for players, a great name would be Player Place. To simplify matters, the name could be shortened to the first 2 letters. But the question remained as to how long it would take to create this system. If things go quickly, it will take about a month, which will be after the 6th round. So now Ryu Min decided to tell them about it. After hearing this, Guyon Locke realized that they needed to cooperate already in the 6th round. He was glad that he had managed to lure the prophet to his side. Thanks to him, everything was going smoothly both in the real world and in the virtual one. They decided to continue working on the idea they discussed today and will hold an extraordinary meeting soon. The man also asked the boy to come personally and give an explanation on this issue at the meeting. After this, Kyung Lok asked Sang Chul to take the prophet home and then visit the actor to give him the information. A few days later, Ryomin remembered that epic items were supposed to appear in the store today. Upon opening the shop, the boy discovered that today's items contained the Wanderer's Rags. This was an epic item that increased attack and movement speed by 30%. This armor has poor defense, but it increases attack and movement speed, and epic items for 20,000 gold are not often found. The era when players were dependent on the store is gone, because now they will be able to buy everything they need from their store. Then the blueprints will sell at a high price, because if a player has a blueprint, he can avoid wasting time randomly combining different items. This will obviously be very popular as items can be resold to other people and the store will be overflowing with users. But until then, the guy will have to come to an extraordinary meeting with the shareholders. The next day, people were already gathering in the company and receiving documents, taking their places along the way. In the end, the shareholders' meeting went smoothly as Ryumin expected. There were some dissatisfied people, but since he answered everyone's questions, they began to calm down. Together with Guyon Locke, they managed to convince shareholders of an idea that would definitely bring them success. After the meeting, Guyon Locke praised the prophet, noting that his voice did not even waver during his speech. Now they will take on the creation of the website and the system, so the guy can not worry about anything and focus on the 6th round. It was obvious that Guyon Locke was worried that he would no longer be able to use his prophecies if he died. Here his business for today was finished, so he decided to have lunch, but he still had to take advantage of young men. Later in the evening, the meeting, which takes place every Sunday, began. One of the players sadly announced that they had lost contact between the 2 players, and since they had not reconnected, they had died in the 5th round. The girl thought the atmosphere was somehow gloomy. It turned out that people had died, but it was strange. She didn't understand why he was so sad if they only ever communicated via video call, but suddenly she realized that he was just pretending in front of the chairman. The chairman who founded the cafe is a very influential person, and naturally the guy tries to please him. The girl decided that she couldn't lose either, so she pretended to be very upset. Noticing her reaction, the men immediately asked her not to cry because they themselves could not hold back their tears. In the end, she managed to outwit them, but all people are cunning at their core, and at that very moment, the chairman joined the video call. The man looked at his subordinates in surprise, trying to understand why everyone was crying. When he learned of what had happened, he tried to reassure himself that everyone else had survived. They could have recruited more people this time, but it's unlikely they'll have that much talent. And the people they sent applications to last time haven't even gotten in touch. No one had heard anything about the 3 people who were interviewed, and they called several times, but they did not pick up. The chairman decided that these 3 also died in the 5th round, but one of his subordinates stated that Black Scythe definitely survived. If he is such a strong person, then nothing will happen to him, either in the game or in life. However, it is unclear why Black Scythe was hiding all this time, even though he applied to participate, but no one could answer this question. It might not have been Black Scythe who submitted that application. The reason they couldn't contact him was because that person died in the 5th round. There was meaning in these words, and the fact that it was an imposter explains everything. A giant like Black Scythe would never join a cafe like that. But when the man realized what he had said, it was too late, and the chairman asked to clarify which cafe he was talking about. Perhaps he has some grievances against their cafe, which serves as a springboard for a new era of player unification. The man immediately began to apologize, but the leader decided to remove him from his leadership position and ban him from entering the cafe. In a situation where even their combined strength is not enough, they cannot trust the person who is belittling the cafe. Now that they had eliminated the reactionary, the chairman smiled and suggested continuing the meeting. Suddenly, the Lost Yak announced with surprise that someone had just applied for membership, and the player's nickname was Black Scythe. But the real name is different from the Black Scythe name that was last time, and this time the application was submitted by someone named Young Min. The chairman asked to visit his house once. Even if it is not Black Scythe, they have no choice but to meet with him. But if it is an imposter again, then he must pay the appropriate price for daring to make fun of them. Ryu Ming already knew that another person had appeared posing as Black Scythe, so the cafe managers wouldn't be able to sit still. They will likely go to the candidate's home to meet under the guise of an interview. However, under the fact of joining, they force others to participate in the murder, which will ultimately lead to destruction. That's why Ryu Ming can't sit back and watch. It's better for him to kill the leaders who are the masterminds. One day, this cafe will grow into a major force with over 30% of their country's players joining. Therefore, instead of disbanding the organization, it is better to use it to control multiple players. All that remained was to use young men to remove the leaders and take the chairman's place. At this time, a guy in a balaclava entered one of the stores and threw a bag on the counter, surprising the seller. Pointing to the bag, the robber ordered that all the cash he had be quickly put there if the man did not want to die. The seller decided to ask him if he was a gambler, and the guy immediately slammed the counter, declaring that he was not joking. The man immediately began to shake with fear and began to collect all the money he had, trying not to make any sudden movements. There was little money, as business was not going well and the production of lottery tickets had been suspended. However, the robber knew perfectly well that he had some gold hidden in his storeroom. Once the guy got about 10 million won, he decided that it was enough. As he left the store, he sternly ordered that he not report to the police. Otherwise, he would escape from the detention center and kill him. Having moved a sufficient distance, Young Min took off his balaclava, delighted with his remarkable catch. In the real world, he can live peacefully, but it is unknown whether he will be able to survive the next round. It's all because of the Black Scythe, because of whom he lost his friends and his stats were below the plinth. Young Min let out a loud scream of anger, then flinched when he noticed the cat behind him. He mentally promised that if he ever saw Black Scythe in real life, he would immediately cut him up into organs. When Young Min got to his house, he found a strange man standing near his door who asked him his name. Judging by the guy's reaction, it really was him, and Young Min decided that this man was from the police. The man clarified that his name was Lost Yak, and that he was in charge of recruiting at the cafe. He added that the boy had submitted an application to join their ranks that morning. Young Min didn't understand what they were talking about, and the man was surprised that it wasn't Black Scythe in front of him. The guy took it as a joke, which visibly angered him. Lost Yak decided to leave, but Young Min asked him to explain properly what was needed from him. The name and address matched, meaning someone had accessed his personal information and decided to play a little joke. As a friend, there was another guy in a white mask in the hallway who said that he was the one who used his name. Young Min immediately insulted the stranger, not understanding where he knew him from. In response, Ryu Min took out his scythe, letting the others guess for themselves. The Lost Yak didn't understand where he got such a huge braid from, but then he realized that he really was the Black Scythe. However, he was short, not even reaching 170 centimeters, and his build was fragile. This was not at all how he had imagined him. At this time, Young Min was in shock, although the physique was different, but the speech and behavior were the same. And most importantly, the Black Scythe actually appeared to him in the real world. But it is unclear why he came here and appropriated his name, since they have nothing in common. Yak noticed that the guy began to shake, realizing that this was indeed the Black Scythe, although he himself had never seen him. He, with his 20th level, definitely won't be able to cope with him. Suddenly, Ryu Min noticed that the man had not come here alone and asked him to tell the others to leave. At that very second, 2 more players appeared behind the guy, wondering how he knew they were there. Instead of answering, Ryu Ming held out his scythe in front of him, ordering them not to come closer unless they wanted to die. One of the players thought it was just a bluff, but the other stopped him, deciding to find out if it was really Black Scythe in front of him. He heard that his main weapon is a scythe, but he has never seen it in person. But he can't believe it, judging by the scythe alone. With irritation in his voice, Ryu Min admitted that he was the Black Scythe. The object the player was looking at was telling the truth, and the truth rune determined this. He explained to his comrades that the guy was telling the truth, thereby stunning them. The player who had been rude to the scythe decided to apologize for his mistake, but then assumed that Ryu Min had not heard anything. He tried to greet the guy, but Black Scythe suggested that he forget about the greeting. Realizing that he had heard everything, the player tried to sincerely apologize for the disrespect. However, there was no need for apologies here because he wanted to check whether he really was the Black Scythe. Another player stated that he didn't need to show off his skills since they were already convinced of everything. They tried to explain that they had the Rune of Truth, but Ryu Min decided that if they repelled the attack, he would pretend that nothing had happened. The rude player immediately became frightened and admitted that he had only looked at him once. However, it was too late and Ryu Ming instantly swung his scythe, cutting off the boy's head. No one even had time to notice how he swung his scythe, and now they were all shaking with fear. When asked what he had done, the boy explained that he had proven with his skills that he was the Black Scythe. Lost Yak had already told him that it wasn't necessary, but it was too late. He did come here to recruit Black Scythe, but he couldn't hire a man who would cut everyone down for no reason. It's dangerous to take Black Scythe as a colleague, since he can't hold him back. We need to kill him here and now. He's at level 40. It won't be easy. I'll have to pretend they're giving up first and then take advantage of his letdown guard. Suddenly, Ryumin said that it was funny that they thought he wouldn't notice their intention to kill him. The man tried to wriggle out of it, but the boy explained that he planned to pretend to meekly surrender. He then decided to explain why he had applied, including Young Min's name and address, because he wanted to see who the Lost Yak was working with, and all this in order to kill them with his own hands. One of the men decided to first try to convince him and then buy time. But it was too late. Ryumin swung his scythe and killed Yak, and the remaining player realized that he had lured them all here to kill them from the very beginning. Unable to bear it, he loudly asked what he wanted from them and why he was doing this. Ryumin asked the same question, asking what had offended them so much that they would kill people under the pretext of an interview. In particular, the interview of mercenaries, they personally come to deal with those who are undergoing one-on-one testing. The man explained that these were not ordinary innocent people, but scum, who allowed themselves to insult the player. Ryumin was surprised that he judged others with all severity, but they treated himself with leniency. Plucking up his courage, the player declared that the guy was annoying him, because he knew absolutely nothing about him. With a sharp swing of his scythe, Ryumin took the man's life, concluding that these scum were killing civilians. He then turned to Young Min, stating that he had nothing to fear as he would soon be heading back to his comrades. Young Min didn't understand how he knew his friends, and Ryumin hinted that they hung out together. To be precise, his gang was following him, after which the guy decided to take off his mask, showing his face. Young Min, recognizing Ryumin, immediately remembered how he had previously beaten him, ordering him to bring money. Suddenly, he concluded that Ryu Ming and Black Scythe really did look alike, which was hard to believe. The guy noticed that Young Min didn't believe that he was Black Scythe, judging by his reaction. However, Ryu Min wasn't surprised since he had beaten him up the previous year, and Young Min didn't understand why he had pretended to be a loser back then. However, the guy could not remember when he had pretended. Then, with a sharp movement, he swung his scythe and cut off the guy's hand, because he didn't like to hear that he was a loser from trash like him. And he asked his comrade to be quieter if he didn't want his tongue cut out as well. Then Ryu Min extended his hand, deciding to give him first aid. One hand should have been enough for him, although it didn't matter, since he would die soon anyway. With a trembling voice, Young Min wanted to know if he was really the Ryu Min the boy knew before. Ryu Min gave a negative answer, after which he swung his scythe at the frightened Young Min, who immediately began to apologize and beg for mercy. He won't even gain any benefit from his death, so he can use him. Young Min agreed to become his personal errand boy and do whatever he asked. Ryu Min pretended to think about it, then abruptly refused, frightening his interlocutor. The guy was sure that Young Min still wanted to stick a knife in his back, and while carrying out his orders, he would constantly wait for a chance to kill him. The shaking guy began to deny everything, although he mentally did not understand how he found out about it. At that very moment, Ryu Ming concluded that a dog that could bite its owner should not be kept near him, and that was the end of his value. He tried to beg for mercy one last time, but it was too late, and his head was separated from his body. Ryu Ming had already given him a chance last time, back when he didn't have the rune. He was deceived by the boy's vile language in his attempts to save him. In the end, of course, he betrayed him. Then he was just prey, who was hunted long and hard. And now this painful friendship came to an end. This was the first and last time anyone saw him without a mask. After that, the guy decided to clean up and use the skill to remove all traces. Later in the evening, Year of the Lamb joined the cafe chat and greeted the chairman. She noticed that the interview with Black Scythe had ended, but the rest of the leadership had been killed. The man added sadly that as soon as the interview ended, everyone was killed. At first, the girl didn't understand who could have done such a thing, but then she realized that the Black Scythe was hunting for members of their cafe. It also dawned on her that the previous dead players had also been killed by him. Trying to understand the reason, the chairman suggested that the cold-blooded killer did not need her, or it was because they had expanded their influence. There will always be people trying to take a piece of your pie, and he did it because of jealousy or envy. If this is true, then Black Scythe must be killed. But this undertaking must be approached with great caution. It turns out that his application to join the cafe was an attempt to lure the management. It was so looking forward to the day when it would meet him, but he turned out to be a psychopath hostile to them. Perhaps their heads would have already flown off their shoulders because of the Black Scythe, and now this guy is their enemy. They absolutely had to find him and avenge their colleagues, but the girl became curious about what if it wasn't Black Scythe, but someone else. The chairman stated that they had a witness, after which he asked Lost Yak to explain everything to the girl. After they had heard everything, the chairman decided to let everyone go until the next meeting. As soon as the guy left the conference, he was glad that they didn't notice anything. After this, Ryu Min took off his helmet and returned to his true form, while thinking that he should have gone to acting school. For winning the timed boss fight in the 5th round, he chose the assassin's mask as a reward. If the activation word is spoken, the player takes on the appearance of the player they killed, changing their face, skin color, voice, and physique. Changing your appearance to that of a killed player is a wonderful reward. Killing an ally with a backstab is as easy as pie. If it were up to him, Ryu-Min would have taken on his appearance after killing the chairman, but the mask's effect doesn't apply to him because he's not a player. The head of the player's organization is not a player himself, which was quite ironic. Moreover, it is impossible to get close to him, since a dangerous player, Year of the Lamb, stands in the way, and right now his abilities are no match for hers. Until he has countermeasures ready, he should avoid contact with the leadership and monitor the situation, continuing to play the role of Yak. They're unlikely to need the Lost Yak until the next conference, and in the meantime, they can restore the durability of the beads of eternal sleep. A few days later, in a remote house in England, a blacksmith was working. He created another dagger of his own and was happy about it, but then the smile disappeared from his face. He just makes them for the drawer and doesn't even sell them. Ever since those damned angels appeared, his number of clients has greatly decreased. He's managed to stay afloat for a while now, but now he's really at his limit, and his bank account is at rock bottom. He would like to work as a blacksmith all his life, but it seems there is no way out. Suddenly he remembered that they said that if you reach the 20th round, one wish will be fulfilled. He can't just give up blacksmithing, because what's good about simple youth in a man, there must also be passion. That's why he decided to go to the final round and fulfill his dream, because even in that world, as if by fate, he was given the profession of a blacksmith. Even though blacksmithing isn't useful on the battlefield, he's still capable of winning, because he has the weapon polishing skill, which increases damage. The guy decided no matter what to get to the 20th round, but he still needed money since there wasn't a penny left even for materials. He'll have to put this business on hold until he has money for materials, and once he's saved up, he'll return to the hut and do it. The guy was thinking about finding a new job, not noticing how some man was approaching his house. Turning around, he noticed a guy of Asian appearance. He didn't often see people like that in these parts. At first he thought he was lost, but Ryu Min extended his hand to him, recognizing him as Russell Daniel. The blacksmith tried to figure out who was standing in front of him, and judging by Ryu Min's answer, he found the one he was looking for. Then he decided to find out where the guy heard about him, and he explained that he didn't hear but saw. Ryu Ming immediately explained that he was a prophet and could see the future, but Russell did not believe it. The guy decided to prove it and told him that Russell was level 21, his profession was a blacksmith, and he also named his region. He might have been lucky in guessing the level and profession, but he even named the region correctly. Russell Daniel was still hesitant, as this was the first time he had heard about the profession of a prophet. He may know that there are unique classes, and prophet is one of the professions that can only be held by one person. After that, Ryumin smiled and said that he came here to make a deal with him. He needed to fix one item using the repair skill. He asked only for this in exchange for useful information. It was the 6th round information, and upon hearing it, Russell Daniel visibly tensed up. If this guy already has the information, it will definitely help him with his strategy, but it's too much of a reward for such an easy job. The blacksmith decided to check whether he would really give him information for repairing the item and not ask for anything else. It was just like him. Ryu Min would have even been upset if he had simply agreed. To cut to the chase, Ryu Min genuinely wanted to befriend him, which puzzled the blacksmith. The guy saw a future where he became the best blacksmith and was able to survive until the 15th round without anyone's help. But that's all. After this, he has no future, and it's all hopeless. However, Ryu Min will be able to help him if they cooperate. Not only will it be easier for him to level up, but he will also get past the 15th round. Besides this, he will be able to work as a blacksmith all his life as he wanted. In return, the guy didn't need too much, and he suggested that they simply help each other. Russell Daniel, the only blacksmith to survive to the 15th round, could be useful to him. Now he was thinking hard about the offer, so the guy decided to help him make his choice. Ryu Min stated that he would give him information about the next round if Russell repaired his items several times and used his skills. He doesn't ask for more, especially since this way he can become stronger with the help of the advantages that he is about to lose. The blacksmith didn't know whether he should trust him, but he didn't sense any lies in the boy's words. Russell was very grateful for such a high rating, but he was not yet sure, so he decided to think about it and give an answer after the end of the 6th round. Ryumin agreed to do what was convenient for him, since they were not signing a contract. The blacksmith decided to repair the item first, and then Ryumin could tell him the information about the 6th round. The boy handed him a bead of eternal sleep, which had only 1 unit of durability left. After accepting the artifact, Russell immediately used his skills, instantly repairing the bead. Taking it in his hands, Ryu Ming personally confirmed that the durability was once again 1,000. Russell didn't know what kind of necklace it was, but it seemed to be pretty good, and the guy was probably going to keep using it, gradually increasing its durability. Judging by the blacksmith's expression, he doesn't know what this item is. He deliberately didn't read the description, as he considers it confidential information. Ryu Min thanked him for restoring his strength, but now the blacksmith was waiting for information. After listening carefully to everything, Russell concluded that he should assemble a squad of strong players, since the monsters would be very strong. After that, their deal was concluded, but Ryu Min also asked to sell him some things. The boy asked him for some black iron filings with a smile, and Russell was surprised that the boy knew he had them. Ryu Min guessed that the blacksmith was looking for work because he didn't have enough money to buy materials, and he would pay generously for it. Russell, surprised, declared that the guy in front of him was truly amazing, and now he definitely believed that he was a prophet. To be honest, he thought there was some kind of catch to it, for which he apologized. However, he has nothing to apologize for. He simply told him what he saw, and he himself decides whether to believe him or not. The blacksmith decided to give him the shavings for free because he thought it was fair payment for the information he received. He was not so unscrupulous as to pay for information by fixing just one item. Ryumin was genuinely surprised that the guy would just give him such an expensive item. Black iron chips are a material for crafting divine rank items, and he probably doesn't know that such an item is difficult to obtain before the 11th round. In fact, the blacksmith didn't even know how to use it, and only he, being a prophet, knows what this item is worth. This item must have been extremely important since Ryu Min asked for it, but the guy decided not to poke his nose into something that wasn't his business. Ryu Min was pleased with the blacksmith's easygoing nature, after which he threw him the bag and asked him to open it. Russell started shaking when he discovered 20,000 pounds inside. After all, the guy can't just take the item from him, and this should be enough to buy materials. Now he wouldn't even have to look for a new job, for which he was infinitely grateful to the unexpected guest. Ryu Min asked him to take the money because shavings are a very expensive item, and he gave money not only for the purchase of materials. He advised the blacksmith to open an overseas investment account and buy Korean stocks with about half of that amount. If he invests in his company, which will soon grow, then he will not have to worry about purchasing materials for the rest of his life. Russell decided to trust his words. After all, he earned this money without putting in any effort. Afterwards, Ryumin wished him good luck in the next round and asked for his phone number. Suddenly, the blacksmith realized that he had forgotten to ask the name of his guest, and Ryumin asked to call him Master Ryu. When June first arrived, all the players were transported to another dimension. They found themselves in a desert this time and tried to guess what tasks they would be given. The 6th round was a co-op round, and Ryu Min had to find people to join his team. First of all, he needed to find Zhu Li. In fact, he didn't need anyone else except her, but for a squad of 5 people, he needed 3 more. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing a familiar voice, and discovered that Zhu Li herself had found him. The girl was in high spirits, but she spoke to him too formally. The other players tried to figure out who this girl was that she was talking to player number 1 like that. Although she herself took 2nd place in the last round and was so close to 1st place in the ranking, Zhu Li asked the guy if he had killed the final boss in the last round, and he answered in the affirmative. He also managed to complete an additional task, but he was not going to tell what the reward was for it. She was surprised that the boy answered the question before she asked it, and concluded that Black Scythe was a very perceptive person. As soon as she realized what she had just said, she immediately felt awkward. The girl blushed deeply and began to apologize to the guy, bowing low along the way. Ryu Ming thanked her for the compliment, and Zhu Li remarked on how responsive and charismatic he was. Suddenly, 2 more people, A-Rin and Song Kul, approached them, and the first thing the actress was interested in was who this girl was next to Scythe. After that, they politely greeted the guy, hoping that he had not forgotten them, and Rin assumed that the girl next to him was his companion, but the guy was not obliged to say this. The actress sadly noticed that before he was smiling, but for some reason he was so rude to her. Then the guy asked if they needed something from him. They probably came because it was prophesied that they would be in the squad with the Black Scythe. Sang Kol decided to admit that they would like to be in the same squad with him. He understood that they would only get in the way, but he promised to try his best to prevent this. Ryumin decided to pretend that he was in deep thought, although he just needed these 2 to fill out the squad. But what if he takes them into the squad and not someone else? Gyeonglok will treat Black Braid a little better? However, Sang Chol didn't ask to be let into the squad just like that. He has information regarding the 6th round, and he is ready to share it. Ryu Ming frowned, realizing that the man was about to leak information and he should think about it. The boy refused, surprising the man, who thought it would be useful to know in advance what awaited them. However, Black Scythe has decided to act as he sees fit, and he is not going to rely on unreliable information. He then decided to find out where Sangchul got this information and who his informant was, seeing how he was hesitating. The man refused and was surprisingly secretive, not telling about the existence of the prophet, which was not a bad thing. At first, Sangchul thought that there was nothing more that could be done, but to his surprise, Black Scythe decided to accept them into the squad. He can be trusted since he didn't reveal his information, and besides, Ryu Min hates chatterboxes. It was a huge relief for the man because if he had told about the prophet, they would have been driven away, so he and Arin thanked the guy. He then decided to introduce Ju Li, explaining that they had an agreement. After this, the girls shook hands and introduced themselves. Ju Li assumed that it was the same actress in front of her, to which she heard words of confirmation. Having turned on fan mode, the girl also shouted that she watched all her films with her father. At this time, Sangchul decided to clarify whether the guy really didn't want to know information about the 6th round. However, he doesn't need her, and he asked her not to even think about telling him. He doesn't want to hear chatter later about how he helped him. The man wanted to pay him back with information, but if something went wrong, he would warn him. Sangchul then decided to ask Ju Li about her specialization, and the girl explained that she had the ability to apply buffs. Later, she agreed to demonstrate it to them, and Arin stated that she was also something of a buffer. She can summon a fairy that gives a shield, and a little later she will show it to them too. Suddenly, Sangchul decided to introduce himself to the girl, albeit a little late. Earlier, she had thought that they were already acquainted with Black Scythe, and the man confirmed that he had somehow saved both of their lives. Julie realized that he was also saving people in danger, and she knew that her eyes had not deceived her. At that very moment, an angel appeared above the players and greeted them, clarifying that 1,010 people were participating in this round. After that, she decided to get straight to the point, and the players noticed that their main task was to kill one boss in 6 hours. However, they won't have to defeat the boss alone, as they wouldn't be able to completely kill him that way anyway. Several people must fight him, and the angel has already prepared something for this. It was a squad system that allowed people to cooperate with each other and form groups. A squad is considered formed only if it has 5 people, and the fact that allies cannot stab each other in the back is also taken into account. Within a squad, gold from killing monsters will be distributed equally regardless of which squad member killed it. But this would only spread within a radius of 100 meters, however, the question arose of how they would divide the objects. For example, if one person did 70% of the work and another did 30%, the probability of receiving the item would be equal to the percentage. However, even if the contribution was small, there is still a chance to receive the item. In addition, the system measures the contribution taking into account all circumstances. If the damage was high, then the contribution will also be high, but this depends not only on the damage, the contribution of buffers will also be taken into account. Players have noticed that people who apply buffs have had the most luck. This allows even people with non-combat professions to make a significant contribution. They should also know that if they kill a monster while not in a squad, this kill will not be counted. Once they have formed a squad and killed the boss, they can immediately go through the round with the entire squad, and now the 101st boss has already been released. For the angel, this task did not seem so difficult, because they would complete it simply by killing one boss. After this, the angel wished everyone good luck at the end, noting that there were no additional tasks in this round. The players were skeptical of the angel's words about a simple task, but if this is a boss, then he must be tough. The system asks to pay attention that the task will not be counted if it is not completed as part of a squad. There were 6 hours left until the end of the round, and now everyone could form squads of 5 people. It's good that Sangchul listened to the prophecy in advance and joined the Black Scythe. The man suggested that they join forces, but Ryumin reminded them that they would have to find another person for the squad. Julie asked who would take the remaining place then, but the final decision was up to Black Scythe. Lost in thought, Ryu Ming began to hope that that very person was somewhere nearby. So Ryumin can pretend to make the decision and naturally include him in the lineup. Players have already started thinking about assembling a squad, keeping in mind that there should be 5 people in the squad. After this, different players started inviting others to join their squad. However, absolutely everyone was thinking about joining the squad with the Black Scythe. One of the brave men went forward and greeted the guy, asking permission to join him. Ryuming immediately refused and asked him to leave. He didn't even pretend to think about the proposal and sent it straight away. If the guy were like before, he would have accepted anyone just to fill out the squad. But this time he must take those with whom he can grow. This time, everything was just as chaotic as last time, and after that Ryu Ming began to refuse everyone who approached him. The players looked noticeably dissatisfied as they saw nothing difficult in accepting them. They also noticed 3 people who were standing next to the Black Scythe. They were doing well, since they had already practically survived. Sangchul watched the guy carefully and wondered who he wanted to take as the 5th. He would like to see the CEO take over the position and would recommend him. Julie thought that if Ryu Ming were here, she would ask him to take the remaining place. Suddenly, Yeon Ho approached them and greeted Black Scythe with a smile. The guy was genuinely happy to see him there, as he thought he was out in the 5th round. But it turns out he underestimated him. Black Scythe inspired him so much back then that he was even able to quickly complete the hunt. That's why he decided to thank the guy, because thanks to him, his friend remained safe and sound. At that very moment, the wounded boy stepped forward and bowed to Kosa, thanking him for his treatment. In this state, he was able to kill 300 orcs, and all thanks to him. However, they did not approach him because of the detachment, since they had already completed its formation. Ryu Ming knew that they had already formed a squad because each of them had a glowing golden chain on their wrist, confirming their unity. In fact, Yang Ho was glad to see him again and wanted to make him an offer. The guy suggested creating an alliance between their squads. They don't need experience or items, and if a boss appears, they are ready to give it up to Scythe. They just want to help him, so there is nothing to worry about, but suddenly Ryu Min refused. It's not that they will get in the way, he just doesn't like large crowds of people. However, if they needed help, he would ask them for it, which made Yeon Ho happy. Then they decided to take their leave and asked to be sure to let me know when they needed help. Sang Chul reminded the leader that it was time to make a decision about who should take the remaining seat. But Ryu Min had already made his decision, and then pointed to the hooded guy standing nearby. He asked him to come over and asked how long he had been following him, receiving an affirmative answer. The reason was that he really wanted to join his squad, but he couldn't bring himself to approach. The guy added that he was level 23 and his specialization was a black mage, although Ryu Min didn't care. After which he announced that they would take him for the remaining place, thereby surprising the rest of the team. He turned down all the other players, but took this secretive one. However, Ryu Ming knew that in the future this guy would become the head of a sect that would worship the Black Scythe as a deity. He will become his ardent follower, and if Ryu Min establishes communication with him in advance, it will play into his hands. After this, they began to form a squad, holding hands. The Black Mage immediately blushed, unable to believe that Black Scythe had chosen him, the man everyone else turned their backs on starting in 5th grade. He was a punching bag for the bullies because he looked too gloomy compared to the others. They had no reason to bully him, and he was an easy target. The hooligans demanded money from him, but the boy lived with his grandmother, and they didn't have much. However, he was even forced to steal since because of him they would all become beggars. And if he doesn't do it, they promised to bury him with his grandmother. Unable to bear it, the guy tried to brush them off, but at that very second he was brutally beaten. He wanted to die because that would make things easier for him, but if he left, what would happen to his grandmother, who had to endure so much because of him? He promised her that he would earn a lot of money so that she could live a luxurious life, so she had to hold on. The guy held out for 3 years because he was driven by the desire to pay back his grandmother, and it all finally ended. But the appearance of an angel changed everything. He had difficulty finding a good part-time job that could provide him with a living. When the 2nd round ended and the guy returned home, he heard the voices of those same hooligans in his house. They had warned him before that they would bury him with his grandmother, but now they decided not to limit themselves to words. As soon as the boy saw his grandmother's lifeless body, he created a black arrow with tears in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he fired arrows towards the offenders. That's probably when it started. He started building walls between himself and other people and also stuttering. Tae-seok decided to reach the final to make a wish and save his grandmother. Since he changed his specialty, he has never fallen below 1st place in his region. But there are places that rise even above the heavens, and he saw how Black Scythe automatically beat all the winners of the 9 regions. And now, before going hunting, Julie decided to put a buff on everyone. After experiencing the increase in his stats, Sang-chul understood why Julie was on his team. Then Arin also decided to apply a buff using a summoned creature. After this, the girl summoned 2 fairies who began to circle above the players. Previously, it only cast shields and had no offensive abilities, but now they can do that too. Arin can also create a golem, which became available to her after reaching level 20. The golem does not provide any buffs, but it can distract monsters. And Rin wanted to know Black Scythe's opinion since she could also be useful, but the guy didn't really react. Tae-seok noted that they were all outstanding players, so he should also help out somehow. After walking some distance, the group noticed another squad that was already fighting the monster. The players were pleased to have found such an easy boss and then rushed to attack him. However, he still had some serious power and the players were trying to figure out how to attack him. One of them decided to strike from behind but immediately regretted it, receiving a hoof in the stomach. Looking at their strategy, Ryu Min called them idiots for aiming at the horse. A few minutes later, they finally managed to defeat the boss and thus steal 1st place from the Black Scythe squad. Tae-seok couldn't believe that they just stole 1st place from them. He heard the players cheering as they completed the task and marveling at how easy the round had been. Tae-seok thought that their leader was also offended, but suddenly he noticed that Black Scythe was too calm. Suddenly, the players began to notice with surprise that they were unable to complete the task. It simply didn't count for them. after which it began to dawn on them that the centaur they had just killed wasn't the boss. The real boss is a bull-headed minotaur, and it will take 20 people of level 20 or higher to defeat him. That's the catch with this round. Everything was designed so that the boss could be defeated by a squad of 5 people. Of course, no one said that the boss could only be defeated by 5 people, and the angel probably knew about this, but pretended not to know. However, Ryu-min can't tell them this, and at first, they will just have to observe. Except for Tae-seok, who was nervous and didn't know the prophecy, everyone else seemed calm. Then the guy decided to use a proven method. He announced that judging by the reaction of the others, it was not the boss. For now, they will hold off on killing the boss and kill the centaurs first to level up before the time runs out. This monster is difficult to kill with 5 people at level 20, and it will take at least 3 or 4 squads to defeat it. They shouldn't rush into killing the boss because they don't know how strong he is and there might be other traps. It's better to wait and see how the situation develops, and in the meantime, hunt mobs so as not to waste time. Sang-chul didn't understand how Black Scythe knew how to defeat the boss if he hadn't even heard the prophecy. Now he didn't care about first place since they would still gain experience. Perhaps first place wouldn't be determined by the order in which the boss was killed, and Sang-chul didn't understand how a strategy could be determined without knowing the prophecy. And Rin decided that they should come up with some kind of strategy first. But Ryu-min concluded that there was no need for that and he could kill the monster alone. The girl didn't expect that this guy would be able to defeat a base that was difficult to kill even with 5 of them. However, the Black Mage was completely confident that Black Scythe could do it alone. The rest of the team can do nothing, and Ryu-min is the only one who can defeat him. They can just follow him and get gold and experience. There is no better option. He will keep the items that come as donations, and in exchange they will receive gold and experience without risking anything. Everyone immediately agreed with this, and Tae-seok declared that he would do whatever Black Scythe wanted. Smiling, Ryu-min concluded that it was a good choice and they would not be disappointed. After this, the guy suddenly rushed from the spot, which stunned the entire team. They had already forgotten how fast their leader was, and they became curious about how much his agility had been improved. Tae-seok thought he was fast, but compared to Black Scythe, his speed was just worthless. At that very second, the guy noticed a centaur ahead, towards whom Ryu-min was already rushing. Swinging his scythe, the boy managed to defeat him with one blow, surprising his comrades once again. However, this was far from the end, and Ryu-min continued his hunt, destroying the centaurs one by one. He managed to make 172 kills in 30 seconds, which was a good result for him. There are only 2,000 centaurs currently on the map. At this rate, he can kill them all in 6 hours, but he needs to leave some for the others. Then the guy stopped and found that his team could barely keep up with him. Ryu-min noticed how hard it was for them, so he suggested they take a little rest, to which he received words of gratitude. Everyone except Sang-chul fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath, and the man noted that pursuit was also hard work. They thought a 100-meter radius was not much, but in the end it was quite difficult. Julie noticed how wonderful Black Scythe was and how fast he hunted. She couldn't help but enjoy the experience she was gaining just by following him. Tae-seok added that Kosa worked much harder than them, but from the outside it looked like they were working tirelessly. Suddenly the whole team discovered that a group of people was heading towards them. One of them stepped forward and greeted Black Scythe, adding that they were lucky to meet him. They were simply recruiting a team to hunt the boss, but Ryu-min immediately refused. The man didn't know if Black Scythe knew, but this boss was a monster, not a simple one. He pointed to the bull-like creature, explaining that it was the boss and that it was indeed very tough. One squad tried to defeat him, but in the end, every single one of them died. That's when he realized that it would be better to unite several groups at once to defeat this boss. But now he didn't understand what was wrong with teaming up. They would help each other and leave the finishing touches to Scythe. Ryu-min frowned and asked not to make him repeat it a third time. Returning to his squad, the man announced that nothing had worked. They didn't understand why Black Scythe refused and assumed he was scared. Without thinking twice, their squad headed towards the boss, preparing for an attack. There were as many as 20 of them, and they hoped that they would be able to cope without casualties. But at that very second, the boss turned sharply and turned his attention to them. The players were immediately scared, but minotaurs are generally not that difficult to defeat. His attacks are easy to avoid as they are quite slow. Although his skin is difficult to penetrate, if you continue to attack, you will certainly find weaknesses. In that case, victory was only a matter of time, and now all the players were busy looking for a weak spot. It would still take time, so they had to concentrate on dodging. The next second, a player with a huge axe threw his weapon towards the monster and pierced its skin. Noticing the wound, everyone immediately rushed towards him in a crowd and continued to inflict injuries. But suddenly the Minotaur grabbed one player and clenched his fist tightly, giving the poor guy no chance of survival. Without thinking twice, the mages entered the battle, sending fireballs at the monster, causing the boss to howl in pain. After a few seconds of suffering, he collapsed to the ground, and the players were glad they had made it. The task window immediately showed that they had passed the test, and they were immediately surrounded by a golden barrier. However, only one squad was lucky, and the rest will have to kill him again. Those who passed the test had to wait until the time ran out, but they felt like they had missed something. The man who approached the black scythe for the first time decided to try his luck again. But as soon as I saw the guy's expression, I realized that I didn't even need to ask. Ryumin praised his team as they would have wasted their time if they had attacked the previous boss. Now it was time for them to move out again, and the guy asked them to keep up with him. The players who passed the test tried to find out where they stood, but the system said nothing about it. However, it didn't make any difference to them, and the main thing is that they survived, and now they can afford to rest. Suddenly, they noticed that Black Scythe was fighting not a boss, but a centaur. They were shocked that he killed that monster with one attack, but it was unclear why he chose the centaur over the boss. One of the players suggested that he simply decided to farm since he had dropped out of the top. It was a bit of a shame because they thought that Black Scythe would take first place again, and he can't be first forever. Although this guy is clearly not stupid and thought of farming, which already proved his rational thinking. There were 20 minutes left in the round, and Ryumin had already managed to kill 1,920 centaurs. Julie suggested taking a short break, to which the guy agreed, since the hunt was already over and it was time to move on to the boss.